had was only 800ths off the pace of the number 6. And Justin White last year, just shy of the Skusa Circle of Champions Fund, the top 10 in the Pro Shifter Pro Tour point standings. He would love to get into that this year. It would be a big impact for his racing program, for him and his father Jerry to be able to continue going. And the Kartworks USA alliance with Maranello USA and Carbolos Engines, obviously a rocket ship here in these colder conditions. I think that's maybe the excuse you could give for the swap from the drivers we saw fast before the rain yesterday to the drivers quick now. But every day is a new day. Every day is different. Every time you hit the racetrack, it sometimes feels a little bit different as well. Here's White rolling across and ready to go. Pro Shifter wrapped, K Junior on the other side. We'll hear from Justin and more when we return.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
Welcome back to Kart Chasers coverage of the Skusa Winter Series here in Texas. Justin White, that was a fantastic qualifying effort there. We've talked so much about the tire temperatures and getting the tires into the perfect operating window. How did you manage to do that and put together a great lap here for Pole and Pro Shifter?
Yeah, it was really good. You know, we were struggling throughout some of the practice days earlier this week, just trying to figure out the setup. We finally got it down, and you know, with this colder weather, I always find that I'm a little bit quicker, just like how at Super Nats and everything like that. So pressures were great. We were able to hit it on the last lap, and it was really good.
So what do you expect this race is going to look like? I mean, it's a little bit of a shorter field than obviously we saw last time out at Super Nats, but, you know, when you've got a shorter field, you know, it doesn't seem like the competitiveness is much different. So what is that going to look like from your perspective from the driver's seat?
Yeah, it's a shorter field, you know. There's still a lot of really good talent out there with Billy and Jay and Bailiff, you know. So you know that they're going to race you hard, and, you know, how this track has been all week, everybody's been really close just with how slippery it's been. So it should be good.
And we mentioned this in X30, throughout the course of the race, managing those tire temperatures. How difficult is that over a race distance versus just the fewer laps you get in qualifying?
Yeah, well, pre-final's not that bad because it's only 10 laps, but once you kind of get into the final, it's 20. You know, it's all about trying to get a gap early and then trying to manage from there, depending on your pace. You can kind of figure out how hard you can push.
So that's Justin White. He's on the pole position in Pro Shifter, and I hear engines fired. We're about to get some racing action going.
Indeed. Let's take a look at it here. Your starting lineup rolling on through for KA100 Junior. Ready for action from Speedsportz Racing Park. Easton Cox on the front row. First career pole award in qualifying. Max Christia going to join him on the outside of row number 1. Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Alex Chandler make up row number 2.
And not bad for rookie Alex to get himself inside of the top 2 rows. Tristan Murphy and Travis Pettit started on row number 3 with Benja Fernandez and Colton Schniegenberg on row number 4. Nicholas Orbezo and Nathan Golseth, your top 5 rows, your top 10 starters.
Rolling back to row 6, Eli Steinbruck starts on the inside. Gabriel Belag on the outside. Tucker Tribe and Jackson Baldus back on row 7. Lucas Dreibel and Yao Pedro Pereira on row 8.
Go back to Lawrence Perriman and Rodolfo Lavin on row number 9 with Carlos Molina and Callan Berghofer on row number 10. You go back to a couple of more as well, 15 deep, and even more than that with 30 plus getting ready to take the green flag here from Speedsportz Racing Park. 37 total in KA Junior.
Here we are, ready for action for the first pre-final, the first green flag of the 2025 season. KA Junior presented by TKG Beer Art. They're going to roll their way to the back straightaway for a long run through these S's. And most importantly right here, folks, this section, single file, when they're in race conditions, you're probably going to see them try to be as tight as they can. Past this blue commitment cone right here. No more tire weaving is allowed, so you can't scrub off any dirt or debris that you pick up. And they are going to go as close as they can to 2 carts in about a 1.25 cart box width right here. And that's why you've got them as slow as they are. But 36 in total. 37 if we have them all, with Hudson Thomas all by his lonesome. Back on row number 19. And then a long wait down this major backstretch here on the run to turn number 6. Ready for the pre-final. Here we go. KA 100 Junior, TKG Beer Art USA, the official partner for the Superkarts USA Winter Series in 2026. The first green flag, the first race session of the new year. Ready to go. Easton Cox, first career pole, first time leading your field to green as they enter the start box, and there it is. We're underway. Everybody tiptoeing through Switchback City. Looks like a clean start to kick off the new year. 2 and 3 wide, one driver a little bit off. One of the Orslo machines with an off-track excursion. Otherwise clean and green to kick it off.
Yeah, so far so good for Easton Cox up front. Slotting into second, looked like Tyrone Kemper Jr. was able to get ahead of Max Cristiofo back to third. And already you see a lot of drivers just fading to the low side. Colton Stiegenberg, one of those side by side with Nicholas Orbezo. 2 natives to the state of Texas. As they continue to fight, Orbezo looked like he was able to get the better, and a couple of drivers around, couple of them collected. Clayton Stiles, one of them. Looks like one of the U-Race machines and one of the Orslin machines out of this race early. But on the backstretch, Christia to the low side on Kemper. He slots back into line.
And he'll go right back in on him right there to the inside in turn 7. Into second as well behind. Another move in that same corner for Travis Pettit to make up a spot. Mentioned that he was back half of the top 10 in X30 Junior. Not an ideal start for him here in KA Junior either, but he's starting to make work of it. The 2 Iron Rock machines maybe getting ready to swap spots as well. Nico Orbezo and Alex Chandler together, and a big low line run into the corner for Orbezo there. He'll make the move stick on his teammate. And across the line, Easton Cox a lead at the end of lap 2. 8 to go. Kemper, Christia, and Tristan Murphy lined up 2, 3, 4.
And some work to do for Kemper and company to try and close down the gap to Easton Cox, who put about half a second on them in that opening lap. That's going to close right down as we hit this back straightaway. And the draft starts to come into effect as Murphy now to the bottom of the racetrack on Christia. He gets through for third. And again, that brings Benja Fernandez that little bit closer, sophomore here in the KA Junior class.
Here we go. Big move to the inside for Travis Pettit. Not quite there. Inside again. Contact at the end of the corner. Trying to get after it with Benja. Now into the buckle. He'll go to the inside, as does Murphy. Double position swap there, and Orbezo closes on in just as quickly. It'll be 3 laps complete this time. A good look as well through the field with Orbezo making a move to the inside while Fernandez was going to be vulnerable. He'll bring Alex Chandler on with him. And you can see how a few drivers buried further back have made even more upward momentum. Nico Katowski is up 10. Mason Berry is up 7. They've got a long way to go, just cracked into the top 20. But 7 laps still remain on the board. 3 complete so far. Pettit feeling the pressure from Orbezo. The two of them are working nicely up the top 10. If they can keep their heads on, they might get further, but Orbezo looking a bit impatient there. Had a look to the inside in 7. Broke the momentum for the both of them, and that'll give a nice and healthy gap to Christia to keep the focus on Tristan Murphy and try to reel back in Tyrone Kemper Jr., who is trying to close up to his teammate. There you go in the buckle, and it's all now coming unglued here.
Yeah, Nico Orbezo into the back of Travis Pettit, just moved him up the racetrack, able to get through. Is now Chandler looking to the bottom, and that's ultimately going to turn to the outside, and Benja Fernandez sneaks on by. Nathan Golseth going to follow through on the rookie.
He says thank you very much, does the black and white SCR driver. Now with the next car right in his targets as well there, with a good run through turns 4 and 5 on the backstretch. The whole midfield scrum have all caught up to that group now from 6th on back. And you can see it, feeling the heat there, covering low, trying to hang on for dear life is young Benja Fernandez. Low again into 7 to block it off. He'll get a little boot, scooting boogie there from the Texan Nathan Golseth, and on goes another spot the way of the SCR machine. He'll move further inside the top 10 now in the 8-2-3. That'll put him 7th, and Fernandez continues to slide backwards. That move there was from Chandler. No, further back, Chandler was following. That was Schneegenberg with a nice pass. New home for him in 2026 as well, at least on a full-size go-kart. Chassis change for him. Ended the year with RPM on the Nitro kart. Now finds himself aboard an OTK. And the OTKs up front, by the way, have closed in, albeit teammates. Let's see what Tyrone Kemper Jr. opts to do. He's got the opportunity right now to really freeze this race and lock it in as just a 2-car breakaway. We got problems in the top 5. Max Christie, a hand in the air there, slowing into the back straightaway. Was 4th across the line. He's already back to 5th now. Do we have something amiss? We do. The MPG driver. Bad luck striking early. Our first major miscue of 2026 happens in the first session. A heartbreaker here for Max Christia as he stops on the exit of 7. Battling continuing on here in the midfield. And all of them, up or down, are going to net up one spot at the end of this lap with one of the major contenders going to the wayside.
Yeah, just a whole lot of pushing and shoving there in this midfield pack. Like Pereira was the one who was able to make a move there and get himself up to 10th ahead of Steinbrook. Chandler now, after starting inside of the first 2 rows, falls all the way down outside of the top 10 with Jackson Baldus right behind him, Tucker Trebe, Mason Berry, and Lawrence Perriman working his way up to 16th. And more drivers. Steinbrook looking back on the bottom on Pereira. He's able to get through in turn number 6.
Nice move there for Eli Steinbrook. Easton Cox and Tyrone Kemper Jr. loving all of this. The more battling that happens deep in the pack, the further away they get. At the same point there, the upward momentum continuing, albeit with a little hiccup for Mason Berry, dropping the left sides off. He's now on the edge of this group, 15th as of last time by for Mason. Started 24th, 29th on the grid, the 17th for Katowski. Younger brother as well to Mason, Carson Berry, 35th to 18th. Big charge up the board for the Berry brothers off the back of how good Happy Hour was for Mason yesterday. Qualifying, sending them deep in the field. They're back up a good ways.
That's a great angle there. You see how close those drivers get to the edge of the racetrack, right? Just, putting in a little bit too much speed. They're going in a little bit too deep. We'll send you off, and that'll ultimately kind of slow you down in turn 6 and 7, where you need to kind of get slowed down to get through these corners. As well, another big kind of talking point that I think we'll see throughout the weekend is drivers trying to make moves there through the double rights in 8 and 9. You can go over the curves, but you can't abuse it too much where you're just blatantly kind of cutting the track. So that'll be something that I think officials will stay busy on as the weekend goes on, Xander.
2 laps to go this time by. No battling yet up front. That's not deterring Tristan Murphy. He was quicker than the both of them by 2/10 last time by, all by himself. Tyrone Kemper Jr., I said I wanted to wait and see what he wanted to do. He's tried to play this race as conservative as he can, pushing along his teammate Easton Cox. At this point, though, he's got to go, and he does. New leader, Tyrone Jr. to the point in turn 6. And that will bring Murphy even closer as they bottleneck, getting back onto the groove and cleaning the tires off. Kemper low, Cox high, back and forth, and Murphy is almost there. He can almost taste the draft off the back of your 2 leaders. And a healthy gap behind him as well to Travis Pettit, who has clawed his way to 4th, by the way. Orbezo 5th. They're a little ways out of the conversation, though. The white flag will wave, and at best we'll see 3 duking it out. We might see 2. Can Easton Cox back up his first national pole with his first race victory coming in the first pre-final of the year? Or can Tyrone Kemper Jr. kick off 2026 in stride? He had a rough go of things in Vegas for the Supernats last year to end the year. This year, can the New Orleans, Louisiana native start on a high note? Cox was telling him to focus forward. He wasn't going to pressure him. And that shows again both the respect the 2 comrades have under the high 5'10", and also that Tyrone bought himself some respect as well, giving Easton the opportunity in the middle of this race to try and break away. But Tyrone was a little better in the second half. He tracked him down. He passed him a lap ago as they exit the buckle here. A little bit sideways there. A moment for the 834, Caleb.
Yeah, I think Tyrone Kemper Jr. just a little wide on the exit of the buckle, but should stick for Tyrone Kemper Jr. across to get the checkered flag. He'll win the pre-final and win the pole in the main event.
Pettit 4th, Orbezo 5th. Nathan Golseth drives up the pack, gets to 6th. Look at the battles to the edge of the racetrack there. Nico Katowski, 29th to 10th. An incredible charge, up 19 positions unofficially for the TKG Bureau Art driver. Ends up just barely on page number 1 of your results here behind Gabriel Balog. Jackson Baldus also picks up a handful from 14th. So a good measure up the board for them, and a good recovery as well for Benja Fernandez on the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. He ends 7th at the drop of the checkered flag. And on back here with page number 2, Yao Pedro Pereira, 11th. Steinbruck, Schneegenberg, Trieb, Chandler, Barry, Perriman. Again, Mason Barry started deep, 24th for him. Carson Barry, 35th to 18th. And as we track on backwards here, Rodolfo Lavin, unfortunately, a downward spiral from 18th to 26th in that one. Carlos Molina also fading towards the latter half. Started 19th, had a moment early. Ends up 32nd, and there you see it. A heartbreaker for Max Christia. 35th. He'll be unofficially scored at the end of the pre-final. Was running 4th when the engine ultimately had something majorly go wrong at the end of the back straightaway. Happened about midway down that stretch. And now he'll have to fight from row number 18 in the main event. On the other side, though, Tyrone Jr. Great performance here to kick off 2026. There he is through the scales. It's official. Well, at least through the weigh part. Post tech still to go, and the penalties to be finalized, but I think this one's clean, and you can put it on the board. Tyrone Jr., pre-final winner here in KA100 Junior. And we're back at it. On at the circuit for Orsolone Racing, K100 Senior. Mateo Rubio Luengo, another first-time pole award winner here alongside sophomore Cash Perkins in the pre-final. Colin Lloyd and Donovan Bonilla, 2 former race winners from row number 2.
We go back to Jared Clark and Juan Jose Paramo on row number 3. Chase Gassiet-Lee and Chris Harrower on row number 4 with Cameron Weinberg and Matthew Cagle, the rookie, inside of the top 5 rows, inside of the top 10 starters.
Sawyer Roussel starts on row 6 along with Ibrahim Dean. Then it's Marcelo Tortado and Edgar Rodriguez on row 7. Sebastian Garzone, Finn Bailiff, row number 8.
Go back to Davis Henry, Talon Laney on row number 9 with Shane Reddy and Oscar Antonsen on row number 10.
Row 11 to the inside for Camp Chambers and Derek Wargo on the Macron Motorsports Comp Car. Joseph Hewitt and Anthony Rivera on row 12.
Ethan Gonzalez, Francesca Maurice, back to Max Weiland, Lucas Fink, Adi Bamaru, Rodrigo Polaya. On the top 15 rows, the 30 starters, back to your last 3 rows, all the way back to Jose Rangel Orozco, your 36 starters here.
So we're ready, 35 deep for KA100 Senior. The blue and white machine on the left, that's Mateo Rubio Luengo. The black, white, and red SCR Carlos Sainz machine, Cash Perkins. Our second pre-final of the new year. Entering the start box, on the gas, and the green is out. We're racing in KA Senior. All good so far as they roll through Switchback City. Your front of the field at least, though, and it is a huge stack up further back in the double right. It's about 6 of them collected. Around maybe 18th on backwards. And a big split in the packs begins as out front trying to get away is Mateo Rubio rolling into the final turn. Big defensive move for about 4th, and then it trickles down the pack here to put 1 lap in the books. Colin Lloyd into 2nd, Cash Perkins into 3rd. We're well underway here. 1 down, 9 to go, and Rubio Luengo's got company closing in already here at the end of the S's.
Yeah, it was a good start for Mateo to take the lead of the race, but again, Colin Lloyd got a great start as well to slot into the 2nd spot with Perkins falling back to 3rd, and already Colin Lloyd wanted to take control, is going to take the lead into turn number 6, and this is going to give a little bit more to Cash Perkins to close in to the top 2 as Mateo going to open up for turn number 8 and 9, but won't be enough to try and set up a crossover as it looked like Bonilla was making a move there on what looked to be Chase Gassiet-Lee, and it wasn't. I think it was on Jared Clark there further back, who's lost a couple of spots here.
Yeah, to the inside now, Chase Gassiet-Lee on Perkins, continuing to roll on that Bennick prototype chassis, the full-size machine, up to 3rd, and digging. Early start here for the 915 Florida native, and right behind closing in the Ursula machine of Paramo. I believe there may be a transponder issue for Gassiet-Lee. He didn't come across the timing loop lap time by. They'll probably manually score him. He did get 1 passing in, so he should be all right as he closes the door there into 6. And with Colin Lloyd taking over the lead, he hasn't necessarily pulled a gap. If anything, they've tightened up behind him. Look at Paramo, a little fade maybe. Couldn't quite, covers the inside curbing there out of the double right, and then points forward as he's side by side for 4th. And here's the second group. Clark under fire. Happy hour, fastest man, Cameron Weinberg making that move stick for P6.
Yeah, Cameron Weinberg into the buckle to get himself 1 spot clear. As this group here further back continuing to fight. Looked like Paramo was able to get through on Chase Gassiet-Lee as well.
That's big. That was he was side by side with Perkins, and somehow he ended up ahead of Gassiet-Lee into 2nd. So Juan Jose Paramo, KA Senior debut, now trying to hunt down Velocity Racing Sodi's Colin Lloyd. About 4 car lengths to go to get there. Weinberg, through all of that, now has gotten into the window of the draft from the main group. And look at Dono making a big send on the inside of Sawyer Roussel. He'll make that move stick. That was for 8th behind the likes of Clark and Harrower.
Yeah, Finnegan Bailiff in that group as well. Just finds himself at the back of it as they're working their way forward. And again, a couple of drivers look to be misplaced. Edgar Rodriguez down in 14th. It looked like he's down a good number of spots. Shane Reddy making some headway. As up front, Cash Perkins going to make a move as Gassiet-Lee drops the tire into the dirt. Going to stay there. And those left side tires going to be dirty into the S's. That's going to have him all out of shape through this section here, Xander.
Yeah, he caught the right front of his bumper behind the left rear of Cash's, and by the time he got it dislodged. He was already about halfway off the circuit and then skated right off. So he'll have to really play defense right here, and he knows it. Bonilla's going to go even lower to get by him. And that great start for Chase Gassiet-Lee. Now he's got to rebound and reset. Buried at the end of the top 10. And Perkins, even though he was able to get the better of him, the little bit of momentum broken by the way the last turn shook out has put him now in range, and then, of course, fallen behind Cameron Weinberg. This is still the end of the top 10 here for this group. That was Cagle following through on the inside of Tortado in the mix of it all. Harrower ahead. There's Rodriguez with a move on Tortado for that spot. Just outside the top 10. Looked to be about 11th or 12th. Halfway in, halfway home. 5 to go. 5 complete. Cameron Weinberg up to 4th. He's got a little ways now to get to the next group. The top 3 have closed up, but they do have a breakaway. And you're seeing Paramo look back. He saw Rubio Luengo give him the thumbs up to keep going. And they will stay in line, and right as he does, he goes right in on him there in turn 7. Sold us a dummy, too. We thought we might be able to show you a little more of the action further back, but Mateo Rubio Luengo taking no prisoners here early.
And again, they were making good headway with Juanjo Paramo in the lead of their little group to try and get to Colin Lloyd, and that just kind of slowed them down a little bit.
They're still there. I mean, to his credit, that's the right way to attack a race, especially in a class like this. Use one driver to get to the next, and then once you get close, go by him. Rubio Luengo, a slower start, but he's definitely seeming to hit his peak at the right time. Good exit out of the last turn, put him right onto the cusp of Lloyd into the S's. He's there now and may look for the lead by the time we get to the end of the straightaway. Here it is, inside, looking. The 906 goes back out front. Lloyd to second.
And again, it wasn't all too easy for Mateo as Colin Lloyd still had a good run into turn number 6. That's going to give a little bit of breathing room there to Mateo to try and extend his gap. Sadly, I don't think that's going to happen because Cameron Weinberg, Cash Perkins, Jared Clark haven't made too many moves in that second group, and they're starting to close in. They're just about under a second back. The top 3 is more moves. He's going to bring them even closer. Paramo through for second.
Everybody loves the teamwork game if they're the one leading the charge. Paramo, emphatic to point forward towards Rubio Luengo. That young man is pumped up that he is fighting against the best here on his opening weekend in KA Senior. 2.5 laps to go. Cameron Weinberg continues to march towards the front with help from Perkins and Clark. They've got a big gap back to Donovan Bonilla, and then Finn Bailiff, who is up 8 spots now on the TKG Bureau Art. Roussel and Cagle. But the double sticks will come out this time by. That'll be about as high as they could probably fly in the pre-final with that 2.5 or a second and a half delta from this group of 6 back to just Bonilla in 7th and another almost second, or 2 seconds actually, to find Bailiff there in 8th. 2 to go this time by. Mateo Rubio Luengo fell back a little bit at the start. Wasn't the best early on low air and cold tires. He looks really solid. Still holding a 2-car length gap as Paramo sends it through turn 2 to try and close up. And now nearly alongside him out of 5. That'll break his momentum. Here comes Lloyd. He'll give him a shove, and he'll give him another chance at it. Rubio Luengo can feel the heat, and 3 wide for the lead. Colin Lloyd with a big-time move, and he sticks it out of 7, and there's contact. Luengo, Paramo together. Perkins now to P2.
Yeah, and again, 3 wide wasn't going to work through there as Paramo and Luengo get together. They're still going, able to still be inside of the top 10 as Clark now looking to the low side on Cash Perkins. Clark through for second, but up front, Colin Lloyd with a gift and a half from the 2 drivers that he was side by side with to the lead of this race. And again, white flag will fly this time by for Colin Lloyd, Jared Clark, and Cash Perkins as they look to fight for who's going to start on the front row with Lloyd.
Jared Clark, Cash Perkins, do you even want to start on the front row with the way this race goes? Turn 6, I mean, you're quickly back on the inside for 7, but you're in the dirty part of the racetrack for a full 180. They're going to fight for it, and you never know what could happen post-race, as that should seal it here for Lloyd to the end. They're going to crisscross through 7, through 8, through 9, and now the run of the buckle. Perkins able to get a little bit of breathing room now. Clark back to third. Beyond them, Donovan Bonilla, the ultimate benefactor from all that chaos. He's up to the 4th spot now. Weinberg 5th. He had to go way wide to avoid all the chaos. It was right in front of him. But out of the last turn, Colin Lloyd, Velocity Racing, Sodi starting the new year on a high. He'll win the pre-final in K. Senior. Perkins 2nd. Clark 3rd. Bonilla, Weinberg, Gassiet Lee with a good recovery drive back up to the board to 6th. Luengo 7th. Cagle in 8th. Paramo 9th. Roussel 10th. And again, we say that while the timing board is off. Chase Gassiet Lee, I would imagine they would hand score him solely because we know, based on the fact that he did show the first slap by, that the transponder hit the timing loop. Whereas we'd be guessing whether or not he remembered to put it on. Of course, if you don't have your transponder on, they won't manually score you. But he did have it on. He did get one passing across the timing line, so he should be provisionally 6th. Luengo 7th, Cagle 8th, Paramo, and then Roussel. Edgar Rodriguez 11th. Finn Bailiff got up as high as 8th. He slides back to the 12th spot. Anthony Rivera able to charge up 11 positions from 24th on the grid to 12th. A solid drive for the Nash Motorsports machine. But K Senior in the books now, and 2 races already done. Solid performance here for Colin Lloyd, Cash Perkins, and Jared Clark. And it was a smooth start and kind of a slow build in that one, albeit K Senior delivers again with some chaos to shake up the leaderboard late in the going. Colin Lloyd, that 3-wide move. I mean, that was the way they exited turn 5. Insane. But to pull it off and now get himself the pre-final win as he rolls to the scales.
Yeah, and again, a very wild finish to that one, right? You don't see many 3-wides here through turn number 6, especially, like you said, how they exited turn number 5 with Juan Jose Paramo looking to take the inside away from Mateo, and then just allowed Colin Lloyd to try and seek. And here's a look back at what transpired as Mateo goes to defend Paramo to the outside, and Colin Lloyd just catches both of them by surprise on the inside of the corner. And again, a much, much better run on the exit as Paramo looks to go to the bottom and just gets into the side of Mateo. And even Cameron having to take a evasive action there to avoid getting into those 2 drivers that just got collected. But just like that, Colin Lloyd able to get it done through the inside.
Let's hear from him. Down to you, Dave.
Yeah, Colin Lloyd, I think we were just taking a look at that incredible 3-wide pass. What did that look like from the cockpit?
Looked pretty cool. I know the 2 drivers in front of me were pretty aggressive, so I needed to go right away, and I feel like I made the right move. Just defended a little bit into 6, and I heard some squealing behind me, so just went forward.
Yeah, it was definitely chaos behind you, that's for sure. We kind of come to expect that in K100. So what did you learn out there in this pre-final that you can take into the final later?
That you can't pull away. It's definitely can't pull away. I knew we had a really fast motor, we had a really fast kart. Just the draft keeps everybody in play, so.
So there you go. Colin Lloyd expecting, I think, some chaos, some more chaos, and maybe some more 3-wide action. I'll try to make him do it.
There you go. Just like that. Grid back hot again. We're ready to take you through them for the Micro Swifts. Colin Lloyd, though, like he mentioned, it'll be hard to break away, period. Any category besides maybe the gearbox classes, and no one division more evident with that than the one about to get underway. Jack Katowski going to lead your field to green in the Micro Swift category over Tristan Francisco. The 2 of them had a decent size margin in qualifying, but now things are going to be a little different. Track's got a little hotter. Drivers got some more laps under their belt, a little more time to go over the data and video, see if they can find some more speed, and we'll begin that with row 2, chasing that front row, Enzo Botero and Dusty Strayer.
We go to Andres Peña and Trey Sanders on row number 3 with Max Santana and Cohen Scott on row number 5, Bodie Byer and Shep Sullivan on row number 5.
Row 6, Romeo Ferrante on the inside, Sebastian Kim on the outside in the CRG, Dan Duculescu and Vettel Baker back on row 7.
Liam Campatiello and Axel Gomez on row number 8 with Franco Schiavo and Rodolfo Garza on row number 9 with Wyatt White and Bernardo Nacimiento on row number 10.
The group continues 26 strong, and it begins with Leopoldo Santos Rodriguez on the inside of row 11 alongside Wiley Lee. Michael Dean will start on the inside of row 12 alongside Noah Diamantino, and then Alexander Reppen along with JJ Deschong, your final row, number 13. 26 drivers here for the Microswift category presented by Avinco Tires, and Jack Katowski's TKG Bureau out ready to lead them all to green. Tristan Francisco, easy to spot there with the black and chrome and orange Nitro Kart for Ryan Perry Motorsport. Two drivers, two of a handful returning names from 2025, looking to make 2026 their year. And as they've got the long run down the straightaway, let's see as they get set to go green. Already on the gas really early. Will it give us? It does. We're racing in Microswift. Oh, chaos in the middle. Two around. The 281 and the 222 machine midway through the pack there. Garza going off to the wayside. Nascimento as well. But the other 24 able to escape the fray of the switchback 180s and make their way to the final sector. One lap going on the board this time. Francisco's fallen back to the third spot. It's given a healthy gap to Jack Katowski out front. Maybe mark it at 7/10. Back to the Orsolone machine of Enzo Botero in second.
Again, a good number of drivers there further back. Like they were 4 wide almost, trying to get through the first couple of corners. But that being said, Katowski with a good gap. Botero in a second. Francisco to Santana to Strayer inside of your top 5. Then you go back to Peña, Bodie Bayer, Ferrante, Sullivan, and Santos Rodriguez inside of the top 10. Is now Francisco going to be the first one to make a move inside of the top 5? Francisco up to second. One driver way wide there, just on the edge of our screens here. It could have been Strayer maybe or Santana, one of the two that went wide. As here's his group further back, like Deschong right there in the mix, as well as a couple of more. But from second on back, starting to find each other. Indeed, this is Peña in fifth, and Strayer in fifth, and Peña in sixth. Now looking to settle in. Peña was the driver that went wide as a couple get collected at the back. The 213 of Compatiello and one more in that group as well went around. Already starting lap number 3 for Jack Katowski.
Yeah, good start so far for Jack Katowski on the red and white 2:04. That gap at 1.7 seconds now will be the real test, with Francisco well clear and nothing but empty racetrack ahead of him to try and march forward. We take a moment while he works on that gap as well to see some of those passes around the mid-pack. There was quite a few going down the backstretch into 6. This battle pack right here, end of the top 10, and then just outside of it, covering the likes of Cohen Scott, Romeo Ferrante, Leopoldo Rodriguez, Vettel Baker, Bodie Bayer, and to the inside with contact in the buckle, and off the racetrack goes the 205 of Romeo Ferrante. And stuck in the grass as well. The thick and wet grass from the overnight showers has claimed a number of victims already. It'll claim another here in the Microswift Pre-Final.
Yet again, Bayer just trying to make the move in the inside, and again, like another one of the drivers wanted to go through as well, and it's not enough room for the 3 of them into the buckle. And unfortunately, Ferrante was the only one that couldn't continue going, so he's out of this race, and he's fallen down to 23rd, like Trey Sanders down there as well. In 24th with what I believe looked like a motor issue for him, as they're side by side here further back, like Rodriguez and Scott there going back and forth. Scott able to get through in the 292. Had a Vettel Baker rookie making himself, getting himself inside of the top 10, and here's Bayer now after the incident. Finds himself down in, I think, what looks to be 11th with Duculescu right behind him. Shep Sullivan looking for a move into turn 11, side by side for the 2. And Sullivan still looking on the inside as Duculescu going to have the outside. He's going to stay ahead.
Good job hanging on strong there for Duculescu. That did cost them some valuable time, though. Here comes Sebastian Kim on the CRG, closing in the white helmet there. He's got company with Noah Diamantino Diamantino and Franco Schiavo not far behind. And meanwhile, your update near the front, you can see it right there as they flurry on by. Here's a pass for the 4th spot. Dusty Strayer. Actually for 5th there, Dusty Strayer, and Andres Pena is trading the 5th position. 4th is up the road. This is right there with the Orsilon machine of Enzo Botero and Max Santana in 3rd. They've lost touch with Tristan Francisco, who has made minimal inroads right now to your race leader, Jack Katowski.
Yeah, great drive so far for Jack to keep this back at about a 1.5 seconds at bay. As Strayer looking to get creative in a turn number 13. Couldn't quite get it done there on Pena, who had just gone by. But the cross 6 in the air. We're at the halfway point. And here's that second group, or third group really, I should say, with Santana and Botero there in 3rd and 4th. And you go back to Pena, who's inside of the top 5, and you look at your screen here, a 1.5 seconds in between Tristan Francisco and Jack Katowski. Just quite commanding lead so far for Katowski to stay ahead.
Move down the backstretch there, you saw another one, and as that group continues to fight, here you can see the gap really opening up between Botero and Pena. Meanwhile, Strayer, between Botero and Santana, Strayer and Pena at the moment right now staying together, and then this group, just a scrum of them all. About 3 CRGs in the mix. Shep Sullivan in the middle on the Nitro Kart. That was a big move to the inside, and that'll stick. Coming out of the buckle, the 212 charging up a little ways. Started 10th, faded back a little bit. Now under pressure again with a nice move. Almost sticking to the inside for Bodie Bayer there in the 210. Couldn't quite pull it off, then eventually does by the end of the corner, and then again gets pressure, but gets some help to try and fend it off. No. Shep Sullivan around the outside in turn 1 with a nice pass.
Yeah, great move for Shep to get it done there. Able to stay ahead of Bodie Bayer. And again, right behind them looks like Diamantino right there as well with Schiavo. And a couple of more as Diamantino looking on the inside of Bayer. His move not going to stick ultimately, and Bayer with issues. Bayer goes off the racetrack, able to rejoin. I'm not sure if what that was there, but he was just on the edge of the racetrack, 2 tires off, 2 on, and it just kind of rode the rim on the outside. He fell back to Wiley Lee, who's down in 18th, up 4 spots for Wiley.
Meanwhile, as much as we've been talking about all this, take a look at the up and down movement on the leaderboard. How about Leopoldo Rodriguez from 21st up into the top 10 comfortably there in the 8th spot. And he's now, with all of this happening around him, gotten to the front of that group and might get a little bit of separation to try and work forward some more. Back and forth we go here between the likes of Pena and Strayer. These two have been glued together and only around each other the entirety of the pre-final. There's a nice move by Dusty to the inside in the double right. He'll pick up that spot further back here. Checking in, that's the 209 of Vettel Baker. Wyatt White right there with him. Along with Leopoldo, in the 228.
Yeah, Rodriguez, the driver who we talked about, up 13 spots in this race. With, again, a couple of great moves, right? Since the start of it, only 9 laps for these Micro Swift drivers. Try and get it done, but the white flag flies this time by for Jack Katowski, and he's still a second plus ahead of the field over Tristan Francisco, over Santana, Botero, and Pena, who sit inside of this top 5. And you look at it there on the back straightaway. Katowski, I believe, only had 1 national victory in 2025, and this year he becomes quote unquote really the veteran in the Micro Swift field. One of the ones who stuck back here to start off 2026 and already showing that experience, showing the pace to start off the year.
He's managed this race perfectly. Got away early, hit his marks where he had the opportunity. Off a good start to have the closest competitor lap time-wise to him get shuffled back to 3rd. Maximized it, and now he's been able to cruise for the last 7 laps or so. To the line, checkers in the air, and a flag-to-flag win in the pre-final for Jack Katowski. Tristan Francisco right there into 2nd. And as the rest of the field files across, there's a look back And an emphatic pump of the fist, no doubt. Leopoldo Rodriguez up on the wheel here, folks, in the Micro Swift class presented by Perazino Chassis Jig and Avinco Tires. Fettel Baker, Wyatt White, 9th and 10th. Dan Ducalescu, 11th. Shep Sullivan, 12th. 24th on the grid as well. Noah Diamantino to 13th on the Orsolone machine. Moving forward, up the board, but no net change for Jack Katowski. Solid performance here in our opening pre-final for the youngest superstars on the Superkarts USA structure over Tristan Francisco and Max Santana. And as we take a look back down the rest of the leaderboard here, Liam Compatiello, Alexander Reppin, Michael Dean, Bodie Bayer, Wiley Lee, back half of your top 20 behind Sebastian Kim. And your final few finishers, Bernardo Nascimento, JJ DeShong, Axel Gomez. A number of drivers off. We watched Ferrante end up in the grass. Trey Sanders out. Rodolfo Garza out as well. 3 down. Jack Katowski making it look easy here in Texas.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Attention Superkarts USA drivers. Be sure to order your complete photo package from On Track Promotions. All drivers receive a minimum of 40 photos from throughout Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with instant access from our automated delivery system. Visit otp.ca right now to get instant access to your photos.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
IAMI USA West is the official West Coast importer for IAMI engines and parts. Our dedicated and knowledgeable staff have a combined 50+ years experience in the sport and can help you with all of your needs. Call us today or visit our website to find your local dealer to shop.
Welcome back to Speedsportz Racing Park as we get ready to go racing with our X30 juniors, Royce Vega and Nico Katowski, trying to pick up where his younger brother Jack left off, starting on row number 1 with Antonio Pizionia Nieto on row number 2 with Grayson Wolcott.
Moving back, row 3, Liam Nachawati, Ashton Woon, Mateo Calderon, and Nathan Golseth for an SCR 6, 7, and 8 on row 4. Drew Thermalaswamy, Tristan Murphy, row 5.
Work your way back to row number 6 with Travis Pettit and Enzo Di Gennaro. Marco Salmon and Parker Ives on row number 7 with Colton Schiegenberg and Eli Steinberg on row number 8.
Aston Wyatt and Esteban Roche Jr. on row number 9. Josh Bergman and Braden Wagner on row number 10.
Just a couple of more rows, 33 drivers total here this weekend with William Veeder and Leo Da Silva on row number 11. Arthur Barb, Santillan, Barry, Romero, Cox, Pereira, Lavin, and Ali. Back to 30 and only 3 drivers to Styles, Savage, and Asher Pavan, your X30 Junior field.
Ready for action again. X30 Junior, they are on the gas early further back, and it's going to force the leaders to take us to the green with a lot of pressure. Big question is if they can make it through the double rights, and they cannot. Around goes one of the Berry brothers. I believe that may have been Mason in the 720. Indeed he goes. And we've got 32 of your 33 through the buckle and towards the last corner.
And up front, Royce Vega. Again, we talked about the inside line being pretty much a great starting position for all the pole sitters, and able to just kind of set a gap early over Neto there in the second spot. Katowski in third. Nachawati slots into the fourth spot. Again, one of the rookies in this field, Malaswamy, up to fifth after starting down in 9th or 10th, I believe. Up a good number of spots, 9th for Juther Malaswamy. It looks like Veeder all the way in the back, just a little too wide. And Katowski's going to take Nachawati to the bottom of the racetrack here.
Double file through turn 7. That was Thurmalaswamy and Calderon, and then Pettit now breaking up the SCR quartet in the middle. Then there looks to be Marco Salmon on the BJR machine. Covering low is Grayson Walcott as well, just ahead of them all in the 744, trying to hold station here until he can get the speed to begin to roll on his RPG machine. Pettit sandwiched. In fact, this whole pack really is back to maybe Josh Bergman in the 777. A huge line of go-karts as we put 2 laps in the books, 8 laps to go. Walcott currently 5th. The top 4 have gotten away a little bit as Calderon one's wide. That was a nice move by Travis Pettit there entering turn 4. You'll see a handful of passes in that corner, but it's tough to set it up and to make it stick cleanly, because the rest of the racetrack, a lot easier to make moves, a lot easier as well to anticipate them and try to cover the inside off. You saw those still a few get made at the end of the backstretch. Walcott hanging on to 6, but Golseth was making some way. Pettit as well on Calderon, and up at the front, Katowski, Pizzogno, and Nachawati trading second, third, and fourth a little bit this lap. They're still trying to hang on to the coattails of Royce Vega. His teammates here, Pettit, and Walcott trading that 7th position, it looks like, with 3 down.
Yeah, Pettit able to get ahead there, up to 6th. Thurmalaswamy. Now the next one on the docket for Travis Pettit to try and get up there. As you talk about teammates swapping positions, Nathan Golseth and Calderon swap this lap as well. And there goes Murphy looking at the bottom of the racetrack on Samet, who looked to close the door, and Tristan Murphy just able to sneak a nose down low and get clear. There's a couple of rookies with Schniegenberg and Enzo Di Gennaro now starting his second year, with Bergman just right behind them. As they work their way through, they're just on the edge of the top 15 inside of it, with Bergman 15th, Di Gennaro to Schniegenberg 13th, and Murphy just ahead of them. As Ashton Wu now looking at the bottom of the racetrack in a turn 14 on Calderon, and Woon's able to get clear, with Murphy right behind him. Samet there as well in 12th. So a good number of moves in between teammates here, just in the mid-pack, if you will. Up front, the gap from Vega to Pizzonia, not really closing in, as Nachawati now on the rear bumper of the Orslin machine. Further back, Golseth to the bottom on Wolcott, look to go through. Schniegenberg the same on Enzo, and he's clear. So just a couple of movers in a turn number 6 here.
Check out the slick look there for Josh Bergman on the dark blue and red MPG entered Kart Republic, closing into the back of the group. Bergman's first full-size American major amongst many here. So many new faces, and it's been talked about quite a bit every time we get to this point in the year, the beginning of the next season, the move-ups for the most part, of drivers using the offseason to change divisions and go up the age bracket. Going from a mini Swift kart, nearly 100 pounds lighter, nearly 3 times the horsepower. Your rear tires have now doubled in size. That's a whole lot for a 11 or 12-year-old to come to terms with. And yet, just like that, Liam Nachawati, albeit hanging on and losing one spot there, has held on strong here inside the top 4. Royce Vega making it look easy still out front. Antonio Pizzonia-Nito second. Katowski third. And the 3-pack of them, they are getting reeled in, I believe, a little bit this time due to the shuffling by Juther Malasami, and more importantly, Hurricane Trav, who picks up another one. That's 5th now for the 729.
At turn 14 for Travis Pettit again to get himself inside of the top 5. And again, it looked like Pizzonia lost the 10th there just on Royce Vega. So Vega with some great pace on his own up front, with Pizzonia taking a long look over the shoulder there on Nico Katowski to see what he was going to do. And further back, Enzo Di Janeiro, Colton Schniegenberg side by side, and Enzo goes through. And Josh Bergman going to push him by as well. So these drivers are still going out of here. And you talk about the age range here for this class, right? Josh Bergman, I believe, the youngest in the field, only 10 years old this weekend, Xander, getting a waiver to race here.
It's a lot. It's a heavy, much heavier machine, a much more powerful machine, and a whole lot more cornering speed and lateral Gs. This racetrack you mentioned, a lot of lateral load corners, a lot of long radii sections where you're feeling the G-forces try to tilt your head over and throw you out of the seat to the outside. For a 10 or 11-year-old young man, I mean, that's a lot to deal with until you get used to it, until you build up the muscle and the strength and the stamina. And it's really hard to train for because it's so alien, so unique how to muscle these machines around. Nico Katowski now getting muscled back to the 4 spot as Antonio Pizzonia-Nito reclaims second and brings Nachawati with him all for a moment. And this back and forth has now, in just 2 exchanges of position, brought Travis Pettit fully into frame. He's now on the cusp of getting into the first 2 rows. Let's see what he does here with his teammate right in front of him, headed to the last turn. Good run, looking inside and deep on the brakes. That'll be another one. P4 for the 729.
And I believe that's 3 in a row there into turn number 14 for Travis Pettit's made all of them throughout that section. So I think Pettit already starting to show, right? A favorite passing zone on the racetrack. And you'll see that as well with the white flag coming in the air the next time around. If it didn't already come out. But Royce Vega up front with nobody with an answer for Royce. Pizzonia's tried. Hasn't even closed in, though. That gap has only extended in between Royce and the 704. And second is now Katowski. Fades down low, able to get clear. Travis Pettit going to follow him through.
Heads up move there to quickly whip the wheel and cut over the inside curve at the exit of the double right to get alongside and get past. Now he's got another shot to make it 4 laps in a row. Last turn trying to set it up. Katowski hurt him, though. He covers low to protect for second. And that might just make it a little bit too far away to get up to Royce Vega. Final lap underway. 1 to go. And you've got the front row within your reach here if you're Travis Pettit. A valiant effort to climb up the leaderboard here from back in the 11th position. Now to the inside, all the way to the grass. Kiss the white line down the backstretch and makes it stick there in turn 6.
What a move out of Travis Pettit to force his way by for second and on the front row. Katowski now sits in third with Pizzonia to Nachawati to Nathan Golseth, who's going to cross up Juther Malaswamy and get clear for the 6th spot.
Into the buckle once again. Golseth low, Malaswamy had no gap or no driver right behind him there. He could open his hands, couldn't do anything with the momentum though. The battle for second and onwards to the final turn. Katowski left the door open. Pizzonia-Nito gets there. They'll drag race. Vega wins the pre-final, and Pizzonia-Nito trying to hang on strong, but Katowski muscles his way back up to third. Nito 4th, and only by a matter of hundredths. Liam Nachawati almost got a spot gifted right there at the very end. He crosses 5th. Golseth, Malaswamy, Walcott, Woon, Murphy. Your top 10 finishers. And you have to check down the whole board, but indeed, Travis Pettit, biggest mover, 9 spots of anyone else in the X30 Junior contingent. All 33 drivers, by the way, able to make it to the finish. And from the juniors, we move on now to the Pro X30s. Blake Nash with a stunner in qualifying. Not a stunner to see him on the front row or the pole, but it was a heck of a gap, and he mentioned all that was going through his mind, both coming off of qualifying, how he was able to do it, and what he's got on his mind for the racing action. Keeping an eye on the tires, and more importantly, getting away so you can take care of them. That's what this start's going to really come down to. How good of a launch can you get with one of the most decorated drivers on the grid lined up right behind you there in Oliver Hodgson? And again, that's not to discredit at all the rest of the field. None less so than our most recent Supernats winner in Pro X30, Gus Lawrence, who's ready to roll from the outside of row 1 here, Caleb. A star-studded Pro X30 division to kick off 2026.
And how about a driver who swept the junior classes last year at the Skusa Pro Tour, Alexander Vanchev, getting ready to start right behind teammate and Gus Lawrence. We'll see what Vanchev can do with Jesus Vasquez Jr. starting right behind him. Finished third here on the podium last year here at Speedsportz Racing Park.
Yeah, for only limited action competing in the Pro X30 class, he impressed there, and now he comes back to a racetrack with some data, some notes, and then some. Then more rookies deep down the grid. Eric Doan inside the top 10 here for qualifying in Pro X30. Solid opening effort on his PSL karting Beer-Olard. And as they wait to get the command to fire engines, we'll send it on over to David Land, who's standing by here with some of your X30 Junior superstars that have just wrapped up and could give us a little more insight of what to expect here in Pro X30 as well.
Yeah, Royce Vega, I think you would be able to give the best insight because you were dominant. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, it was good. I just had to make no mistakes, be consistent. I knew that they'd start battling in the last couple laps. And yeah, I knew if I didn't make any mistakes, it'd be fine.
There's been so much talk about the track conditions and how cold it is. How did you manage to keep your tires kind of in that optimum window?
Yeah, I find the cold conditions better for my driving style, so it was easier for me, but yeah, it's good.
Rolling from the pole position for the final, I'm sure you're a little bit excited. Got to be feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, I'm excited, I'm confident. I think I can get it done.
All right, that's Royce Vega. He's confident, he's fast, and we got the pros coming up next. Thank you.
Yeah, and again, a track that Royce Vega's all too familiar with here, having grown up just in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Made multiple trips down here to Speedsportz Racing Park throughout the years, throughout the Texas Sprint Racing Series, and as well when the United States Pro Kart Series came out here, as well as last year. And again, was just racing here a couple of weeks ago at the club race in preparation for this. Had a great battle with Nicholas Orbezo in K8 100 Junior, and was ultimately able to get it done, I believe. So Vega, very, very experienced here at Speedsportz Racing Park, and you saw it there. No mistakes, didn't put a foot wrong the entire time, looking for his first national victory in the X30 Junior class. He was close at Newcastle Motorsports Park and couldn't get it done. I believe a penalty maybe his way or something post-race that sent him down the order. But ultimately, Vanchev, actually a nice gesture from him, gave the trophy over to Vega when it was all said and done. So a cool gesture there for Alex, and now Royce Vega stepping into that seat. But we get ready to go racing with the pros. Blake Nash leads them onto the racetrack.
Well, we touched on the lineup a little bit there on the grid. Here's a look for it laid out for you all. Nash and Lawrence on the front row. Oliver Hodgson and Alexander Vanchev couldn't be further apart in their stories to where they sit right now on row number 2. Davin Roberts and Jesus Vasquez Jr., row 3.
Eric Doan and Aiden Ingrata on row number 4 with Fion Shi and Paulie Massimino on row number 5.
Row 6, Finnegan Bailiff, hot off that K Senior Pre Final charge up the board. Rolls from just outside the top 10 alongside James Overbeck. Remy Andriatos on the inside of row 7. And yesterday's fastest in final practice has some work to do to go to the top again. Jose Carlos Hernandez will start 14th.
Levi Sanguera and Diego Ramos on row number 8 after a horrific qualifying for Diego. There's a lot of work to do for him starting 16th. William Botelier and Max Weiland on row number 9.
Alejandro Ramirez and Marcelo Tortado complete an all-international row number 10 ahead of Tiziano Rosso Orcel and Sergei Karamseli on row number 11.
Hector Iturriaga and Freddie Siemens on row number 12 with Austin Perrin and Camp Chambers on row number 13.
Eduardo Ramirez and Donovan Bonilla rolling back from row 14. Chase Ballinger and Ibrahim Dean talk about a tale of two with his father on the pole coming up in K. Master Ibrahim from the tail end in Pro X30. 30 total drivers to match the name of the division, presented by Kart CRG USA, making their final trip through the S's before the green flag is given. Blake Nash on the inside in the blue, yellow, and chrome Nash Motorsports colors. Gus Lawrence for Rollison Performance Group on the outside in the blue and pink. We're ready to go. 10 laps on the board. Pro X30 for the first time in 2026. Pre-final action as they hit the start box is underway.
Oh, and a little bit of contact further back for a couple. It looked like Max Weiland was one of the drivers involved there, as well as a couple more. But as we look up front, Davin Roberts able to slot ahead of Alexander Vanchev. And Diego Ramos looked like he was already making a couple of moves since the start of this one.
Yeah, an awkward moment there in turn 7 on the first lap. And how about a big moment on the first lap? Gus Lawrence with a Superman dive to the inside in the final turn. He'll lead at the end of lap 1 over Blake Nash. And they roll across the line now with Hodgson right there in tow in third.
And it almost looked like Gus Lawrence was just a little bit too far back going into turn 14. But that corner, you can make moves like that. You can send it in deep, kind of pin the other driver on the outside, and just try and make that stick. And he did just that. Gus Lawrence, again, a commanding way to take the lead and take control of this race early on as Finnegan Bailiff looked to make moves there further back as well.
Yeah, again, talking with the field here about how good Blake Nash was. Oh, around goes Eric Doan in front of everybody. Big scatter as they try to miss the rookie with a spin in turn 8.
And that's just a testament there to Colt Tires, right? Early on in this race, lap number 2, trying to go full speed through the double rights. And again, just a little bit too soon. Sent himself facing the wrong way around as Aiden Ingrata catches Vanchev by surprise and Bonilla around as well. It looks like just in turn number 12.
Donovan Bonilla, a day that just continues to go from bad to worse here in Pro X30, as he now will probably rejoin maybe 10 seconds back from the next driver. Gus Lawrence, on the other hand, healthy lead back to Nash, Hodgson, Roberts, and Buddy J. Jesus Vasquez Jr. bearing down, as is Paulie Massimino, who didn't seem to really turn a whole lot of heads probably with that qualifying effort, but he has had a very methodical and quiet drive in the first 2 laps here to both evade the chaos and pick up a few positions. He looks pretty strong right now as he closes in on Alexander Vanchev and the rest of that main contingent.
Yeah, that was a good move there out of Paulie to get ahead of Aiden Ingrata. And this is that group further up as Oliver Hodgson now looking to go on Blake Nash. He gets clear into turn 14. So that's already 2 spots lost for Nash in a turn 14. Davin Roberts, the next one that starts to close in.
Yeah, Davin Roberts on the RPM Tony Kart now with an opportunity on Blake Nash. The 2 drivers that were able to get the bonus lap in qualifying were Hodgson and Lawrence. Didn't really get to maximize theirs. Vasquez now under pressure from Vanchev and Massimino. The 2 of them faster than everyone in front. 6th, 7th, 8th with Aiden Ingrata, although he's slipping a little bit back on the REM Cosmic. And then there's a healthy gap to Fianchi, nearly 2 seconds to the middle. Vanchev to the inside here for 5th. He'll get that one done. No real resistance from Jesus Vasquez Jr. as now he checks back. Massimino's close with a send through the kink into the boot and out of it. Paulie will pick up another. That'll be 4 gains so far for the 303 machine.
Yeah, and again with Vanchev going by on Jesus Vasquez, that kind of slowed down Jesus. That allowed Paulie to go just right back by again on Jesus Vasquez Jr. So 2 spots lost in that lap for Jesus, who again was strong here last year in March when we came for the Winter Nationals. So this start of the race hasn't been the best for the 308 to start off 2026.
Davin Roberts now just kind of holding station. It looked like for a moment when Blake Nash faded back that he might be the next one to try and pressure him. But whether he didn't have quite enough compared to Hodgson and Lawrence, or Nash is turning it up, and so is Ollie. Oliver Hodgson to the lead now on the factory kart. Right at the halfway mark. 5 in, 5 to go. Still 4 together for the lead. And it's Hodgson making it 3 different leaders here in Pro X30's opening session of 2026. Roberts would like to make it 4. He's still got 3 karts in front of him and 2 very fast drivers bearing down on the lead pack. Alexander Vanchev and Paulie Massimino last time by, and the time before nearly 2/10 quicker than the leaders. And now they'll switch again. Nash to second, Lawrence back to third.
And again, it looked like the lap prior, Oliver Hodgson just had a much better exit out of the buckle here as we get to turn number 11. Just a much better exit out of this section here than Gus Lawrence, who went a little wide. And again, was just able to close down that gap and get the move done in a turn 14. So it looked like Gus had a little bit of a, again, wide excursion there again. And Roberts closes in just a little bit too deep in a turn 14 for Roberts. It's going to open up the gap. Blake Nash now going to be the one to try on Oliver Hodgson, who is now just starting to fire up here. Looks like Nash just paced on the latter half of the pre-final here, Xander.
Yeah, this is good. Must have went really aggressive with the probably tire pressures, if I had to guess anything, for Blake Nash's lack of pace early compared to the speed that he's got right now. But if it pays off, it's going to come down to whether or not he can maximize these next 3 laps, because he's going up against Hodgson, who equally has looked better in the second half of this race. And meanwhile, this dogfight here, Vanchev versus Roberts, has now brought Massimino into it. Paulie going, hey, dude, what are we doing here? And the rookie trying to be nice there, getting fed back another spot by Davin. And to Davin's credit there, I don't blame the frustration at all, because they both, in the back and forth between them, blame irrelevant, lost about a second and a half to the top 3. Massimino now 4th, well back, and probably too far back to be able to make something happen here in the closing stages. Vanchev again, second try, this time a little smoother.
Yeah, able to get it done there in a turn 6, but again, those are really the growing pains, right, of moving up to a pro class, to a senior class, right? If you're out there kind of making junior moves, it's not really going to stick against veteran drivers. You saw it there with Paulie, right? Just taking advantage of 2 of the younger drivers in the field, just kind of fighting, going back and forth, a little bit of desperation moves, if you will, and just a guy like Paulie being able to take advantage of that and get clear.
Well, the thing I think for Alexander Vanchev really more so is last year there were so many weekends, this one included, he had everybody covered. You could make maybe not the best decision of when you want to pass someone or how you get the pass done, because he was so much faster, it didn't matter. And now you're in a division where everyone in the top 10 has won on the junior stage or higher. Everyone's become a local or regional champ or national, or maybe even international champ, like Canadian champ Aiden Ingrata feeding the wheel there to Davin Roberts. And so you have to pick your passes right, pick your defending right, and when you get it right or wrong, will you pay the price more times than not? And there he is again, getting fed a wheel there by Buddy J, closing a couple of laps. The aggression's on, the pace won't matter, but all of it coming down to that one back and forth lap he had with Roberts. And it's taken him away from potentially fighting like this for the win. Nash with a nice move, last turn, takes over. 1 to go, Hodgson still there, Lawrence still there as well, even though he led early and then got shuffled back, and it looked like the speed might not materialize. He's still got a great shot at this pre-final. Massimino hunting still, Nash checking, looking, and covering off here in 6.
And again, Hodgson just looked like he wanted to go low there, as Lawrence going to rip the high side, going to get side by side with Oliver Hodgson. And you might see a crossover here. Hodgson tried it, got bogged down, as Nash able to open up his gap, and now this is going to put Oliver Hodgson under pressure from Gus Lawrence.
That'll give Blake the gap he needs to close this one out. Hodgson was really trying to brake hard on the apex of turn 8 to not allow Gus to cross him up. Hodgson with a deep send into the last turn to cover. It'll hold. Lawrence will have a run. It won't matter. Blake Nash, pre-final winner. Hodgson, Lawrence, Massimino 4th. And how about Jesus Vasquez Jr. on the final lap? Hanging on and getting that 5th spot back from Aiden Ingrata. Great rebound for Buddy J. He'll end up a net gain of 1. Paulie Massimino, though, a rocket ship in the Pro X30 division's opening race of the year. 52.93, his best lap, and it goes best on the session and by far the best average, just hunting throughout the entirety of those 10 laps. He'll start on the outside of row 2 and definitely will be a threat in the main event if he can get through the opening couple laps clean like he just did. Vasquez Jr. looked like he might be close, maybe second best of the group moving forward. And again, Alexander Vanchev got roughed up more than a couple of times there, but he was ahead of Paulie, and both of them marching equally towards the top 3. A better start for Vanchev, and he's going to still end up in a decent spot on the inside of row 4 for the main. Could easily see the rookie play spoiler to the wealth of experience and titles and accolades of your top 4 right now. But there you have it. Blake Nash takes care of business in pre-final number 1 of 2026. Qualifying on the pole, leading a bit, falling back, and fighting back there with 2 laps to go to pull off the win. Oliver Hodgson and Gus Lawrence, though, right there with him to the end. Hodgson ends second, Lawrence ends third, and as they roll through the scales, you get a great look here at the rest of your Pro X30 contingent. Wrapped up here from their pre-final.
All right, Oliver Hodgson, P2 there. It looked like you had a shot at Nash there. Just kind of talk me through the end of that race and kind of what you learned.
Yeah, it was, obviously I could see Nash was going really well at the end, and I knew that coming into where he got me, I knew that would be a potential zone to go, so probably a little bit nice from my side, to, not because I would wanted to close the door, but to kind of leave a kart whiff in there. He was obviously good at the end, so really happy with how we went. Yeah, looking forward to going back and probably a tire pressure adjustment and go again for the final. So
that's actually what I was just about to ask you. There was kind of, Xander was kind of speculating in the booth about tire pressures and whether, especially Blake, had kind of taken a different swing at it with a longer, obviously, final to finish out the day. What kind of theory would there be with the tire pressures to kind of maximize the end of the race?
Yeah, I think you just have to kind of get that balance for you. I think that these tires, they're actually, I know it's easy to see on the cameras watching for you at home, but they're really hard to get temperature in them. So when you're watching like the junior class on the hard tire, it actually is quicker on the outlap, believe it or not, for a hard. And the medium tire, you have to put more energy in them to get them going. So you'll see that in the Pro Shifter and the X30 Pro. It's a line because you can bleed a lot of time at the start to gain a little at the end. So yeah, you just got to figure out what's comfortable for you.
Well, that's Oliver Hodgson. He's had a good run. Different colors this year. Looking pretty good in red, I would say. And I think we're going to see some comers and goers before the end of the day. That's for sure.
Well, that's it for the first couple of pre-finals to start off the day. You go to a quick lunch break, about 50 minutes long, so our hardworking KC crew and the hardworking Superkarts USA crew can get fed. We'll be back at 12:45 with KA100 Masters. Then we head into main events at 1:30 p.m. local time, 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. We'll be right back with some more action. We're live from Speedsportz Racing Park for the opening weekend of the Skusa Winter Series.
Motorsport is reinventing itself, and our mission is to accelerate this transformation so that it becomes even more efficient, cleaner, more spectacular, and more sustainable. Welcome to the next generation of motorsport. TotalEnergies and Peugeot co-developed the 9X8, an eco-responsible hybrid electric hypercar capable of outstanding performances.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 40th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, January 24th, Roberts Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico? Non-GMO? Gluten-free? Kosher? Magnesium? B12? B6?
Yeah, it's good.
B5? Biotin? And zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsakrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsakrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsakrakracing.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Cool features that Race Studio 3 has that people normally don't know about it. The track map on the background. So if you just connect your computer to the internet, you can come up here and click on this Google Earth icon, and it will pull the background from the Google Earth into your GPS data.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, sign up on my website. I will be launching an online course in December for people like you.
You got me down again.
Welcome back to Speedsportz Racing Park for the opening weekend of the Skusa Winter Series, rounds 1 and 2. We're here at round number 1 live from Speedsportz Racing Park. One driver went around there. It looked like it was Brent Harper, just further back in the field. That being said, though, we get ready to go racing with a first-time pole sitter in Janae Din, starting alongside teammate Scott Falcone on row number 1, with Trevor McAllister starting alongside Brian Boley on row number 2.
Carlos Calderon starts on the inside of row 3 alongside Mario Barrios. Then it's Jose Eduardo de la Garza Elizondo on the inside of row 4 alongside Slade Miller.
Miguel Mir and Paul Montopoli on row number 5.
And it doesn't stop there. 10 entries were the minimum. They ended at 19, 5 rows. The 5th one all by his lonesome there will be Kyle Piepenbrock, Brent Harper, Todd Shambo, Shane Burkett, Esteban Roche Sr., Scott Cherry, Benjamin Davalos, Tom Gerstner, and David Pregande for a 19-driver IAMA USA West KA100 Master Pre-Final.
Great to see Scott Cherry back in the racetrack after sitting out in 2025. Had a tumor removed, and again, a long time, but he's back here this weekend, and great to have the 411 with us for his first time racing in about a year plus here, Xander. So great to see Scott joining us this weekend.
The wealth of experience for KA Masters drivers about to put on display. 10 laps, put it on the board, and get us back underway with racing action from a cold and windy Speedsportz Racing Park January afternoon. We're green. A bit bottled up there through turn 7. Let's see if all 19 survive turns 8 and 9. They will, and they'll rocket into the buckle. Junaid Dean already under fire as T-Mac goes to the inside. New leader, Mr. Arcane himself, takes over as they head to the final 2 turns.
Yeah, and Janae Din just looked to squeeze him there on the inside as Scott Falcone catches his teammate by surprise in a turn 13. Janae looking to go back as one driver off.
Gerstner.
In the 407, Tom Gerstner out of this race early, and the fight for second continues as Janaid goes back on his teammate and Scott Falcone, and right behind him, Calderon sits there in 4th with Brian Boley falling back to 5th at the start of this race. Barrios and back to a couple of more. Slade Miller, the driver in 8th, looking to make moves as well.
Down the backstretch, Calderon to the inside of Falcone. Scott Falcone has typically been one of the best drivers when it comes down to getting air pressure built up and heating the tires as Gerstner rejoins, albeit now a lap down, and he'll probably head to the scale line next time by as he has to let the entire field go on. Piepenbrock also got tagged somewhere on that opening lap, might have been in it with Gerstner as they both started around each other. He's about a half track behind. Into the final couple turns, here we go, and across the loop. 2 down. Falcone going back to work on Calderon. Brian Boley is right there, pressuring on along with the likes of Barrios and Slade Miller, who have slipped by him to get to 5th and 6th.
Yeah, some drivers already making moves. Boley, unfortunately, just falling down the order like you mentioned there, Xander. And up front, Trevor McAllister able to extend his gap over Janae Din, and Scott Falcone now looking on the inside of turn number 6. He's clear. Barrios looking to muscle his way by as well for 4th. Barrios able to get clear on Calderon, who falls back to the 5th spot. And again, Slade Miller looks like he was passed that lap as well by Brian Boley. Now finally able to make some moves. 2 laps into this race.
And just like that, back we go again. Barrios versus Falcone into the final corner. They'll swap that spot. And Mario Barrios on the move early on here in the pre-final, going in the right direction. Miguel Mir right behind him just went purple as well, 57.09 for that Orsolone Tony Kart just inside the top 10. Boley now going to work on the 495 machine of Calderon. All the while, Trevor McAllister leads the way to Junaid Din. And then Barrios' group is about 5 strong, it looks like. Most of your top 10 all there trailing the South American. And as he rolls out of turn 7, through 8, through 9, you can see there's also a decent pack that has formed around Brent Harper. Scott Cherry up a couple of spots. Here's Boley with a move on Calderon. That'll swap another position inside your top 10. That right there was for 5th. So Brian Boley's march upwards to rebound from starting P4 and slipping. Now goes back to a net loss of 1 and can continue that momentum. And Junaid picks up fast time now. He ate up a good bit of the gap to McAllister last time around.
Yeah, for Junaid, it just looks like those opening stages, those first couple of laps for him, just a little bit cold on the tire temperatures of you, a little low on the tire pressures. He's now starting to come to life as Trevor McAllister busy on the carburation, busy on the needles there on the right-hand side of the kart as Miguel Mir now, side by side, goes in deep into turn number 6 and gets clear on Calderon for 6th.
No, Calderon fought him back.
Yeah.
Hung on tough there at the left rear and then sent it into 7. Didn't want to go back any further. He was already starting to drop and needed to do something to stop the bleeding. Here's Boley on the inside of Falcone there in the buckle as well. Contact. Falcone not happy about it. Frustrated with Brian Boley. Throws the hand in the air. Let's see if Boley goes to work again. Last turn, sends it deep. Falcone still fighting it. Hanging tough on the outside. He's going to wheel him as they go to the front stretch, and I think Falcone will still have a nose to the inside into 1 to hang on.
Elbows out racing there for Falcone and Brian Boley. And again, Boley being one of the younger drivers, right, in the field. Falcone being one of the older drivers, if you will.
Trevor McAllister, veteran move maybe. I thought he was looking to the inside to let Junaid go. Instead, he was looking low to protect. He'll defend that lead now. Fought hard to get back behind the wheel, and now Junaid's going to send it into 7. Side by side for the lead. Here comes Barrios. Couldn't quite get there over the curbing in turn 8. 2 great battles going on in this 19-driver K Master field. And Trevor McAllister getting away early is now just trying to stay alive. Drop the right rear in the dirt there coming out of the buckle. Here we go to the last turn. Junaid is all over him, and McAllister leaves the door open in the last turn. Din back to the lead. Barrios looking for 2nd.
And again, I got to say here, Xander, this is a refreshing look for the Masters drivers, right? New faces up at the front of the field, kind of mixing things up. And Junaid Din doing just that, gets himself to the point, and the rest of the pack starts to close in as McAllister looks to catch him by surprise into turn number 4, and he's able to get clear. Junaid back to 2nd, not for long, because here comes Barrios, and here comes Falcone on the inside.
Scott Falcone sends it late, side by side with his teammate. Junaid Din getting swarmed by everyone, and they'll all collide. 3, 4 of them all wide in turn 7. Boley having a dirt track it way off at the exit. And Falcone and Barrios escapes, but Falcone, Calderon, and Miguel Mir are done. Right as you called it, Caleb, it was looking fun. It's still a lot of new faces up front. We just decimated the lead pack, though. And McAllister evades it with the lead, still with pressure. Barrios there, and looking on Mir, Din, the other Orsilon machine. Falcone, Din, and Boley going wide, and Calderon collected.
And a couple of drivers had caught a huge advantage there. Scott Cherry gets himself up to 6th. Brent Harper up to 5th. So a lot of drivers with good moves. And again, Trevor McAllister still very busy on the carburation there as he looks to defend from Barrios. He's able to fend him off for now. Miguel Mir there starts to close in. Barrios into turn number 7, gets clear. And here comes Miguel Mir and Slade Miller as well in the 4th spot. There goes Mir side by side with McAllister. That's not going to stick for Miguel just yet as McAllister looks to go back on Barrios.
Couldn't quite make it stick. Trevor McAllister's made it very clear that after getting a taste of the lead, he doesn't want to give it up. But now, under pressure for 2nd from Mir, he'll rip the high side to hang on, closing the door. Certainly not making friends, but I think he's of that group that knows your only friends at the racetrack are the ones you bring with you. Trevor McAllister now back on the hunt for Barrios. And how about it for Slade Miller on the CRG closing in to make it 4 deep again in the lead pack.
And what I believe Slade Miller's first national start here on the weekend to get himself up inside of the top 5 in the pre-final. A good showing for sure for the 416. But again, 2.6 flew last time by, 2 laps ago for Mario Barrios and Trevor McAllister as they fight for the inside starting spot on row number 1.
Behind him, another shout out as well. How about Brent Harper? He's up 6 positions on that JHDD Kart Republic. Moving the chains forward. Little gap back to Boley. And Harper, not only that, of course, had a run through the spin cycle on the outlap. Had to quickly hustle just to get back with the field. He's got a lot of speed there. White flag out. McAllister's latter 2 sectors of the last lap were not fantastic. Barrios has gotten away. This will erupt in a fight for second. We've seen how hard T-Max fought to stay in the lead. Is he going to keep that pressure up to fight for second? He will. He covers low down the backstretch. Meir to the high side. Miller looking on. Behind them, Boley drag racing with Harper for the 5th spot. He'll take that one through 6.
And there goes Miller still again trying side by side with Miguel Meir as McAllister now gets a little bit of breathing room, about a car length in between himself and Miguel Meir for the 3rd spot, but it's going to be enough for Mario Barrios up ahead with a pretty good gap. Going to be a 2nd plus for the RPG Cosmic.
Should be good. Now Meir still close. Does he send it here? No, he'll hold some restraint and wait and finish P3. Mario Barrios scores the pre-final win in K100 Master. McAllister, Meir, Boley, right behind Slade Miller to round your top 5, and that middle group as well. Quite a bit of movement. How about David Pregande, pitting out of the AR Academy shop, picked up 11 from the tail end of the field, ends up 7th on the 488. Jose Eduardo de la Garza Elizondo, 8th. Scott Cherry, 9th. Paul Montopoli, rounding your top 10 on a race that, well, maybe it showed that a little bit. Some of these Masters drivers weren't used to a field that big in a while. At least at the Winter Series, we've had a couple of near 20 kart grids. This was a big one of the bigger K Master fields over the course of the last couple years. Sadly, it ends with a trio of DNFs. Din out from the pole. He'll go to 17th provisionally for the main. Falcone out, Gerstner out. Calderon able to continue, but ends down in 15th. Mario Barrios all good, clearing through. Avoiding all the wreckage and getting a nice gap at the end. He ended up about 1.4 seconds up on Trevor McAllister as they roll through the scales. Lunch break concluded now. 2 more pre-finals still on tap as we take a look through the rest of the race day coming up here with Masters in the books. Mini Swift will be up next. Pro and Master Shifter will follow. We'll take a quick commercial break and we return. 2 more pre-finals, and then it's time for the first batch of main events on the 2026 national season.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopBakeAir.com. At ShopBakeAir.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopBakeAir.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Garrett. Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Welcome back to Speedsportz Racing Park. Unfortunately, we've lost an item there. Looks like a chain guard came off. Don't know if that was from this group of mini Swifts that just got released onto the circuit or from our KA Masters, and I'm inclined to think it was the former, Caleb. So we might have one driver that won't get to get scored in their unofficial spot wherever they finish, but they're out there now, all of them. Brody Stoffel, Jake Manolio, and RPM lockout of your front row over Lorenzo Lopez and Win Gottschalk.
Marcelo Flores and Samuel Chavarri on row number 3. Dutch Westbrook and Connor Lipka on row number 4.
Marshall Steves and Yusuf Adi roll from row number 5 to complete your top 10 on your Perezzino Chassis Jig Mini Swift Division. Lucas Tarango and Zev Gottschalk back on row 6. Tyler Morawek and Flynn Fallon on row 7.
You go back to Mason Brody and Forrest Blair with Thomas Pretel, goodness gracious, Pretel, sorry, and Leonardo Tavares on row number 9.
Mezek and Alvarez on row number 10. Kimo Ahmad and Liani Chavo on row 11. Nathan Ramirez, Liam Astalis on row 12. And just only one more page of them to go down to 36 with Alvaro Medeiros and Sam Hornish on your final row. 18 rows deep, and they're on the gas way early, but we'll give them the green. We're underway. Whoa, big contact in turn 6, first corner, and about 10 of them, half your field nearly, getting slowed down at the least. Dutch Westbrook, one of the big names, popped up in the air and spun off into the runoff.
That was a big moment there for Dutch, but able to keep going here as now moves further back. Still being made, Marcelo Flores right there in the mix of it all. Win Gottschalk, but up front, Brody Stoffel has been able to get away nice and clean with teammate Jake Manolio right behind him. Then you go back to another RPM Nitro card of Mason Brody, it looks like. That's gotten himself up there. We'll keep an eye on it here. I believe indeed that is Mason Brody as they work their way through. First lap underway here.
Yeah, 1 lap in the books for the Mini Swifts. 8 laps to go as they round turn number 5 and head down the back straightaway, screaming at full song. Big move for the lead. To the inside goes Jake Manolio. And the 191 marks the first of potentially many lead changes as right there, fellow Nitro Kart looking to mix it up. Mason Brody takes advantage to get to second. And quickly, after getting up and into the top couple of spots on the opening lap, Win Gottschalk's under fire from this group of about 9 deep there from 6th onward. Big low side run for Lucas Tarango. Contact in the middle. The 111 getting turned sideways. Akimo Ahmad. Help as well with Francisco. Here's a look at the bottom right corner of your screen. Let's walk you through the replay of the start here, Caleb. Dutch Westbrook starts it, getting spun sideways into the outer lane.
And it looked like one driver was just right there in the middle that just got driven over the top of, and I think that was Samuel Chavarri, it looks like, as 2 more in that mix got collected as well. A couple more, I think it was like 7 or 8 drivers were out early, and again.
Yeah, and Dutch Westbrook, I mean, that, again, asking for problems there with how aggressive the back of the field was, and they ultimately paid the price because you could see the leaders had their hands up. They were trying to keep the start somewhat tame between Manolio and Brody Stoffel. But row 10 on back, they were full throttle down maybe a third into the back straightaway, stacked everybody up, and then you saw, again, the reason Dutch Westbrook spun off to the side with the brakes fully locked up, trying not to just clobber the karts in front, getting shoved about 10 cars deep, all nose to tail behind him, spins him into the left, and then it's just a pile up and a block track for 20th onwards. Lesson learned, though, because you can see the deltas are huge, especially when you go deeper and deeper down the pack to be this early on. Only 3 laps in, and it's not like the leaders have been pushing away. You just saw a lead change there. 3rd different leader here over the first 3 laps. Mason Brody now in command, and just like that, another lead change as well. So it shouldn't be as big of a gap as it is through the pack. But that said, we've got what we've got, and we've got a battle still, even with those remaining. Lorenzo Lopez to the inside for 2nd, and Brody all the way back to 4th. Here comes 5th, Marcelo Flores on the charge there in the 112.
And again, you see there, right, the 140 of Lopez kind of playing spoiler to the 3 teammates. Just got kind of going back and forth, not really deciding who's going to be in the lead of it. And Lopez able to split them all up by getting himself up to second. Again, his gap to Stoffel's going to close right on down. Marcelo Flores as well in the 112 is going to start to close in on the top 4 this time around in a drafting range. Win Gottschalk as well in 6th. Going to close in. Lucas Tarango's right behind him. So a couple of more drivers are on their way to this front pack as Brody looks to go by on Jake Manalio in a turn number 4, and he's clear.
Nice move, Mason Brody picking spots back away. Meanwhile, new leader, Lorenzo Lopez on the CRG in one corner, loses it right back, and we've got it all out now. Back and forth, 2 by 2 through turns 8 and 9. Jake Manalio with a heads-up move to get up to 3rd, and Flores follows. And this is great news for Win Gottschalk and company. You can see he's closing in back in the 6th spot on that blue and orange Bennick. Along with him, riding Lucas Tarango there in 7th. He'll put another Nitro kart in the mix. One of them hanging tough on Lopez. Another one passing Lopez in the last turn. Still, we have yet to see this pack explode, but it feels like a time bomb we're watching right now, Caleb.
And here come a couple of more drivers. Mace Lasek, Hudson Howard, Lucas Tarango all on their way to this front pack as Mason Brody now the leader. Stoffel going to get shuffled wide as the 167 there able to get clear. That's Tarango. And Marcelo Flores now going to have a look down low on Manalio as Manalio goes low on Mason Brody.
He thought better of it, or he was just trying to fend off and keep his teammate out front that he knew he could work well with. And it's worked out nicely. They're fighting pretty hard here for 3rd. Lopez versus Flores. Flores will win out at the end of 9 into 10. And Win Gottschalk in the 3-plate has carved up now to 5th. Behind him, there's Brody Stoffel making a play there. That was on Lucas Tarango. Shuffles him back maybe 3 spots. This time by, we're past halfway. We're at 3 to go. Hudson Howard with a deep send into the last turn. We followed him in qualifying. Had a great outlap to position himself well, then kind of got tripped up a little bit. And it sent him way down the leaderboard. He started way back. Hudson Howard back outside of your top 25. He's climbed up 24 positions so far here in the pre-final, and the rest of them are still well within range with the way that they're racing right now. Into turn 6 there with a nice move for Brody Stoffel on Marcelo. That'll give Hudson another window to get another one. Down, Hudson Howard, 24 up, 11 up for Lejek, 12 up for Kimo Ahmad as well. All 3 of them able to avoid the chaos, let the seas part in front of him, and now Howard finally getting a little bit of backward momentum as Flores kind of gets into him there in the buckle. 2 to go at the line. Mason Brody, Jake Manalio, Lorenzo Lopez, they might be able to get away now, but they're not alone. As Howard continues his fight here at the edge of the top 10. Look at this. Win Gottschalk is there on the Bennick. Make it 4 deep in your main group.
Yeah, this has been an absolute dogfight from start to finish for these young drivers. And again, this is exactly what we saw last year, right, in 2025. Just some great driving, sometimes over the limit. This time they're keeping it right on the line as Mason Brody to the bottom of the racetrack. Lopez looks to rip the high side, looks to cross them both over. He's side by side for the lead now with Mason Brody, and Gottschalk looks to try it this time by as Lopez opens up once again.
Oh, Win had a good run, and then right as Lopez kind of opened his hands, Win had to just barely break the momentum and just faded back into 4th. 2 by 2 to the buckle. Manalio into 2nd. Gottschalk, can he get at least to 3rd? He can. He's still just barely there. He'll tuck back in. To the final turn we go. And it's Mason Brody. A little wiggle out of the last turn, broke the momentum. The same for Gottschalk. Lopez is alongside him. Here is Kimo Ahmad as well. Remember, Ahmad started also pretty far back. He's up quite a ways. 16 spots to 5th, trying to get more. And the RPM Nitro just might have got a gift there with Gottschalk and Lopez trading blows in the S's because the gap is a couple of car lengths. But Brody's still going to cover low. Manolio's trying to let him know they have some space. But they're all fanned out into 6.
And Ahmad, the driver, got up to third. They're 3 wide. Gottschalk into Flores as now side by side for the lead. Manolio looks to get the inside into the lead of the race.
What a crossover. Jake Manolio from the high side to the low side and around the outside in 7. Now with a gap as Ahmad's gotten to second. And he's under heavy fire. Contact in the buckle. Flores getting the elbows out, and who pays the price? That was Mason Brody going way off. Jake Manolio, huge lead. 2 turns to go. Ahmad to second. And a dogfight here for third. Gottschalk versus Flores. The pre-final will go the way of Jake Manolio in pure chaos. Ahmad second. 3 wide to the line. Give it to win Gottschalk over Flores and Lopez. Wow.
And you almost have to catch your breath after that one. That was a barn burner of a pre-final. And again, that's just a preview to what we're going to see in the main event. That was just to decide where they're going to start. But what a drive for Kimo Ahmad to get himself up to second. And again, this kid, no big team this weekend. Him and his dad and his mom just pitting out of their garage here, local to Speedsportz Racing Park on the front side near the grid.
There's putting on display for the home crowd. 19 spots gained from 21st up to second for Kimo Ahmad. Along with that here, the rest of your top 10. Howard ends up 8th, still climbs up tremendously from 31st. Liam Francisco from 25th to the 7th spot. And your fastest driver, Zev Gottschalk, charging after going backwards off the start there. He was right around where Dutch Westbrook began. And by the way, in terms of the rest of your updates, a number of the drivers involved in that incident did not continue. A handful did, though. Dutch was able to rebound to 25th. But Jake Manolio wins your pre-final here in Mini Swift.
Okay, Jake, that was an awesome race there. Was it as exciting for you driving as it was for us to watch?
It was very exciting for me to drive, and it was very fun.
So what about this track appeals to you so much? Where have you found this speed?
I don't really know. I just felt like we've been good a little bit of everywhere.
And is there anyone you want to thank? Who's helped you out this weekend?
My mom, my dad, and everybody under RPM, and
that's super professional from Jake. A really great win, and I'm sure he's going to carry that through to the final. Now, I've been given a little tool from our co-owner, Trevor. This is a measurement tool for the track temperature. And it's a pretty interesting observation that I've had over the past couple of minutes here is, we've talked so much about the cool temperatures, how it's cold here in Texas. Well, the sun's come out, and as the track temperature is beginning to rise, a lot of the guys, I think, who were quick when the tire pressures were in a totally different space might not be as quick. So that's something to watch. The track temperature, at least the last time I checked, had raised about 2 or 3 degrees. Let's see what it is right now. At least where I stand is about 75 degrees. Over towards the track, it's about 80 right now. So I'd be kind of interested to hear Xander and Caleb kind of talk about, as the temperature, especially on the surface, rises, what's that going to do to these pro shifters that are about to go out?
Well, it just makes you rethink a little bit of the air pressures that you're going with. At the same point, how aggressive do you want to be on warming the tires? David, you had a great question talking earlier with Blake Nash about degradation as well. This track having so many long, winding sections to it that you want to make sure that your softer compound classes, your pro shifters and pro X30s manage to still have enough meat, enough rubber on the tire to be able to fight in those final few laps of the main event. Hotter it gets, the harder that'll be, but it does make this outlap a little bit easier.
Yeah, for these shifter drivers especially, right, got to be thinking, right, how much tire do you want to use in a 10-lap pre-final before the main event? And that's something that I'm really interested to see out of some of the younger drivers, right? Drivers who haven't been in this situation before, like JP Melchiori. When you look back here last year, he was at the back of the field, I believe, didn't even finish the main event. He was so far back, and now you're fighting against some of the best, like Billy Musgrave, who shares row number 2, and like Justin White and Jay Irwin, who have experience racing in the shifter class.
No doubt. Justin White, Jay Irwin. Crazy to say Jay Irwin's turning into a bit of a veteran here, but as you would ask him, this will be year number 4. Realistically, it's year 3.5, and we're just at the beginning of the 0.5, but no doubt the number 6 plate speaks for itself, as does the 1 plate there, and the 6 Supernats titles and Pro Tour title for Billy Musgrave. And like you said, Melchiori doesn't stop there. The experience behind him, Diego Ardiles has stood on the top step of the podium numerous times in his junior career at the Skusa Pro Tour and the like. Gavin Bailiff, a winner here last year. So he's surrounded by experience, and he's surrounded by drivers that have started in those first couple of rows. Starting as far back as he does, it's not much different than how chaotic it is to survive a start in the single speed division. Survive, right? You're just managing. You're trying to look for where the wrecks are not, where the stack-ups are not. When you're in the front couple of rows here, all that extra bit of technique about being able to position the kart in the box so you have the least amount of wheel input to get over to the lane for the first corner. You'll see drivers sometimes arc or angle their starting their karts inside the box. At the same point as well, the last bit of warming those tires up. How good did you test the mock starts? There's nobody better of all the veterans in this grid and some of the best that we've seen over the last decade than Billy Musgrave, the former motocross rider turned go-kart superstar, is one of the best at launching off the line off that perfect feel of the clutch engagement, because that's what they're doing right now. Rolling up, pop the gearbox into neutral for a moment till everyone's in position, and when they get the all clear, right here, we get ready to go. Racing action. Pro Shifters opening pre-final is green. And there you see it. Melchiori right off the rip, shuffled way wide, and at the same point, heck of a start from the clean side of the racetrack for Jay Irwin. He gets the whole shot undoubtedly, although Justin White looked like he might have been able to challenge. Instead, he's been having to fend off Musgrave here on this opening half lap. That's a nice gap here to begin for the number 6 plate.
Yeah, that was a great start out of Jay Irwin to get himself to lead of the race. Justin White, again, just a couple of corners to settle in. Looks like he's settled in now as he now looks to chase down Jay Irwin, and you see him already closing down the gap. That was just a whole lot bigger when you were at the buckle just a couple of corners ago. First time on the backstretch, Musgrave to Bailiff to Noah Zars. The first of the Kart CRG USA machines to Vincent Cassard and Nicholas Bull there as well down in 7th. And you look way back behind Ashton Henkel to find JP Melchiori, started on row number 2.
And it's so tricky to be able to pick apart the field and not lose a lot of time. For one, again, the accordion effect or rubber banding you see with how quick the driver is able to get down the gearbox and then point those go-karts and launch out of it. David mentioned track temp as well. That's going to factor into how much they're able to arc the turns and how much wheel spin they'll have when the tires are cold and you're driving on a cold surface that just doesn't have a lot of grip. It's going to really favor the leader in a mano-a-mano situation. It's going to be a struggle to follow someone because you're still turning and they've got the wheel straight in front of you and they're able to put full power down. But Justin White, to his credit, that was a good recovery at the end of the first lap. This second lap looks okay, but Jay Irwin at the same point is settling in pretty nicely right now, out in front by about maybe 5 car lengths or so. Then it's this group here, third. Two drivers who spent nearly 23 laps around each other at last year's main event on the Pro Tour here. Bailiff and Musgrave, and they're once again near each other, but not in command. Irwin and White about a second up the road.
And again, this corner right here, in between those two drivers was the topic of conversation in 2025. They're right, open a whole can of worms, but this year, again, I believe the Gavin Bailiff rule, if you will, can't move a driver out of the way now in the shifter class, so going to have to work his way by wherever he can this time out.
Problems already. The number 21, Lucas DeLongchamp, out in the infield. Our sole DNF so far here from the Pro and Master Shifter combined pre-final. And I believe our Master driver, they have opted to just jump over into the Pro category to be 15 deep here. But nonetheless, of your 15 Pro Shifters, Bailiff still hunting on Musgrave, has a run on him, looks low into the dog leg. An awkward place to try and make the pass, now shoves it down the inside in the last turn. He can get it done there on the inside. And Musgrave goes back to fourth as the number 7 moves into third. Little love tap there from Billy going through turn number 1. That was definitely an aggressive move, but it was a good kind of chess play by Gavin to put him offline in the kink leading into the final corner. And I don't think Billy necessarily was planning to fight him too hard for that spot regardless. But it certainly made the gap a little easier for Gavin to find a way by. And while they start to string out, Justin White last time by did go fastest, by the way, 50.365, picked up about a 1/10.5 on your race leader. So the top 2 are tightening, as is the group about 5th onwards. Vincent Cassard's pack has about 8 cars under 2 seconds. Quite a midfield here for the 15-car Pro Shifter contingent, halfway in.
And it also looks like this stage right here, Jay's just being a little bit conservative. Doesn't look like he's full-on pushing at the moment here at Speedsportz Racing Park, probably in that conservation stage of the pre-final. And again, you'll take a look over the shoulder to see White's starting to close in. But a wide arc through that corner. There is a little bit of dirt there still on the exit of turn number 6 down the inside. You saw Billy kind of hit that. That slowed him down, and it opened up the gap that he had that was close to Bailiff after Bailiff got through. But again, that opened up. And this is a pack further back. Right behind Noah Zars goes Ashton Henkel and a couple more. Looks like Melchiori's right there, as well as Diego Ardiles in that mix. And Cooper Becklin, who started on the back row of this race, now up to 11th.
Becklin on the Nelliton Race Concept supported LN card. There's Ardiles getting by Melchiori. Melchiori looked like he kind of stumbled down the gearbox into the last turn. I don't know if Ardiles was looking to go on him or not, but as they all bottled up in front of him, Melchiori getting caught out a bit in traffic off that fantastic qualifying effort. Little bobble there trying to set up the backstretch. Here comes Becklin on him now. And all these lessons here, to be fair, for Melchiori. You know, it's a great grid, size, and depth to learn them on, as well as for Ashton Henkel. Unfortunately, that's not a fun lesson to learn. He just got shuffled into the weeds there out of 7.
And another one of the CRGs goes through. I think that's Herrera down in 14th, or now 13th, or 12th now, as he was able to get through in the 96. But yeah, a couple of drivers just kind of off track. That was 2 of the PSLs, obviously, with DeLongchamp going to be out. And now Henkel with an off-track excursion from there, as now Becklin starts to close in on Bull in the 33.
Fun to watch right now, probably fun to drive. Cooper Becklin's number 28 looks pretty hooked up. You see how much tighter he's able to hold it through turns 4 and 5. Quite a bit of grip, good run, good launch. Now down the backstretch, I think, yeah, he'll get that one pretty easily. Boulay will let him through, no issues. Up to 8th now for the 28. With plenty of time to maybe get 1 or 2 more if that speed is as good as it was just a lap ago, because we don't have a ton of time left. It'll be the double sticks out this time by. I think Justin White may as well have gone into management mode here to run out this pre-final. He was making some inroads early. You saw him get a little squirrely on the brakes, chasing J. Irwin down. He's starting to back that pace up now after peaking at a 50.3. Last time by for Justin White was a 50.6. Irwin's consistent at the 50.4s. Seems to be able to have a line that doesn't really work the equipment all too hard and is still able to put a 90 to 95% lap together. Big, big moment there for Melchiori. He was way out of shape and it bottled up Gauthier.
Yeah, Gauthier looked like he just had to check up as Melchiori went deep into turn number 6, chasing down Bull. And again, that gap's now going to open up. Just a little update on Henkel, who's down in 13th at the moment after going off the racetrack. White flag flies as Diego Ardiles starts to close in on Noah Zarsk for the 6th spot. And that's one of the closest battles on the racetrack now, is, again, like you said, right? For Justin White, now picked it up a little bit, but it was about 2/10 I think and when you talk about conserving, that's exactly where you go. You go down about 2/10 to try and save up your equipment. You got to think big picture, right? The trophies come later on today in the main event.
Well, and he learned what he needed to learn now. He's probably still learning a little bit as Ardiles sends this one aggressively to the inside in 6 and gets the job done. It looked like it was going to be a little tough to get the power down on the exit, but he does. Zar's not making it too hard on him. And meanwhile, Jay Irwin, after the heartbreak just less than 2 months ago, will kick off 2026 with a whole shot and the first checkered flag available. He'll score the pre-final win over Justin White, Bailiff, and Musgrave.
As Vincent Cassard across the line in 5th in his first race back since the Super Nationals back in 2024. To Diego Ardiles, a good run to finish 6th. To Noah Zars, Cooper Becklin, Nicholas Bull, and John Paul Milcori, your top 10.
Just like that, pre-finals in the books. In fact, timing and scoring's already moved on to the main events. They're ready to roll with KA100 Junior. Pro and Master Shifter all wrapped up now. We'll be ready to go here with the national anthem shortly. And then it's 8 action-packed main events here for the afternoon from Houston, Texas. Main events are almost ready to roll. K100 Junior will be first up. We would like to ask that all of you here in the paddock listening in and all of you watching along at home as we pay our respects and stand and remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem. So K Junior's getting ready to go. Pro Shifter rolling through the scale line, and there goes the 1 minute call from Superkarts USA for the first main event of the 2026 Skusa Winter Series. Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Easton Cox on tap here for KA100 Junior. They'll be ready to lead us to green, but first, a last bit to wrap up what we just witnessed. Jay Irwin victorious in your Pro Shifter Pre Final. He's standing by with Dave.
Yeah, Jay, just kind of walk me through that because I know conditions were a lot different than qualifying. So kind of talk about the sunny skies and the slightly warmer conditions than they were earlier.
Yeah, that one was interesting. It was actually a bit more slippery, I felt. So, yeah, I think everyone is going to have to try and find something after that.
So what do you think caused the more slippery conditions? That kind of seems like something that we wouldn't maybe have expected.
I don't know. There was a lot of dirt on the track after racing, so I think it was just due to racing, but otherwise I think the track would have been better.
Well, there's a lot more racing to go between now and then, so I'm assuming that you're going to be expecting a much more slippery track by the time your final rolls.
Yeah, well, we just don't have to, we can't anticipate too much. We just have to go off what we just had.
Well, if you're going with what you just had, you're probably going to do pretty well. Jay Irwin.
Thank you, Dave. Indeed, Jay Irwin, as mentioned there, the K Masters and the Mini Swifts, they were all over the place right before the Pro Shifters went out. No surprise, there was a bit of dirt and debris around, but nonetheless, Pro Shifter ready for the afternoon, and to kick off our afternoon, a high-five performance front row, a Kemper Jr. and Cox. These two put on a good show at the end to battle and a good display of teamwork to keep the likes of Tristan Murphy and Travis Pettit at bay, who will start behind him in row 2.
Nathan Golseth and Benja Fernandez on row number 3 with Jackson Baldus and Gabriel Balag on row number 4.
Nico Orbezo and Nico Katowski make up an all-Nico row number 5. Eli Steinbruck and Colton Schneegenberg on row 6. Tucker Trebe and Alex Chandler row 7.
Mason Berry and Lawrence Perriman are going to be on row number 8 with Joao Pereira and Braden Wagner on row number 9. Leonel Davalos and Franco Escoto on row number 10.
Row 11. Rodolfo Lavin Jr. on the inside, Carson Berry on the outside, Kai Park and Arthur Barb on row number 12. Fernando Estavo and Emilio Bolanos on row 13.
Santi Orioli and Callan Berghoff are on row number 14 with Christopher Goulet and Mia Johnson on row number 15. Your top 30 starters. Only a couple more to go with Theo Mitchell, Carlos Molina, Alexander Savage, Hudson Thompson, Max Christia, Lucas Dryby, and Clayton Stiles. 19 rows total, 37 make up your KA Junior field.
Long way to go for Max Christia, 35th after having the issue at the end of the pre-final. Actually, really about midway through. He was running 4th, qualified at the front as well. But for the first time in 2026, for the first time ever, the Skusa Winter Series is in Texas at Speedsportz Racing Park, and our first main event of the afternoon is waiting to get to the start box. Tyrone Kemper Jr. in the all-black machine on the left, Easton Cox on the right. Let's kick off the 2026 season. KA Junior is green. Bit of chaos around 9th and even more so backwards. 3 cars really collected there at the outside of turn 7. Kemper leads your field into the infield. Cox in 2nd, Pettit to 3rd. Covering low there, Benja Fernandez trying to not have the backward slide in the opening couple laps he did in the pre-final. We're underway, and just like that, they'll fan to the inside in the final turn and hit the timing loop for the first time. 4 wide nearly as Nico Orbezo jams on the brakes and thinks better of that one. Early to be that wide and going at it.
Yeah, a lot of pushing and shoving there into turn number 14 in that group as they all got slowed down. Everybody having to check up, but Tucker Tribe now able to get to the rear bumper there of that group as more drivers go to the low side. Golseth going to look low on Tristan Murphy, the 2 drivers who were teammates at the end of last year now with different camps. Still both on OTKs. Golseth couldn't get through with Benja Fernandez now right behind him. Golseth going to try it again, and for the 2nd time in a row, going to get denied.
I don't know what Carson Berry had for lunch. That kid just went up 9 spots on the opening lap from 22nd to 13th. A couple other big movers picked up a number of positions as well, like Arthur Barbe from 24th to 17th. There's a look at Berry. Already, I think, picked up another one. Charging on the GWR Gillard. There's his brother as well involved. Oh, no! Oh, man. Jinxed it right off the bat there for Mason in the 820 going backwards. Carson will pick up a spot, though. He'll go 10 net upwards here on the opening circuit, right behind the likes of Steinbruck, Trabe, and Nico Orbezo here right around the top 10 bubble. And here we are, back to the front, right on cue, new leader, Travis Pettit.
And it's taken him a while, right? Had to work his way up the field throughout the pre-final. Now gets himself to the point. And in the lead of the race for Travis Pettit to Easton Cox. And with a couple more drivers off the racetrack, that's the 805 there. That goes off. That's Bolanos, who was down in 25th, and one more as well was down there with him in the grass.
So one RPG Cosmic, sadly a casualty here on lap number 3. The other taking full advantage of a great start. Hurricane Trav striking early in this 20-lap main. He takes over with 3 laps completed and 17 to go. And Easton Cox has done a phenomenal job today of staying up in the front and maximizing that phenomenal qualifying performance. He is right on the heels of one of the winningest junior drivers of 2025, and another top-tier talent with a whole lot of checkered flags is closing in there as well. Tristan Murphy and Nathan Golseth now making his way towards the lead with that pass on Fernandez.
Yeah, it's a good move there for Golseth to get up to 6th. Now, sorry, to 5th. Now for Nathan Golseth, Benja. Again, it must be said, for that driver who was a rookie last year after winning the Super Nationals 2 years ago in the Mini Swift class, now sophomore in the division, showing some pace here in the first time out at Speedsportz Racing Park. So definitely a year of growth last year for Benja, and now finally kind of growing into the class, right? Growing a little taller, growing a little bit more strength as well. After just being a little bit undersized, right, last year in the class, now finally able to show some pace, show what he's got.
It's cool to see as well him adapting and having so much speed on his first race under the MPG banner equally. Spent quite a bit of time with the SLA kart racing family, the Artisans. They have done a phenomenal job playing a big part in that young man's development, and then spent some weekends with the JHCD group, spent some weekends as well now with MPG Motorsports, the official KR North America team for 2026, the new home for him and the rest of the white and orange and now red group. And he's gone back by Golseth, it looks like. So Benja slipped back to 5th, charged back to 6th, charges back up to 5th. Still has sights on the top 4, but they're not really mixing it up too much. So he and Nathan, they'll need to make sure that whoever is better to lead the two of them, they decide that right now. Otherwise, the fastest driver on the racetrack the last lap around was the man in 7th, Nico Orbezo, on the Tony kart, closing in on these two. And the Houston native, Nico, now well within the toe of them. He's got fellow Nico Katowski closing in also, and then just behind Gabriel Balog there on the Pinnacle Racing Development TB kart running 9th.
Yeah, great point that you made there, right, for Golseth and Benja Fernandez. Now's the time to figure it out. Once you get to these next 10 laps, just about up until lap number 15, right, that's where you kind of start to settle in. That's where you start to plan out the race of where you want to be in those last 5 laps. And you want to be in contention, right? You want to be within a shot to win this race. And again, it all depends on those last 5 laps. We know that Travis Pettit and Easton Cox are going to fight for a race win. Cox looking for his first. Pettit looking to start off the year on a high. Now being, if you will, that lead junior driver at RPG. So this is important. These next 10 laps really are going to be the important ones to start to plan out this race and put yourself in position to fight just in the last third of this race.
And it's really hard to do. It's easy for us to say, yeah, figure it out. You guys were better the lap before, but you're amped up from how crazy these starts are in the opening couple laps to mentally calm yourself back down. And even when you get rattled, like right here, going back 2 spots and 2 corners for Benja Fernandez, to be able to get back to that calm and collected and almost rhythmic mentality that you can hit your marks perfectly before the leaders do the same and get too far out of reach. And right now, that one move Nathan Golseth made, that better be the right one. Or Nico Orbezo with the one here, sending it to the inside for 5th. Because they started this lap 1.3 seconds back from Tristan Murphy. How far back will they end it? They gave up 4 tenths in all of those exchanges. So they need to make up an additional 4 tenths now on top of the 1.3 they needed. And that was just to get to the back of the top 4. And it's hard to even really call them the top 4 because you can see Easton Cox is glued to the back of Travis Pettit. He's doing exactly what you would tell a young driver to do that hasn't maybe been at this stage, much less even period in a grid this big at the likes of the regional TSRS events that he's competed in over the last couple of seasons as well. Say, look, we know if there's someone faster than you and they pass you and you can tell they're hitting their marks, just push them. Ego aside, pride aside, you're excited. You qualified on the pole. You beat everybody in a one-lap shootout. But the one lap that matters is the last one here. You don't need to lead the middle 19. So if the cards align themselves for you to stack the deck, do it. And he's doing just that. He's pushing Pettit away. He's broken the draft now back from his teammate, Tyrone Kemper Jr., who is unfortunately just not got that same chemistry right now with Tristan Murphy. The two of them are about a car length perfectly separated, it feels like, every other lap. And as the leaders trail on by, there's Balog going through, and there is a look back to Carson Berry in the 812. Mason Berry there in the middle of that group in the 820. He runs right behind Steinbruck. Then it's Arthur Barbet and Colton Schniegenberg and Callan Berghofer as well on the charge, but nobody on the charge more than the 839, Caleb. Max Christia, 18 spots and counting.
Up to 17 for Max Christia is now Barb. Looked like he was side by side with Colton Schniegenberg for a good bit of this lap. Able to stay ahead now with Mason Berry just right ahead of them. Barb going to go to the low side as Baldus going to try and fade on Callan Berghofer, and you see Berghofer shakes his head and points forward as they try and close in on Schniekenberg. Baldus goes back to the bottom, this time with a push from Christia, and that's going to stick as Berghofer loses 2 in a turn number 1.
So good move there. Christia will get another one down. He continues to pick him up and put him down. Let's see this move down the backstretch. He'll stick with for the moment. Baldus there through turn number 6. Thought he might have been close enough to pull the trigger, but he might opt to wait for an even better opportunity to go for it. Even still, Jackson Baldus, at the same point, to his credit, he started pretty high up. He's had a rough go in the opening stage of this main event. He's trying to claw back. The speed is certainly there, and it's definitely there in that high-five performance camp with 2 drivers inside the top 3 spots. And it's only a waiting game right now with how aggressive this pack is in front of him. Look at him. Back goes Steinbruck, 2 spots away now. Barb gets through, Schniegenberg through. Barry at the front of it was even defending himself to hang on. That's given Carson Berry, his brother, about a 2 1/4 margin.
And it must be said as well for the 872, this is really coming to form for him this year to start off 2026. The driver that you saw in the 20s last year, now this time fighting to get himself inside of the top 10. Looks to the bottom on Mason Berry. He's clear with a push from Steinbruck and Colton Schniegenberg as Baldus looks to go by on Berry as well. That was 4 spots lost in the span of 2 corners there for Mason Berry. Unfortunate. It might be another one as Christia now gets to his rear bumper.
Yeah, Max Christia right there on command there from you, Caleb, with a move to the buckle. That was perfectly timed as well. It didn't look like he lost a lot. Barb with Schniegenberg right there, I think is going to go. Yes, he is, to the inside. Steinbruck trying to follow, kind of bottled the exit, but he'll get a shove. That's some help from Baldus, and nearly to the edge of the racetrack goes the SCR machine of Barb. He hangs on. Baldus picks up a spot. Christia now door-to-door, wheel-to-wheel with Steinbruck. Can he make it into 4? He can. Hung on the outside of 3. He'll get another. Max Christia. That should be 14th. Impressive.
Yeah, it's a great drive so far for Max Christia as now Schniegenberg fades to the low side. Barb opens up and Baldus just sneaks it in down low and at turn 7 to make up another spot. And that's, again, going to fall into the hands of Max Christia as Barb fades low to defend.
Christia was able to take the normal line into the buckle. He should be able to pick off another spot right here on the bumper into the dogleg. Meanwhile, check out the middle group of the leaders. Nico Orbezo, Nathan Golseth, Benja Fernandez, and Nico Katowski closing in as well. Orbezo's already gotten by both of them. Next up will be Murphy and Kemper Jr. But those two in 3rd and 4th, they've already fallen more than 2 seconds away from the leaders. As fast as Nico Orbezo is carving and cutting up the field, still Travis Pettit and Easton Cox are just that little bit better. And so he might be able to claw his way up to 3rd, which would be a very respectable drive for how far back he had to start at the end of lap number 1. but it's a tall order. We're past the halfway mark. We're going to see 7 laps to go this time by, and a hefty margin with 2 drivers that are playing this race perfectly out in front.
Yeah, but perfect definitely for Easton Cox and Travis Pettit, right? They just haven't tried to pass each other. You know, after Pettit went the lead, Easton was okay with it. He was happy to be in second, happy to be, you know, just following along, learning a little bit from Travis Pettis' line, seeing where you know, when it's going to be the time to go for Easton. And you got to think, you can catch him by surprise just before the 2 to go, before Travis really starts to defend, or you can wait. You can wait till the last couple laps, last 2 laps to be exact, to get it done. This time by for Nico. He was passed there by Nathan Golseth. So the 2 drivers local to the state of Texas now trade positions.
With the run out of the corner, maybe he can go back in on him in the last turn if he wants, but instead, giving the opportunity back to Golseth. This is the part of the race, too, where it's so strung out that if you had to push as hard as Nico Orbezo probably did to get there, you don't know how much juice you got left in the package. Nathan Golseth and Benja Fernandez starting that much further up, probably able to cruise a little bit in the middle, and equally for Golseth, able to follow Orbezo for that 1 lap and see if there's anything different he needed to adjust on his line. As many laps as he and Orbezo have at this place, it's just so hard to replicate the circumstances of a major race weekend. The added number of go-karts laying down rubber, dragging dirt onto the racetrack, as mentioned there by Jay Irwin earlier. And more than anything else, the different conditions. When we come here with the regional championship, the Texas Sprint Series, we're normally going in the heat of spring or the heat of fall. Nothing like the coolness of January, where a move like that probably would have stuck with the heat of the summer down here in Houston. But it is a chilly Saturday afternoon. Much colder, nearly 20 degrees air temp, cooler air temps than yesterday, and probably a 30 to 40 degree swing of the surface temp as well, Caleb.
And yesterday was really typical Houston, right? Hot, humid, and again, very sticky out today. It's just very cold as they're going to go 3 wide into turn 6. Golseth to the bottom. Orbezo was in the middle, and Murphy going to lose 3 spots in the process as Benja Fernandez is able to get clear. And now they're looking to chase down Tyrone Kemper Jr., but that was, again, not as close as what it was in KA Senior. They were all able to make it through, but they're just looking to chase down that podium, the last podium spot here with Tyrone Kemper Jr., who sits in 3rd.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tall order here for Tyrone Kemper Jr. to hang on with that pack now lined up again to remain on the box. Easton Cox, his teammate, doing a phenomenal job pushing along with Travis Pettit. That lead is now up and over 3 seconds. Look at the 2 of them here. Little bit of a gap. First bit we've seen some daylight between the top 2 contenders. But beyond that, this group here, big bobble there as Golseth and Orbezo got tangled mid-corner. Nico was doing everything he could to keep shoving Nate along and stay as close as he could through the corners. Kind of knocked him out of shape, and that'll hurt definitely impede the progress. And realizing that, he's better in the center, better to lead at that point, but a bit deep. And now the 2 of them, more hand signals, back and forth. Golseth saying, please trust me, go back in and push me again. But they're running out of time. This time by 3 laps remain in the KA Junior main event. Kemper Jr. now with a near 2nd gap back to him. Fernandez and Murphy still lurking along. Katowski got close, doesn't quite have enough to get the rest of the way as things stand, and then it's a huge gap back to Carson Berry. 7 seconds and counting.
Yeah, it just hasn't been enough in the latter half of the race for Nico Katowski, and unfortunately hasn't been able to close down on his own. And for these drivers from Golseth on back, it looked like it would have been this lap where they could have gone on Tyrone Kemper Jr. and kind of started to mix up the fight for 3rd. And just that little incident, that little moment in turn 6 split them all up. But again, a lot of work to do for Golseth, for Orbezo to try and close down the gap to Tyrone Kemper Jr. It'll be 2 laps to go this next time around, and it might be just a lap to try and, again, start chopping at the gap with a 2.6 fly. Up front, though, Travis Pettit, Easton Cox, last 2 laps of the race as Easton looks to close in.
He needs a really good final sector to set up that last turn, or honestly even better than that, hanging on through the S's to line up the back straightaway. This was enough here this time to force Travis Pettit to feel the heat and cover the low side off. And now, going offline, it's all to play for. Let's see what Easton can do. Travis Pettit covered that section perfectly that time. Easton was saying, all right, wait, keep going forward. Give me another lap, then we'll go at it. And to be fair, he could have sent it right there and broken the trust. But no, he's holding restraint here to the white flag, it seems. Pettit a little bit low in the last turn again. Cox will try to wind it up. Didn't have anywhere to go with the run that time. 1 lap to go. A first main event on the line. First main event ever win for Easton Cox or for Travis Pettit. Could this be the start of a storybook 2026? He's parking the bus down low in 4 and 5.
You see Pettit there just brush the brakes into the double rights. Now he's going to take it all the way to the bottom. Cox going to follow. You got to think that's the open up. He's going to open up now for turn number 6. Looking to rip the high side. Now we're going to go back to the outside. Pettit still low. Here comes Easton Cox, though. What can he do? Half a lap to go.
Right there, nose, inside, clear! Easton Cox with a crossover in turns 8 and 9. He's a car length out, but he left the door wide open. Pettit sends it deep, but he bottled it on the inside. Cox again, another crossover. 1 turn to go. Your first main event win on the line, kid. He'll cover the inside out. Pettit's going to have a decent run. It will not be enough. Easton Cox wins round 1.
And that's what experience at this very racetrack does to a kid like that. Knew that if he defended there, he would have bogged down, let Pettit go on the inside, and just like that, an over-under gives the 8:15 a win in Houston.
Oh, can you believe it? Easton Cox is a national race winner, and he is fired up in front of a big-time cheering section for that young man, and well-deserved to pull it off. Nathan Golseth, by the way, with a couple to go, brought that group, willed them up to Tyrone Kemper Jr. He snags that final podium spot ahead of Nico Kotowski, who sneaks into 4th at the end. Murphy 5th, Nico Orbezo, Kemper, Fernandez, Carson Berry, Gabriel Balog, and a valiant effort from Max Christia, 35th to 11th at the drop of the checkers. Major charge forward, but how about it? Easton Cox victorious. Scale line procedures beginning now here. Easton Cox starting to roll his way across the line. Clear through the scales, and the celebrations can begin for that young man, our first main event winner here for 2026's edition of the Superkarts USA Winter Series. A huge moment, and you never forget your first. David Land will be standing by here in a moment with your KA Junior main event winner, Easton Cox. Wild way to get it done, an all-out battle, but he pulled it off there.
And I was going to say, right, one of the biggest differences in between Travis Pettit and Easton Cox is a guy like Easton, right, raced here time and time again all throughout his career in karting. And he's going to know all the nuances, all the little kinks of this racetrack, and you saw it there just kind of coming to fruition.
He put it on display. Let's hear from him. Our first winner on the day is standing by with Dave.
Easton Cox, your first pole position in a national event, but more importantly, your first win at a national event here, the first win of Winter Tour 2026. I mean, the emotions, talk about them.
It's crazy. I didn't expect to come here and do it. I mean, I expected us to be fast, but like I didn't expect this speed, but I mean, I just pushed, got out there, and I mean, at the end just battled it out on the last lap. It was crazy.
You mentioned it to me this morning. I mean, you really didn't expect this kind of speed. Where did it come from?
I don't know. I guess I just showed up. I mean, got some good sleep, ate good, and we showed up when it counted.
And it counted on that last lap. Talk about that battle. That was incredible.
I think his tires started to fall off or something, because I was sticking better through the corners and I was rolling more speed, and he was blocking way too hard. Like, he would go down too hard, so his exit speeds were bad. So I just went out the outside, did an up and under in the double rights, and we just kept it in the lead from there, you know.
Something that was so impressive, and I know Xander and Caleb were both mentioning in the commentary, was your patience. You were willing to stay behind him until the absolute last minute. It sounds like you learned a ton that you could use on that last lap. Talk about that patience.
I mean, you have to have patience to win a race. You can't win it on the first lap. So, I mean, just sit behind him, push him, get a gap, and work it out at the last 2 laps.
Well, I'll tell you what, if he drives half as good as his interviews are, Easton Cox is going to go a long way. This is going to be a fun one, I think. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Main event number 2 on tap. Let's take it through it. Orsilon Racing, KA Senior. Colin Lloyd and Cash Perkins on row number 1. Jared Clark and Donovan Bonilla on row 2. Here, Caleb.
Cameron Weinberg and Chase Gassiet-Lee on row number 3 with Mateo Rubio Luengo and Matthew Cagle on row number 4.
Row 5, Anthony Rivera and Sebastian Garzone. Row 6, Santiago Duran and Edgar Rodriguez.
You go back to Chris Harrower and Ethan Gonzalez on row number 7 to Ibrahim Din, Marcelo Tortato, Juan Paramo, Sawyer Roussel, Bailiff, and Hewitt on row number 10, your top 20 starters. And we're 30-plus deep into this main event. But Colin Lloyd and Cash Perkins will lead them all to the green flag.
Final couple moments here. 20 laps, ready to go. KA Senior action for the Winter Series is green.
And issues off the bat there for one of the Macron Motorsports Comkarts there look like slowing in the infield. Turn number 6 as Shane Reddy goes around and he backs into the grass. Looking to get himself unstuck is now everybody to the low side. Donovan Bonilla, Chase Gassiet-Lee, and a couple more take to the bottom of the racetrack. And up front, Cash Perkins with Speed Concepts Racing goes to the lead early. A couple of more movers. Sebastian Garzone, Chase Gassiet-Lee, Mateo Rubio. Side by side is Garzone. Getting a lot of negotiating going on in that mid-pack. Just trying to decide where they're going to stack up after this opening lap. But up front, Perkins going to lead the field early.
Yeah, Cash Perkins with a good start and now some help. Colin Lloyd seems to be content to push him down the backstretch, try to build a little margin as they fight behind. This is Bonilla on Clark there for 4th. Weinberg going to get a little breathing room. And behind them, Gassiet-Lee contact as he tries to get the elbows out with Garzone. They both continue, albeit losing some valuable time. Rubio Luengo and Harrower able to also get by Sebastian. Here comes the rest of the Orsilon cavalry closing in. They're going to fight amongst themselves in the buckle. Door to door, Tortato and Paramo in the mix of it. Matt Cagle, the rookie, with a healthy welcome call to KA Senior. And now he's going to get a send to the inside from Tortato. Goodness. Santiago Duran in the mix of it all as well. All 3 of them sandwiching around Cagle. Now 1, 2, 3 in the pack. There's Bailiff. There is Weiland. 10, 12 deep here from 7th onward.
And again, this is what you get, right, with all the moves that were being made in that infield section. Sawyer Roussel started way back, and he's in that group as well as Donovan Bonilla now going to go through for 3rd on the Holtz driver development machine of Cameron Weinberg, who's been out of the seat for quite some time. Kind of took back to coaching with Josh Holtz and his program, now in the driver's seat this weekend with Caleb Gaffera not with us. But here go a couple more just in that midfield. Edgar Rodriguez, Hewitt, Tortato, who's just lost a couple. Paramo and Duran, 2 drivers native to Houston, Texas in that mix as Hewitt goes off the racetrack.
Yeah, big moment for Joseph trying to hang on tough, and he's going to really pay the price there this early on. How packed up the field is in the middle. You're going to lose probably 10 spots getting shuffled out like that. Still 2 by 2 all the way down the front stretch. And the shuffling out of them all will end up with Duran back still in the front of the group. And the green and black colors, new for us to really get used to now full time for Santiago Duran as Chase Gassiet-Lee makes a move towards the front. Bailiff under heavy pressure. He'll lose 1, 2, 3 spots as Weiland closes him off there at the end of 6.
And Paramo just went that little bit lower than Finnegan and Bailiff to get clear. Here's Sawyer Roussel still making moves. Up and over the curbs, a little close there, but Roussel gets clear. And up another spot, a great drive up the field for Sawyer as Tortato looks to go right back, and he's going to get it done.
Yeah, Marcelo was having none of it. So Tortato and Sawyer going at it. Here's Matt Cagle losing a spot. Max Weiland making that one stick. And the charge forward for the 918 now puts him to 12th as the leaderboard shuffles up and down from 10th onwards. This is going to get tight right here. Back from Roussel. They were 2 by 2 into the S's. It looks like they've made it. And with that, it's time to check back in with our leaders because they're starting to battle really good, in fact. Garzone tracking down and getting by Gassiet Lee and Rubio Luengo. Now starting to put a little distance on them, but even further up, you saw the movement. Perkins and Lloyd, they've been the same, but Donovan Bonilla getting up into 3rd now. Cameron Weinberg was 4th, now he's 5th. Jared Clark up and into the top 5 and further with the pass there at the end of turn 6.
And it's a lot of drivers that we're seeing for the first time here at the Winter Series. For Cash Perkins, one of the first times we see him out here. For Jared Clark as well. We're used to seeing him out in North Carolina at the Stars Championship Series exclusively, but now for him to get out here, it's one of the first times that we're seeing him against some of these drivers as well that are in this field. Nonetheless, though, getting himself up into the 4th spot, looking to chase down Donovan Bonilla, who's up in a 3rd, as Mateo Rubio looking for a move on Chase Gassiet Lee in a 6th. He's through.
Great qualifying for Mateo Rubio Luengo. It hasn't quite materialized into top-level pace through the pre-final and thus far in the main, but we're still early going right now. Only 5 laps in. Long road ahead for your leaders to close this one out. At the moment, Colin Lloyd playing it like a veteran that he truly is at this point in his career, pushing the like of Cash Perkins well and away from the field and trying to manage at least the gap. Max Weiland, biggest mover so far. I think he's up now double-digit positions. Matt Cagle trying to charge up the board equally. After going backwards, he's now back up a little ways on the Norberg Academy GFC. And here's a look at the 950 machine, Juan Jose Paramo. He'll be the next one in the targets of Max Weiland's MPG Motorsports Kart Republic for the 10th position. Pass ahead as well. Garzone has gotten to and past Cameron Weinberg. Sebastian Garzone from 0 to hero pretty quickly. Dirt tracking it with a little help from Gassiet Lee as they were duking it out early. Hasn't let that phase him. And the double Supernats Junior winner from 2024 is now knocking on the door of a podium with one more spot to gain to be able to see it. He's got Jared Clark well within his sights now coming out of the last turn.
And again, we saw Garzone debut in the Winter Series last year, who was running up at the front. Ultimately wasn't able to capitalize on a race win in his first time of asking that time. What a move. Nice and slick there out of Sebastian Garzone to get clear on Jared Clark. You don't see many moves through there, but again, that was a great one.
You got to have a lot of confidence to pull off the move there in turn number 4. That was a phenomenal charge down the inside. Set it up perfectly as well. You basically overshoot the exit, carry a little extra speed through turn 3, and then you hopefully get deep enough alongside and to the inside of the driver you're trying to pass they could see you and give you the space that you've earned. Nicely done for Sebastian Garzone. And for this group here, Gassiet Lee and Rubio Luengo, both of them with a lot of speed on practice day. And I would rank them right now as things run so-so. I mean, it is, they have good enough speed if they're in the mix to be able to make some magic happen. They might not have the speed to charge up the board on their own. And speaking of charging up the board, now sadly falling down it. Finnegan Bailiff into the weigh scales on lap number 9.
Yeah, that's an early end, unfortunately, for Finn. Again, great pace out in Daytona. Just not the same case here this time out at Speedsportz Racing Park. Here's a look further back. One more driver with a hand up in the air. Looks like Duran. Not happy with one of these two drivers ahead of him. Either Cagle or Juanjo.
Ooh, Cagle with a late move there in 7. Wheels his way on by. Picks up another one. Matt Cagle marching back to his original starting spot inside the top 10. We'll put 9 laps completed this time by. These three have been around each other nearly the entirety of this main, but they've finally gotten the rest of the pack that was around them to kind of fade away from each other. Along with Finn Bailiff, though, in terms of quickness in Daytona, as we see Paramo making a move there to the inside, or defending a bit on the inside. No, losing the spot there, indeed, from Duran. Mixing up the two blue helmets and green and black Ursuline machines for a moment. My mistake, but up front, here's one that's easy to spot. The bright yellow fella to the inside for Sebastian Garzon. He's on the box now, getting by Donovan Bonilla. 2 karts remain for this incredible charge through the pack. That is 7 spots up, fast lap of the race to boot, and by a lot. He is actually the only driver on track in the 54-second bracket, and not just barely, a 54.871. You know what the leader's best times are? 4/10 off of that. Garzon is flat flying right now, and he's only 7/10 away from Lloyd. It will be probably less than that when they hit the timing loop. Halfway in, halfway home. That is 10 laps to make up inches a lap, and he's doing well more than that.
And again, that brings me right to my next point, right? There's a lot of time at hand for Sebastian Garzon to get up there with the top 2, and as well, a driver who's hungry for that first national race victory. A move like this is going to help him out as Colin Lloyd goes by on Cash Perkins. They didn't lose all too much time, but again, Perkins having to get on the brakes to let Colin Lloyd through, and now Garzon right there looking to mix things up, and a lot of forward momentum, right? Full head of steam for Sebastian Garzon as he's starting to close in here on Cash Perkins.
Yeah, Colin Lloyd, he's tried to manage this one well. I'd say he still is, realizing at the last possible second you've got company on the way to go up to the lead. He just went probably a corner early. Perkins with a big dive. He knew Garzon was winding up, and as soon as he could tell that, he pulls the trigger himself. Back to third for Lloyd. And this is where it will really get difficult for 2 aspects. As a big move again in 4, and again it sticks. Garzon to the lead. This incredible drive has been phenomenal to watch, but he has not been the one having to clear the path of dirt and debris, nor has he had a target on his back like you do when you're in the lead, and especially when you drive through the field. Veterans like Colin Lloyd, they know that. They know you might have an edge up on them in raw speed. They will race you harder. They will try to keep you trapped in a battle with them to keep their hopes of the win alive. Let's see what the buckle looks like. Garzon to the middle. Lloyd to follow. Bonilla catching Perkins off guard will take back third.
You got to think there's still a lot of time left, right? They're going to start lap number 13. 8 laps to go left in this main event. And that just gives more time, right? More time for more drivers to get into the frame, as now Bonilla going to go side by side with Colin Lloyd, who's stuck on the outside. Here comes Luengo. Here comes Clark. And Chase Gassiet Lee. Max Weiland, this could also be good for him, but he's a good ways back, 4 seconds, almost 5 seconds back from this group right here. So a lot of work to do for Max Weiland. Not impossible, but we got to see how this one ends up. As Perkins now looks to the low side on Bonilla. Looks to go back for third. Weinberg going to follow him through. Maybe. Not going to stick. Looks to crowd him. And Bonilla able to stick the nose down low. Able to stay on the inside and hold on to the spot.
Donovan Bonilla. Cameron Weinberg outside looking in at the spotlight, it seems. And now, well, that wasn't anything but a bump and run to the tee there in the buckle for Cameron to Bonilla. And Bonilla is going to go back now and get trapped in a fight again with Rubio Luengo. Here comes Jared Clark to the inside. He'll try to get by both of them, and he does. Clark back into the mix again. Gassiet Lee getting new life as well. That's what I'm saying from earlier when he and Rubio Luengo were just hanging on to the lead group by a thread. All they needed to do was stay close enough. Eventually, they're going to fight. And again, in Garzon's case, incredible pace through the pack to get to the lead as this fight continues on, but he has not gotten away from any of them, and he knows it. They're still hot on his heels. Lloyd, Perkins, keeping the heat right on the back bumper of the 951.
Yeah, again, just keeping Sebastian Garzon on his toes, and you see it, right? Middle of the racetrack there, into the buckle. Not going to commit to the high side there, taking the normal racing line still with his head on a swivel, just looking back at Colin Lloyd as, again, they're going to start to get stacked up here. Perkins looking to the low side on Colin Lloyd. Weinberg right there as well in the 79. And Perkins able to make the move stick up to second. And that second group starting to get closer and closer. Rubio Luengo, Clark, Bonilla are on their way.
And again, this tactic here of just defending and hoping it triggers a fight for second, it doesn't always work. Sometimes drivers have seen you play that same hand multiple times over and start to get creative of how to beat it, as you saw Perkins try a move there. But more importantly, going that slow, going offline that many times, even when they do this, even when they go side by side and cross each other up like right there between Lloyd and Weinberg, even when Perkins gets the better of Lloyd because he got bottled up behind you, you were already going so slow yourself, you made yourself vulnerable. But into the last turn here, Perkins, I don't know about that. That might have worked. The one mistake out of Cash Perkins and then going right back in on Colin Lloyd might have just bought Garzone the real estate he needed, as Lloyd gets fed a number of side pods there coming out of the last turn. 5 to go, biggest lead, huge opportunity here for Garzone.
And that's exactly what Sebastian Garzone wanted there, right? That's kind of what he was trying to do by going to the low side, by going that kind of half defensive, triggering that battle from second on back. And
yeah,
you see it now.
But that wasn't, to be fair, that wasn't even his doing, right? Like, he was trying that, but he needed a mistake out of them behind him. And it did happen, to his credit, but that one all right there, the moment Perkins dropped that right side tire in the dirt, he then conceded that second spot, but the moment he sent it back in on Lloyd, he's now sent both of them and almost doomed the two of them. And I don't know if I would credit that as much to the genius of Garzone as it would be just a simple miscue on Cash Perkins in this case. And it's no different than how we were talking earlier of another young driver in Alexander Vanchev of going at it in Pro X30, that those little mistakes that you could get away with when you were exceptionally quick in the junior divisions or maybe even at regional events, you cannot make one single misstep. A guy like Sebastian Garzone will make you pay, and right now he's doing that. Here's the pole sitter trying to rebound. Rubio Luengo into second, Perkins back into third. He's got the speed to be able to at least charge back into that second podium spot. I just don't know if he can run Garzone back down, and now Weinberg getting into it with Perkins, sends him off. Lloyd having to take evasive action, cut the inside curbing there, moves him up. And now Weinberg will cover off the inside from Perkins, and Lloyd moves back into third. All of that giving a huge lead to Garzone, and Donovan Bonilla, not much he can do but follow as Perkins gives a huge shove there to Weinberg in the last turn as well.
They're just scrapping at this point now, and see the hand in the air by one of them, but again, huge gap up front for Sebastian Garzone, and a lot of work to do for Mateo Rubio Luengo to try and close in on the 951, who's looking for his first race win as a senior racing driver.
Oh, Bonilla, new teammate. No love shown there. Kept the aggression at 100%. Wasn't dirty by any means. That was a clean move. And now Weinberg goes at it again with Perkins, and Perkins will have the answer there with a crossover in turns 8 and 9. Weinberg and Perkins, these two are not happy with each other. This is only going to boil over more so in the final 2 laps. Unfortunately, it's not going to be for the win. At best right now, it might just be for 4th or maybe 5th. 2 to go at the line. Garzone's lead back to the top qualifier from this morning. Mateo Rubio Luengo. He was only able to match him last time by. Couldn't really make any serious inroads. They were 1/1000th of a second apart on lap times. Kept the delta identical. As good as Mateo was doing here in the last little bit. If he would have started this gap to track down the leader at 7/10 or 8 even, he might have been able to get a sniff of draft at the right point and pull him the rest of the way, but he's just outside that window. I don't know if he can get there. He'll need a major mistake or a driver further back to maybe kick some dirt on the track and make Garzone be the first one to hit it. That might happen right there. Gassiet Lee going off at the end of turn 7. I don't know what happened. He was in the middle of a massive fight with Cagle and Harrower.
And that was unfortunate there for Chase Gassiet Lee, who we saw running up inside of the top 10. So that's going to be ways down. He was down by Paramo, close to 15th. I think they were able to go by. But white flag in the air. And for Sebastian Garzone, just a lap to go to finally stand back on top of the podium. Last win to date was back at Supernats when he doubled up in the junior ranks. Now in KA Senior, he was close last year. This one, if he can hold on for the rest of the lap, should be good for the Orslin Racing driver.
Yeah, to his credit, a limited schedule last year as he made his first full season campaign in the USF Juniors Championship, the beginning rung on the ladder to the NTT IndyCar Series. But this year, Sebastian Garzone, where it was heartbreak in January and in February, truthfully, at the Skusa Winter Series in Orlando, he can feel it. He knows it's on the verge right here. Final time out of the boot. Sebastian Garzone with an exclamation point and an incredible drive to win in KA Senior.
Great drive there out of Sebastian Garzone as well for Mateo Rubio Luengo to finish second, with Colin Lloyd joining these two drivers on the podium to round out your top three.
Great work here by Sebastian Garzone. Orsilon Racing going to be fired up for the performance there. Mateo Rubio Luengo, solid drive indeed with his performance here today. Top qualifier on the podium. Second here, his career best in senior action on the national stage. And again, joining him there will be Colin Lloyd with Velocity Racing Sodi. Along with that, Donovan Bonilla ends up in fourth. Cash Perkins rounding your top five. Cameron Weinberg, Jared Clark, Chris Harrower, Matt Cagle, and Santi Duran, your top 10. We'll take a quick break. We return. We'll hear from your top finishers and continue with more main events from Houston.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Welcome back. We are here with Sebastian Garzone. I have a feeling this one feels pretty good to you. Tell me about it.
Yeah, like, first I want to thank God. Like, He's always with me, making me to make the great decisions on track. I want to thank my mechanic, Chava, Esteban, to Fabio, to the whole crew of Salon, to my parents, to my sister, to my friends that always supported me. Really special because my first race, like a race-winning senior. I have been working too much in December. I have been working too much for this race, and I just be thankful and still working for tomorrow and do the same.
You mentioned some of those great decisions. You had great pace too. Talk about that run through the field.
Well, like we know that we had really good pace in the pre-final because I got a crash and I went last, and I went like 30 positions in just 8 laps. So we knew we had the pace, just like to be calm. Do the right decisions, because if not, the people ahead will be like far for me. But no, we will be so good there, this win, yeah.
You mentioned having to make good decisions. It seemed like a lot of people got caught up in battles. As we kind of move into tomorrow, what did you learn today that you can take into tomorrow and double up here in the Winter Series?
Make a good qualifying, because in my last lap I did a bad I take like a puddle there in the track. So make a good qualifying, be in the top 5, and go.
Sebastian Garzon, he's super excited about his first senior win.
Big smile and a ton of celebration, as is deserved, for your K100 Senior main event winner, Sebastian Garzon, ready to go for Avinco Tires Micro Swift. Jack Katowski dominated the pre-final. The biggest true margin, if you go lap after lap, and the edge he had over the field of all 8 groups that we've run thus far. Tristan Francisco, best of the rest, got shuffled to 3rd in the opening couple laps. That seemed to be the difference. He tracked him down a little as the race went on. He'll be hoping to get closer now, as we've got a spinner on the opening lap, one of the CRGs. We'll touch on who that was in a moment. Let's continue with our first couple rows, though. Max Santana, Dusty Strayer, good battle for them in that pre-final as well. They're from row 2.
You go to Enzo Botero and Leopoldo Santos Rodriguez on row number 3, with Vettel Baker and White on row number 4, with Dan Dugalescu and Cohen Scott on row number 5.
Row 6, Chip Sullivan and Noah Diamantino on that one, 11th and 12th. Andres Empena and Bodie Bayer back on row 7.
Michael Dean and Alexander Reppin on row number 8, with Liam Campitiello and Bernardo Nascimento on row number 9.
Row number 10, JJ DeShong on the inside, Wiley Lee on the outside. And your final couple starters getting ready to go. Franco Schiavo, Axel Gomez, Trey Sanders, Romeo Ferrante off the spin in the opening couple laps of the pre-final. Rodolfo Garza and Sebastian Kim. But here we are with your front row rolling around turns 4 and 5, doubling up now and trying to get into the tram lanes. One driver stuck in the middle trying to get in line. I think we're well out of sort, but we'll give him the green.
Two drivers around there at the start, looking at 281. One of the ones collected. White was a driver just in the middle of the tram lines there. He was trying to get rejoined. Nascimento was one of those, as one of the MPG Motorsports drivers goes way wide. One of the Kart Republics there. But up front, see the battles here. Bodie Bayer, like Vettel Baker, was right in the mix of it all. And Jack Katowski, to the lead of it early as the 220. Not going to be able to get the first lap underway. Sebastian Kim not going to be able to complete a full lap.
One lap in the books as they cross the loop, much closer up front than the pre-final, both for Max Santana and for Enzo Botero. But a frustrating start here for Francisco. Tristan finds himself down in 8th, single file ahead. At least they've somewhat got touch with Katowski.
Here go a couple of others further back. Rodriguez and Dusty Strayer look to trade the 6th spot. That wasn't going to happen in between the two. Again, Santana doing a good job to kind of stay right there with Jack Katowski, about 2/10 back. A little more, as it looks like Rodriguez went wide again. He's going to get passed by a good number of drivers. That's back to what looked to be just in front of maybe even White, the 224, and a couple more, as Rodriguez got shuffled to the wayside. Tristan Francisco sits there in the 8th spot. Vettel Baker right behind him. So they're all just tiptoeing their way around here early on in this race. There's Shep Sullivan, White going side by side. Sullivan in 8th, White in 9th, Dukulescu in 10th, with Trey Sanders is right behind him.
2 laps complete, 16 to go. Well, I thought I was going to say much closer, but at that same point, the middle pack instantly goes 2 and 3 wide, nearly 3 wide way back here as we watch the 213 of Liam Campitiello all the way down on the bottom side. And way to the high side there, the bright blue machine of Trey Sanders going to the outside. Here's the 221, a Dusty Strayer with now some extra cushion with the back and forth going on here. Shep Sullivan and a hip check from Vettel Baker on the way back by. And that'll break the momentum enough for White to go on through, and here comes the 221 as well. Or not the 221, sorry, 231 of Trey Sanders shuffling things around. Not only do you see new familiar faces in new places and new faces overall for the year, but this is a class that has probably 75% of the grid making their first American major start. So pardon again for myself and, well, more so myself than Caleb. Caleb, you've been pretty dialed today. I got to give you some kudos about maybe miscuing or miscalling some of your favorite superstars in Micro Swift. We'll get it lined up better and better as they continue to develop over the course of the 2026 season, and even over the course of today. We've seen some impressive moves as we've gotten to follow along quite a bit with the midfield, and a testament to that is the domination that Jack Katowski has put on. Look at the gap he's got already up over Max Santana, 1.5 seconds after just 2.5 laps, essentially.
And that's just a year of experience under his belt, right? You talk about last year in the Micro Swift class. Jack learned a whole lot, ran up at the front, learned how to lead a couple laps, even won a race. And now this year, looking to kind of form himself into a race-winning driver where he's coming out there looking to dominate race after race. But like you said, right, I've seen a lot of these kids, especially since now coming to my hometown of Houston, Texas, seeing a lot of drivers that I've seen in the state of Texas race and seeing them, a lot of them make their first national starts with this kind of providing new opportunities with the big show coming to town, right? Provide a lot of drivers to be a part of it. It's Tristan Francisco now looking to make a move on Botero. He's clued for 4th. Botero back to 5th. Dusty Strayer right behind him. In this group with Shep Sullivan, Trey Sanders, Wyatt White, Vettel Baker, Niculescu all just going back and forth, back and forth. There's a 205 of Ferrante who's able to get clear as well. So, again, a lot of battling in this midfield, which will, as the race weekends go on, they'll learn, right? A little bit more pushing. You can kind of make up a little bit more time that way, as now Francisco and Beyer going back and forth looking to trade the 5th spot.
5 laps down, 13 laps to go. Tristan Francisco now with that move on that last lap, rebounding up to 3rd, but time of the essence and time that he just couldn't afford to lose to the race leader. His best lap was only a 10th.5 slower than Jack Katowski. Maybe not as close as they were in times in the pre-final, but nonetheless, having to carve back from 8th when the first lap completed has really put him on the back foot to charge. Max Santana hanging on with 0.9 of a second. That's why we're back here watching. Unfortunately, Vettel Baker gets shuffled a little bit wide in turn 7. A good recovery. Good job to hang on to that thing as it started to want to get out of shape on him, bouncing through the dirt. And now he's got a teammate that looked like closing in there in the 222. That was Garza looking for the move into the buckle. Here's some big sends in even further back. That's the 298 starting to march up the board.
Gomez there. Able to get that move down in the buckle.
So Axel Gomez, Wiley Lee in the mix of this. So is as well one of the Chavos. That's Franco in the 246. And when you talk about movers in terms of spots up, mentioned Bodie Bayer a little bit. How about a shout out again for Trey Sanders, up 15. Biggest mover so far into the 8th position on the Nash Motorsports entry. He's just now looking for that next spot on Shep Sullivan, and that should do it if he could get the over-under out of here behind him. And indeed, he triggers the fight. Here's the 292 going back to work. Cohen Scott fighting for 9th there with Shep, and he completes it. And that'll give Trey some breathing room to keep the focus on marching as high as he can go. So 7th, 16 spots up. Dusty Strayer's the next one, about 2.5 seconds to probably now 3 seconds away. And for a moment there, Cohen had a look to the inside in the last turn. Wasn't quite close enough. In a full-size car, that level of gap would have worked. Not that long of a braking zone here for the Micros.
Not that long. They are going full speed out here as now Bodie Byers and Santana, they traded spots. So they're going to trade it again as Beyer looks to the bottom of the racetrack, looking to get clear into turn number 6. Good move there for Bodie Beyer. What I believe is 2nd national race start. Santana looking to go right back by on him. And the 2 Kart CRG USA machines continuing to fight. But yeah, for Beyer, we saw him last time at the Miami Grand National Championships. Quiet weekend for him, running around was at the back of the pack. And again, you come to a familiar racetrack in Speedsportz for the kid out of Waco, Texas, now to looking for a first national podium, only his second national race start.
Thought we might have saw a pass attempt there from Botero to go back around at least one of the two CRGs in the last turn. Didn't quite happen. They've still got a little gap back to Dusty in the 221. This is, again, you're following third, fourth, and fifth on screen. And while it's MSL Racing for Bodie Bayer on the leaderboard, the two Kart CRG USA entries on the weekend representing well for the brand's home racetrack here in the States. And now with a big moment and a huge evasion of what could have gone way worse for Max Santana. A send down the inside by Enzo Botero. Credit to Enzo. He was letting it all hang out right there in turn number 6. Locked the brakes up a little bit. Even here in the hottest part of what will probably be today, the middle of the afternoon, this track, the level of grip here, far from enough to be able to make some really deep late braking moves where before the brakes might not have locked up because there was so much grip on the surface, the track was so hot. Just 24 hours ago, not the case today, although I can't say 24 hours ago much longer because we're getting to about that point yesterday when the rain showers came in along with the cold front and changed the entire dynamic of this weekend. By the way, halfway in, halfway home, the gap for Katowski up to nearly 5 seconds. A flawless display right now for TKG Barrel Arts, superstar in the making here in Micro Swift, and the fighting continues just for the rest of the spots available, the ones that he isn't taking, like here with Dusty Strayer and Botero now swapping 5th again. Dusty back in the top 5.
And Dusty there after passing Botero, just asking for that little bit of a push. Not going to get it as Botero looks to go into the buckle. Going to get fully alongside on Strayer and going to have to stay behind the 221 Parolin. Is now Botero going to try it again in 14, overcooks it. And just like that, Dusty Strayer with a little bit of breathing room now over the Ursuline machine. And there you go with a look to the movers. Ferrante's up 17, up to 7th. Up 12 spots for Rodolfo Garza. Competiello's up a couple. Beto Baker unfortunately down 8. As well as down 12 for Diamantino and a couple more. But looked like the gap between Bayer and Santana was starting to close in. As here goes Scott looking on the inside of White. That move's not going to stick either, so a lot of drivers looking to get it done in turn number 6. For some of them, it's working. For others, just going to have to wait a little bit more for the likes of Cohen Scott.
In terms of other updates on the movers up the board, with Trey Sanders making up a lot of spots, Romeo Ferrante's equally made up now, and more so. The spin in the morning where he was stuck in the wet grass, up to 7th for the 205 with that move there on that lap around. That is 17 spots gained for Romeo. Another new face for 2026. Shep Sullivan up 3, by the way, up 11 still net overall for Trey Sanders. All that hard work to move forward, and now sadly just a bit back. Here's that fight up for the final spot on the podium. The CRG's putting on a good display back and forth. The 219 of Santana hanging on. That was a good attempt there by Bodie Bayer. Couldn't quite stick it through Switchback City, and back we go, and back they start to slide towards the grasp of Dusty Strayer's Parolin to make it a 3-way fight for the final spot on the podium. Tristan Francisco said, oh no, we've got some chaos here in the buckle. 2 together.
White and Scott there, 2 drivers getting collected on the exit of turn number 11. And they were running inside of the top 10. White was 9th, Scott was 10th. It looked like maybe Scott was just trying to make a move there in the buckle and just kind of lost him a good number of spots. So that's going to promote Garza up to 11th, as well as Lee was able to get up to 13th. So a good number of drivers able to make up a couple there with those 2 going off.
The variance in lap times here due to both the battling and just the young drivers learning, making mistakes. You can hear the cheers of the kids behind watching along right behind our angle here at the end of the back straightaway, where so much has gone down. Every start has been chaos, if not in 6, over in turns 8 and 9. And right here, what a fight we've got going on. Little hip check. I don't even think right there that there was even a moment or a thought that crossed the mind of Cohen Scott, or in the 292, that he still had Wiley Lee on his outside. Thankfully, no harm, no foul, but 7 of them all having a heck of a race here in the middle of the field.
Yeah, and Wiley Lee didn't even flinch right when Scott kind of came across, just kind of held it there. And now he's looking to cross him up. Wiley Lee, a driver who we saw a little bit last year, racing on a waiver. Now 7 years old, able to take part of the class fully. So Wiley Lee with a great move to get himself up into the 12th spot now.
Low look to the inside there. The 244, Dan Dukalescu started inside the top 10, went way backwards, has now clawed back up quite a ways. The Nürburgring Academy GFC in the midst of a 3-way fight between himself and 2 of the hard chargers on the main. Trey Sanders right there behind him, Romeo Ferrante in front of him. And while those two, in the case of Trey, he's done it twice now in this single session, have not necessarily been able to break away by themselves once they've gotten inside the top 10. They've kind of stalled out, if you will, or had something go the way to bring them back into the clutches of the carts behind. So fighting here for 9th, 10th, and 11th, just at the edge of the frame there will be Garza, not terribly far away, as well as Shep Sullivan in the 10th position. Sorry, fighting for 7th, 8th, and 9th. Here's the fight for 3rd. Teammates, contact in 7, and now it is going to be a 4-way fight for 3rd. 3.5 laps to go. Bodie Bayer, Max Santana continuing to duke it out, and now, unfortunately, they've battled a little too much. Dusty Strayer is going to be able to get into the mix of it, and so will Enzo Botero, who nearly spun out earlier here in this main. And the unpredictability of the Micro Swift class showing itself. 2x2 to the final turn. Dusty Strayer around the outside, can't quite pull it off.
And Bodie Bayer now coming on the inside of Strayer. 3 against 1. 3 on the, it's now the inside into turn number 1. Able to get through. Strayer goes by. Santana holds on for 3rd. Bayer can't do much. There, who slots back to 5th, and then you go back to what looks to be Botero there as well. So, again, a good little battle in between these drivers. There goes Botero now looking on the bottom. In turn 6, they're 3 wide. Contact with Bayer and the 227 of Botero. They come together, and I think that's going to be it for these 2 drivers, unfortunately. Heartbreak for Bayer and Botero. 2 drivers looking to have a good result in their first start here in Micro Swift. Up front, though, Jack Katowski able to pull away from this field by 5 seconds plus over Tristan Francisco, the Canadian champion last year.
2 laps to go. Big run here for Dusty Strayer. All of a sudden, a podium that seemed well out of reach just a few laps ago, a few moments ago, is now well within the reach. 2 to go. Dusty Strayer closing in with a huge bag of momentum through the S's to the back of Max Santana, and plenty of room to battle out back. A ton of insurance, nearly 6 seconds to Romeo Ferrante, who is having a heck of a scrap at the top of the screen. Check this out. Dan Dukalescu with a run out of turn 5. And as well, Shep Sullivan back in the mix again, along with Trey Sanders. Here goes Shep to the inside.
Yeah, good move there out of the 212 to get clear there. Shep Sullivan through on Trey Sanders, and now Ferrante looking to hold on over Dukalescu with Sullivan, and again, like we mentioned earlier, Sanders at the edge of that group. And look at Jack Katowski. What a drive for this kid. Hasn't gotten much screen time, but he's been 5 seconds better than the rest of the field. A great drive to kick off 2026 for Jack.
Just incredible to be perfect the way that he has today. The pole award in qualifying, a flag-to-flag performance in the pre-final. We thought that was going to be a tough act to live up to, because this class, a restricted 9-horsepower motor that so often at the super circuits that we go to for the national calendar turns into an all-out draft brawl. Jack Katowski has made it look easy. He has had them all covered from the moment we went green with our broadcast in qualifying. And now, 2 turns remain. 1 turn remains. Out of the final corner, Jack Katowski dominates. It's a perfect game and a perfect day in Micro Swift. Unbelievable stuff here. This kid, untouchable for round 1 of the Winter Series, Caleb.
Yeah, league of his own for the 204, and you saw brother Nico there just watching on his younger brother put on an absolute clinic at Speedsportz Racing Park. What a drive for the 204. What a way to kick off the Skusa Winter Series here in 2026.
Tristan Francisco second. Max Santana able to hang on to third by a hair over Dusty Strayer. Romeo Ferrante, after all of that, 19 spots up. How about making up for the morning there to get into the top 5? And a handful of heartbreaks as to be expected from a lengthy main. But Jack Katowski, 18 laps, and he dominates them all.
Good job, baby. Good job. Go.
What a drive there out of Jack Katowski as we get ready to watch older brother Nico take to the racetrack. He's going to start on row number 2 to kick this one off. Travis Pettit there starting alongside Royce Vega here in All Rawson Performance Group. Row number 1. Pizzonia Neto on row number 2 with Golseth. What looks to be Liam Nachawati there on row number 3. Let's go talk to Jack Katowski. David Land is standing by.
Well, Jack, I'll tell you what, there's not many days in racing that you're going to experience like the one that you've had. That was incredible. Tell me about it.
I just kept focused the whole 18 laps, and I just focused corner by corner and kept my head down.
Do you think you can repeat this tomorrow? I mean, you've led every session, every lap. I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah, I think I can do the same tomorrow if I keep my head down, listen to my coach, and yeah.
Well, I think everybody else should listen to that because it's clearly working. Great job.
Well, there you guys had from Jack Katowski. And you saw Diego Ramos there in the background. He's been a testament to, and again, Jack's coach for quite some time now. They were started over at Orlando Karting Center. Same for Nico, where Diego would get into a cadet-sized kart to train with Nico and Jack. And you see it there coming into fruition this weekend. All the hard work to start off. Quick commercial break. When we return, X30 Junior takes to the racetrack.
IAMI USA West is the official West Coast importer for IAMI engines and parts. Our dedicated and knowledgeable staff have a combined 50+ years experience in the sport and can help you with all of your needs. Call us today or visit our website to find your local dealer to shop.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Welcome back to Speedsportz Racing Park as we get ready to go back racing with X30 Junior presented by Rawson Performance Group. And no better way to sponsor a class in a lockout row number 1 with Royce Vega out of Dallas, Texas. Starts alongside Travis Pettit, Nico Katowski, and Antonio Pizzonia Neto on row number 2. Liam Nachawati and Nathan Golseth on row number 3.
Row 4, Juther Malaswamy on the inside, Grayson Walcott on the outside, Ashton Woon and Mateo Calderon and all SCR, row 5.
Go back to row number 6 with Juther with Marco Samet and Josh Bergman, Parker Ives, and Ellie Steinbrook. You go back to De Janeiro, Murphy, Pereira, Schneegenberg, Barb, and Easton Cox, already a winner on the day. Let's round up your top 20, your top 10 rows to Silva, Roche, Wyatt, Wagner, Vita Romero, and more. Get set to take the green flag here in Junior.
Here we go. X30 Junior presented by RPG, and all RPG front row takes us to turn 6. Couple of spinners further back, otherwise clean and green.
Aston Wyatt, one of the drivers around there for Ryan Perry Motorsports, facing the wrong way in turn number 6, but up front, so far so good for Royce Vega, as well as Travis Pettit. And Nico Katowski gets himself up into the 3rd spot. Everybody else looking to work their way through. Yellow flags wave just on that back sector. But nonetheless, Katowski able to get ahead of Pizzonia, and here goes the rest of the pack, working their way on by side for the back Viter, and it looked like one of the RPGs there. Not sure if that was Nachawati, who was all the way down there, buried in the pack, and I think it might have been because Nachawati's down in 20th after starting inside of the top 10.
Yeah, something way off there for Liam in the last turn, and with the pack this close, you can see how tight it is there from 7th or 8th or so onwards, that it's a huge loss in terms of positions, and then they're only going to spread out from there as they all begin to slowly do a race like this here, back and forth just for 1 to 2 spots after lap 3 or so. That was the likes of Golseth, Pizzonia, and of course Katowski going at it. Here's the middle of the fray that now you have to go deep into to find what happened to Liam Nachawati. William Vitor was in the mix of it. That's Schneegenberg in as well. And through the final turn, as we try to pick out where the young RPG contender was, looks like he's even further than that. Might have faded another couple spots after that one went down. Here's Malaswamy, though, and Ashton Woon. Quiet start for the two of them, getting away from the majority of the chaos. And out front, Royce Vega, Travis Pettit, loving it. 1.1 seconds and counting back to Golseth, Pizzonia, and Katowski. Ooh, weird moment there for Ashton Woon and Juther Malaswamy. I don't know if Ashton wasn't super confident on the brakes or was double thinking the move after pulling to the inside, but a miscue disconnects them for the moment as they roll into the infield. Josh Bergman with a solid start, though, here to the main. It's been an uphill climb today for the 777. This is a good place to fight from now from the early going. Up 3 spots from 12th into 9th with another couple right in front of you, and then plenty of clear racetrack to run your race, see if you've got pace to go any better.
And again, work our way through here. Ashton Woon, like you mentioned, right, looked like he wanted to make a move and just thought better of it. Clip through Malaswamy. Now next time around, changing between teammates up front. Pettit going to take the lead of the race. over Royce Vega, and Nathan Golseth with a chance to close in. About 2 car lengths in between the top 2 and the driver that's back in 3rd, but Vega looks hungry to go back to the lead of this race, and we'll keep an eye on it here as they start to open up just a little bit. Pettit getting a little bit of breathing room, and again, Vega did try to go back into the double rights, and it opened up, but we'll see here as Golseth, veteran driver in the X30 Junior field, now starts to close in on a fellow Texan in Vega.
And he got right up to him. Gave him a little love tap there rolling through turn 4. That gap up front absolutely evaporated. And now the lockout ends to the inside for Golseth and for Katowski. Both moves there for 2nd and for 4th simultaneously. And we've got a 5-car front group forming. Now they still have 3 seconds. Back to Jude Thermalaswamy and Ashton Woon. And that next group, that's starting to kind of reel in those 2 SCR machines in 6th and 7th. But we're only a quarter of the way into this 20-lap final. There's still a lot of racing to go. If these 5 take their time, you might see 1 or 2 super fast go-karts be able to track down a 3-second margin. However, if they fight, and which the odds are probably pretty good that they will, this pack, led up right now by the 3-plate of Ashton Woon, all the way back to Marco Samet, are not out of the fight yet. Here's our first move for the lead since getting there. Nathan Golseth, 2 laps in a row, down at turn 6, making a position change in the right direction. And he leads the way now through turns 8 and 9.
I believe it's one of the first times that Nathan Golseth will lead a national race, and that's crazy to say because, again, you look back at last year, right? His only win on the year was the one in the shootout, so not a regular season win yet in the junior ranks or in the national ranks either. We'll see what he can do as he's now taking control of this race with Katowski slotting by on Royce Vega. Again, only 5 laps in to this race, a long way to go, and you got to think about those tires, right? Just lasting the entire time and starting to fire up really in the latter half of this race to have pace when it matters. Pizzone Neto just been sitting there in the 5th spot. So the top 5 very close together, with everybody still within a real shot. Haven't seen the best of any of them yet. And then again, you look back to a driver who's chasing, digging right now in the 703 of Woon, and for Josh Bergman as well in the 777 in 7th.
Yeah, at this point, it's hard to call what we're going to see out of this main pack. I mean, yes, they've traded a couple of spots, but they've also been pretty tactical about where they've been making those passes. I mean, here in the last turn, you can lose a lot. Sometimes it's not terrible in terms of the time lost. Even with a crossover like that, that was a nice recovery for Nathan Golseth and Travis Pettit. To his credit as well, didn't make it painful, losing the over-under. But 5 of them, if they really begin to go at it, if this move by Pettit was to pass and not to defend, that would begin to really hurt the margin. And still, even with those couple of back and forth passes there, 54.3s for them, 54.2 for Ashton Woon. You got to go way back to find someone with the speed to get there. Unfortunately, the first one you really can see that pokes out at you is the young man who went all the way back to 20th on the opening lap. That's Liam Nachawati, of course, that we're talking about. He's gotten his way back up to 13th. In the process, he has reset fast time of the race.
Yeah, that's a great job there so far as Travis Pettit now to the lead of it in the last corner. Going to take control of it over Nathan Golseth with Katowski in 3rd, Royce Vega sitting in the 4th spot, and Pizzonia starting to lose that little bit of time to the top 4. A car length in between them all as they now start to just kind of open up their gap even more to Ashton Woon. 4.2 is what it sits at now, but they continue to trade up front. We'll see what happens here. Nathan Golseth and Travis Pettit, they've gone back and forth on who's going to be up front, who's going to lead, who's going to follow. And Pettit now going to be the one at the front of the field.
So Travis Pettit in the 729, Nathan Golseth in the 723. The 2 teams that have really been in the fight, if you will, for every main event in X30 Junior without fail over the last couple of seasons. But TKG Beryl Art with Nico Katowski seriously having another leap forward in his progression, just like with his younger brother Jack, coming off that dominating win in Micro Swift just moments ago. Nico Katowski, we think back to the Winter Series a year ago, he didn't make one of the junior main events. He had a spin to his credit, running inside the top half, would have, with the split pre-finals, evened out to be around the upper teens. He crashed, I believe, in the back half of the top 10. Had a valiant effort, then unfortunately got tangled up. Well, at the time, actually, I shouldn't say we got tangled up. He had a great drive in the B main. There was just a B main. It wasn't an LCQ. Couldn't recover from a crash in a heat race there. But to turn that around, to come to Speedsportz for the Pro Tour to have a solid performance, to continue to build on that through the entirety of the 2025 season and adding some more hardware, a handful of results here and there. Now he's right there in the picture. Beryl Art's in the picture. And equally, Orsilon Racing, right? They have had a huge group of Masters drivers anywhere you go, a bunch of buddies that have been tied to the hip with Fabio Orsilon and that team for many years now. They've had some standout superstars like Antonio Pizzogno and like many that we've already touched on in Micro Swift and Mini Swift today, headlining in the cadet categories. And they have over the years had some superstars in the 125 classes, but over the last couple of seasons, they've really specialized in the 100cc power plants. Now, here in X30 Junior, you have an Orsilon Tony Kart right up there in the mix with a rookie driver to his credit as well. The ceiling could not be higher for the likes of Antonio Pizzogno. And all of a sudden, as we take a look further back here, just past the halfway point, you can see even more shining stars with some major marches up the leaderboard from where they began their main event today. 9 spots up for Murphy. Tristan Murphy in the 7th spot. Heartbreaker the way the pre-final faded down, but he's picked up quite a few. Equally, 11 up for William Vitor, 14 up for Mason Berry. The Berry brothers, it's so funny. I've watched them for so many years, Caleb. They love to make things harder on themselves than they need to be. They have a ton of speed, but it seems like one or the two of them just wants a little more excitement and a charge through the field. It'll be 8 laps to go this time by. Checking in with this group right here. Bergman, Samet, and Jude Thurmalasami trading a couple of spots back in the top 10. Jude back down the inside. He was with Ashton Woon at one point earlier, and now he's unfortunately about 2 seconds further down the road.
Yeah, just a little bit ways back there as Samet still sitting behind Jude Thurmalaswamy. And for Josh Bergman, it was, again, great pace to start this race off, and now to get himself up to 8, still kind of, chipping away at it, getting himself that little bit closer to the front of the field. With Tristan Murphy, who, again, another driver with great pace, who we're used to seeing up at the front of the field, right, just has been just on the outside of the top 5, is now Vega with great pace in the pre-final. Katowski now starting to challenge. They're side by side, losing that little bit too much time, Xander.
Yeah, I mean, at some point you have to make your move, and however you have to get it done, you're just making it a little bit harder and putting more pressure on yourself, I should say, to hit your marks when you do finally get the pass completed. Right now, for Nico Katowski, if he doesn't cover off here, you could see some drivers, even after finally conceding that spot after a couple of corners of fighting, send it right back in and send you way further away from where you're trying to go, towards the front. But to Royce Vega's credit, he didn't send a dive bomb right there. They're still in reach. They just need a little more movement up front. There's still time, 6.5 laps to go, but albeit Travis Pettit has started to pull the pin. He and Nate Golseth last time by have been trading the fast lap of the session at 53.7s apiece. The last lap around, Golseth gave up a little bit, but both of them in another zip code now than the pack they were riding with. Felt like earlier any of these 5 might have had the speed to be there, but Nathan Golseth and Travis Pettit have elevated themselves over just the last 2 laps alone. This time by, it'll be 14 complete, 6 to go, and they'll probably have hit another burner. Peaking at the right moments, breaking away. This could easily go down to a one-on-one fight, especially with more back and forth between Katowski and Vega. You saw them side by side coming to the line that time. Looked like they might have traded a blow in the last turn. But 5.5 to go. The gap now up to 1.8 seconds back, and Golseth content with it. He's confident enough. When you see a leader start to break away by 2 or 3 tenths over a lap or two, Caleb, you start to doubt, maybe get a little worried think, all right, I need to pass him, get him behind me because they might be able to drive away. But to Nathan Golseth's credit, he obviously is still feeling very confident in his package, in his speed, that he didn't need to go by Travis there. He could keep riding behind him. And we'll see if that was the right call.
And again, how many times have we seen this story play out, right? You look back to Diego Ardiles, Chico Brown, Jackson Wolney, Chico Brown, as well as Ardiles whenever he was with RPG. But this story plays out time and time again, right? RPG, Speed Concepts Racing, two of the best in 125 cc's, one of them respectively with AVP, the other with Speed Lab Racing engines. And no matter who sits in those seats, now it's Nathan Golseth and Travis Pettit, right? But just another chapter in this story of two powerhouses in American karting, as Pettit leads Golseth with about 5 or 4.5 laps to go, really. Now, and again, Golseth just sits patient behind Travis Pettit. We saw this story earlier, right, with Travis Pettit and Easton Cox. This time it's Nathan Golseth. Pettit's going to be hungry for that win here on Saturday. Golseth going to be hungry for his first national main event win here at a track that he's all too familiar with in Speedsportz Racing Park.
That's right. He got his first national podium in the end of the spring run last year. Got his first checkered flag in the K Junior Shootout. Phenomenal way to get it done as well at the Miami Grands. The All-Star Race. Mentioned earlier, that one moving up to May. We also had a big announcement for the Skusa Pro Tour. Along with that, the Race Rotax regular season of events. We'll touch on that when this one concludes, though. To kick off the season, the first checkered flag on the line, an X30 Junior. Golseth wants the lead now. 3.5 to go.
And Travis Pettit, right, he's going to know now into the buckle. That's a big crossover opportunity. If you are in the lead, does he want to go there again? Or does he wait? Does he try somewhere else? Turn 14 has been one of his favorite passing zones on the racetrack. What does Travis Pettit do? For now, he's going to have to sit patient in second. Next time around, 3 laps to go for Golseth and Travis Pettit.
Not a lot of time left, but still at the same point, it may feel like hours for Nathan Golseth, for this lap at least to go in the books, and for the battle to really begin. When you've been on your own or around only 1 or 2 other drivers for a good chunk of a race, it can feel like an eternity, and you're just waiting for those double sticks to go up. Little adjustment there on the radiator flap from Golseth, trying to keep a monitor at this point. Again, you can see they're checking the data, the micron gauges in front of them. They know the numbers they need to hit. And at the same point, hit their marks still. Stay focused. If you've saved anything up, now's the time to use it up and burn it off. Nearly 5 seconds they have put on the group behind them that are still close enough to fight amongst themselves for third. In fact, they've added one. Ashton Woon has caught up, and he's in the mix as Pettit goes for the lead. 2 to go this time by Travis Pettit. What did he learn from that battle with Easton Cox just about an hour and a half ago in K Junior when he led at the white flag and unfortunately didn't have the lead when we got back around to the checkers? He'll cover the low side again in 4 and 5, and we rocket down the backstretch. A lap and a half to go. Golseth waving his hand forward saying, don't worry about it. I'm not going on you yet, and I'll wait. And Travis is going to trust him for now. He'll run the normal line through the switchback section.
And again, Easton did the same thing to Travis, right? You look back to the K Junior main event, did the exact same thing. Travis trusted him. This time, Pettit just had that little bit of a better exit just out of the double rights there, and now Golseth back on the charge with about a car length in between himself and Travis Pettit. Nathan,
nearly 2.
Yeah,
that was a
mistake
big gap.
there, yeah.
I mean, a surprising amount that he gave up. I mean, he had been confident earlier. This is the biggest gap we've seen between the pair in quite some time. Travis Pettit looked back. He knows it. He can run his marks here in the S's, but he knows he's got that major backstretch run right here. He needs a perfect exit. Golseth got a great one. He'll be close enough, but they're going to hit the limiter towards the end. Let's see if he's going to send it into 6. He'll be just close enough to force Pettit to block low. And he got into him a little. Got him out of shape. And back and forth we go. Crossover city right here. Can he pull it off again? Pettit closes the door and sends it over the curbing.
Yeah, and he wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. This time into turn number 11, Travis Pettit going to take the low side. Golseth looking to cross him up. Pettit with a good exit, though, as we head into the boot.
Oh, that was a good run for Nathan. He's going to be right there to put the heat on him. Final turn. Pettit all the way down low. Parks it. Nearly bogs it down. Way tight. Golseth with a huge run. Will he get there? They'll drag race. Pettit hangs on. Travis Pettit makes up for the loss in his first try with a win in his second main event win, number 1 at 2026, and I have a feeling it may be the first of many for Hurricane Trav in the 729. Nathan Golseth second, and in the fight for third, how about that charge? Ashton Woon takes the 3-plate up and onto the box. By the time we got done at lap 3, I mentioned it was near the 3 to 4 second gap that he had to make up for. And he's able to go all the way onto the podium provisionally. What a run for Ashton Woon. Vega 4th, Murphy 5th.
Good job, bro. Good job. Hey, same tomorrow, huh? Same time tomorrow?
So, hey, Travis Pettit, that was, what'd you learn? Because I know you lost one duel today, but you won the second one. So, I guess talk me through those last laps and what you learned earlier today.
Yeah, I mean, I saw 2 to go. I knew what I had to do, so I defended, and I learned from my mistakes that in KA. So, yeah, and yeah.
In that KA race, specifically, what mistakes did you make that you corrected here?
I think I overshot a couple passes and over-defended in the double rights. But, I mean, we come back tomorrow and finish strong again.
Let's focus a little on today. I mean, how good does this feel to get a win?
Oh, man, it feels great.
I mean, that's a pretty easy answer. He's looking to feel great tomorrow, too, and go back-to-back. Good job.
Thank you.
Well, just like that, another main event down. We're at the halfway point. Group 5's on deck. Pro X30, and we return from Speedsportz.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
We all know that drivers, they learn faster when it's visually shown to them side by side what's the difference, right? So with the Smarty Cam, every time we put on the data, we're able to see the drivers side by side on the track. So here, for example, you can see that Diego is taking a curb and our other driver's not. You see that one driver's oversteering and the other driver's pretty much straight coming out of the corner. By showing this to them, they're able to absorb faster. And you can even play the videos simultaneously so they can see how they're performing through the track.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, sign up on my website. I will be launching an online course in December for people like you.
Ready to go for Pro X30 action here from Speedsportz Racing Park. First main event of the 2026 Pro season, and we've got a pro in the commentary booth with us. Ryan Norberg joining us. Ryan, happy to have you with us, and we're looking forward to your part-time schedule this year, but we're happy to have you joining us here for our first main of 2026.
Thank you, man. First main for me as a team owner. So
yeah.
This is a different position that I've ever been in before, and now I've got a couple drivers of my own out there. I see my name on the little ticker. So, yeah, man, I'm excited. I'm looking forward to this. It's obviously a different kind of nerves than what I'm used to.
Yeah, quite a bit. Quite a bit. The Norberg Academy highest starting entry here. Jesus Vasquez Jr., Buddy J from the inside of row 3. But ahead of him, Blake Nash and Oliver Hodgson on row 1. Gus Lawrence, Paulie Massimino row 2. And then Vasquez is joined by Aiden Ingrata on row number 3.
Alexander Vanchev and Davin Roberts on row number 4 with Fion Shi and Diego Ramos on row number 5.
Was a nice improvement from 16th in qualifying. Buried in the pack was the Brazilian. Then it's Finn Bailiff and James Overbeck on row 6. Remy Andriatos and Marcelo Tortado on row number 7. Alejandro Ramirez and Levi Sangera, row 8.
Eric Doan and William Botelier on row number 9 with Sergey Karamasielli and Jose Carlos Hernandez on row number 10.
Row 11, Tiziano Rosso, Orcel, and Donovan Bonilla. Long way forward for the 318 if he can get there. Ibrahim Dean to the inside of row 12 alongside Hector Iturriaga. Austin Perrin and Max Weiland on row 13.
Cam Chambers, Eduardo Ramirez, Freddie Siemens, and Chase Ballinger. The 15 rows, the 30 drivers in this main event in Pro X30 presented by Kart CRG USA.
Ready to go. 20 laps, put it on the board. And for the first main event of the year, Blake Nash on the inside in the blue, black, and yellow. Oliver Hodgson in the red and black factory cart. We're ready, and we're racing in Houston.
Drivers getting squirrely up the inside there. This is a nose-to-tail situation. Looking like we're going too wide. Ooh, a driver up in the air. That's Vanchev, Massimino. Couple drivers out there.
A number of heavy contenders. Paulie Massimino, arguably the best go-kart in the pre-final, cannot escape the start chaos, and out he goes. Vanchev to the rear as well. It took out about 2 or 3 others, and just like that, we're underway. Gus Lawrence with a heck of a start in the 307 to get to second again. Hodgson to third, Ingrata up to fourth. Davin Roberts down the inside with help from James Overbeck trying to fight their way past rookie Fion Shi. And half a lap goes in the books, 19 to go. A little bit of separation for your top 4, and Blake Nash in the pre-final got away a little bit in the outlap, and then after that got quickly tracked down. The main event here, he starts with a 5-car gap. Lawrence signaling to Hodgson to work together. They're single file down the back. Couple passes further away, and here's our first one. Gus Lawrence wanted help. Hodgson went right back by him. Ryan, that's probably one of the first tips I remember you putting into videos of a guy saying to work together. He's probably worried about you.
It is, and you know, this early in the race, it's hard to really get somebody to work together with you because, you know, even that big of a gap, you know, it's 6/10 right now, probably a little bit more this lap. That's nothing at the beginning of a race. So I think Hodgson made the right move there, try to settle in, and, you know, there's always different strategies at play here. You know, you might have a kart that was faster. We saw in the pre-final, Gus Lawrence was really quick out the rip. He got to the lead, and then they tracked him down. But you don't want to sit behind somebody when you got a kart that can get to the front. So Hodgson clearly thinks he's got the equipment to get up front right now, and he's going to go for it. A sleeper that's just not really been, you know, in the position that he should have is Aiden Ingrata. I feel like he's been really fast this week, had a poor qualifying, and has been kind of fighting his way back to the front. But here we see him in fourth, running down Gus Lawrence early in the race. Again, we don't really know how this is going to play out later on, but it seems like he's got some momentum right now, and he's heading forward.
And he's with a new team as well, Caleb. New environment for him.
And I was going to mention, right, Aiden Ingrata was one of the names when I was walking the paddock yesterday. One of the names that kind of popped up in a lot of drivers' heads, right? This is a driver that was fastest, if not yesterday, throughout the practice day in pre-final. It wasn't the best with, monsoon weather, raining, if you will. So for Aiden now to finally get himself and find a little bit of pace here is one of the interesting things. And one of the things I want to ask you, Ryan, is Gus was a driver who had to learn kind of how to manage this tire over the entirety of a race, right? We saw him kind of burn his stuff up a little bit early in his first couple starts here in the U.S. last year. And again, throughout the year, like he learned more. And to see him kind of in this position now, what do you think he has left in store, right, with drivers still looking to make moves on him?
Gus is obviously a world-class driver in his own, so he definitely knows what he's got to take here. But here you go. You got Oliver Hodgson. I told you that gap is not as big as we think. Early on in the race, these guys are definitely going to close it up, and you can see Oliver's definitely getting close. Here's a replay at the start, and this is just when everybody gets nose to tail like that. You don't know where this starts. You see, it was Massimino that looked like he got shoved, and Vanchev was just an innocent bystander in that whole process. And right now, we've got Oliver Hodgson back to the lead. I told you that Kart looked fast early, and he wants to make something happen early, see if he can stretch this lead out.
And again, the sun's kind of gone away too as we take a look again, a second look, like you said, Ryan. It looked like Paulie and that whole group bumper to bumper out of turn 6. Such a slow start that keeps everyone 2 by 2 with that long sweeping opening 180. And then as soon as he got sent deep in, tire-to-tire contact with Vanchev, obviously destroyed the front end of Massimino's car, taking him out and sent Alex on a heck of a ride. And he already had an eventful pre-final in his own right. But in the opening stages, low air pressure, cold tires. It's a cold day, and the sun's gone away. And you think back to yesterday, albeit we're on slick tires, we don't have any rain, but still low grip conditions. Oliver Hodgson was phenomenal, and he is putting that on display here in the opening couple of laps, not only able to track Blake Nash down, but the two of them have still put quite a bit of distance already on third on back. Ingrata's looking good. He's now charging up to Davin Roberts as Gus has fallen back to the 5th spot.
Davin actually is the one that just passed Ingrata. Davin's the one charging right now. Davin's actually on the move. He started, I think, outside the top 5, and he's been moving up into the 3rd position. It looks like there must have happened something between that little group and Gus Lawrence, because he fell back a couple positions there. I must have missed it on the camera. But, yeah, looks like Gus Lawrence has fallen back to the 5th position, and Fionn Shi, the rookie, is challenging for that top spot at the RPG tent right now. Obviously got some speed. Jesus Vasquez right there, and on my cart there in the 7th position. He's also doing a good job right there. The one thing about this racetrack that was always a struggle for me is you can get out there and you can get a good lead. Austin and I did that in the past, where we were out there and we worked together and we worked smart, and we were able to keep this gap. But if you don't work smart and you want to race and you want to make this a race, that 2-cart battle could easily end up being a 6 or 7 cart. The blocking line here is pretty slow. So if any reason why these guys start racing, I don't think they would, but if they do start to get, racing pretty hard, you will see this group bunch up pretty quick.
And not only that too, right? Like, you can pass in every single corner, the back and forths, not to mention the blocking line, but then even slower if you're able to cross someone up that is defending too. It could take a ton of time off the table. Let's, as we keep our eyes on Diego Ramos now, having gone by Vasquez Jr., another driver that started further back. And that was a good catch, Ryan, about Davin Roberts, picking up 5 so far from 7th on the grid. Dave, what do you have for us trackside as well with the Pro X30 underway?
Yeah, you brought up the weather, and obviously we've seen the sun go away. The air temperature has dropped pretty significantly. A breeze has started to come across the track, and that's really affected the track temperature. In fact, the last time at the hottest that I had seen it was around 80 degrees. It's fallen to about 68, 69 degrees right now. So I would pose this question to our expert, Ryan Norberg. How much do air and track temperature affect these machines? Because these are very sophisticated racing engines and, of course, racing tires. Is this why we're seeing some of the drivers like maybe a Gus Lawrence, who was running so well earlier today, maybe not challenge as much as we might have expected?
I would say, speaking from my experience, obviously as the lead driver for that operation for quite a few years, they like to play the long game. And if the temperature does go down before the final starts, this happens all the time, especially like at the Supernats, where all it takes is the sun to go behind the hotel or whatever, and the track temp changes quite a bit. But the thing you have to think about as a driver is everybody sets their pressures with, whatever information they have at the time. So once you're on track, there's no fixing it. You just got to make it work. And you see Gus getting back in the rhythm, letting that kart come back to him, and now he's going to start marching back forward. That's kind of a staple RPG thing is you take your licks in the beginning. That's what I was always told. You take your licks, and then you just wait till the car comes in, and you start marching back through the field. And it looks like Gus right now is starting to get the momentum shift and starting to go back forward.
Speed looks good. Now up to 4th, and he'll need a little more than what the top 2 had comparatively with the pre-final to be able to make up a 2-second gap, or again, to have the 2 of them really begin to go at it. As mentioned with Davin Roberts' charge forward, this is another thing we've noticed so much. That once a driver gets to the front of a train, it's that much harder to break away. And albeit he's got the front 2 to kind of clear a path for him, he hasn't really made much headway. Last time by, gave up another 0.2 of a second to the front pair of Oliver Hodgson and Blake Nash, setting a pretty solid pace at 53 flats. Gus was able to get to a 53.1 that lap with the pass, and this lap will be a much better read, albeit with a little toe. You can see how much he's closing up already to hunt for 3rd. And then it'll be a waiting game. We're going to get the halfway signal this time by, so only 10 laps and a 2-second delta to see if Gus Lawrence can charge up to the lead. 2 car lengths back from Roberts as they exit that final turn.
If we had the Formula One, when is this pass going to happen tracker, I'm saying within the next lap or so. I think this is definitely going to happen soon. The one thing about this track, when you walk the track, you see that there's just so much graining, and it's a very coarse racetrack, so the tire degradation is huge. Davin, really strong in the beginning. Obviously I don't know what pressures they're running or everything, but when you see a momentum shift like that and see right there, right, pass is made. It was inevitable. When you start losing your momentum at a track like this, buckle up. It doesn't get better, and it's gonna be a long race. But like I said, the way this can shift, the lead drivers out there, they're not racing now, but if they decide to race and if they decide that they're gonna park the bus, we would say he's not out of it, right? It's not the end of the world, but right now, obviously, you see Oliver Hodgson kind of holding that 1.5 2/10 gap. He seems to be well in control of this race. Nash has got to make a move at some point here just to let him know he's there. One of the things, you let a guy get in a rhythm for too long, especially a world champion like Oliver Hodgson, somebody who's just a veteran like he is. You got to try to spook him, get in his head, let him know it ain't going to be an easy one. You can't just let this guy march lap after lap, because just so everybody knows back home, a guy like him, he's not going to make mistakes. We can all sit here and go, oh, if he makes one mistake, he drops a tire, the race is back. He's not going to. So let's just assume that's not going to happen, and you got to get to the inside of this guy and let him know that this isn't your race just yet.
Yeah, to break the routine up a little bit, right? And to Gus's credit as well, that pass he made in turn 7, probably the easiest one to make in terms of not really having to light the tires up and go deep on the brakes as well. So managing his pace, managing his race to still have plenty of juice left to push and get after the top 2 if anything happens. I think that was a good place to do it. But again, all you can do right now is just hold station and hope that the guys behind you don't get too antsy and no one else has any more momentum going. Fionn She's hanging on tough at the end of that train, Caleb. Diego Ramos, that great start, that great charge up the board has faded. And how about Alex Vanchev's recovery drive? Purple last time by, up to 8th.
Just an unfortunate start for this guy. I mean, very promising driver, obviously. Great rookie, great junior season last year, and a good start to his rookie season at the Supernats. But purple lap, and you get knocked off the track, it's a hard fight back forward, but he's got some speed. So, if this race gets tighter, he's going to get there.
Donovan Bonilla as well. He's up to 9th, 13 spots up, and again, a new look for him, fresh colors, and something new, right, after spending so much time with, when you guys were over at RPG, something new for him, but also just a chaotic start to the weekend, and now to get himself up to 9th is definitely a good showing for the Mexican.
Back up front, you can see that the gap got back a little bit closer last time by, just a game of inches right now between Nash and Hodgson. This group here, following Lawrence, they're getting a little bit tighter lap by lap, it feels like. Even there, you saw Ingrata got in as much as he wanted to into the double right, got up to Roberts. Roberts felt the push, said, all right, I feel the pressure going. I got to go or I'm going to get past, and he goes right there. Gus Lawrence back down the board to 4th. They're still dead knots even to the leaders, but this will hurt a little more so. Ingrata to P4, Lawrence back to 5th, 6 to go. And how much did that hurt? Only 2/10 to Roberts' case, but every 10th matters when you've got, again, Oliver Hodgson leading the way and Blake Nash riding right in his wake there with him.
It is a tough one, and maybe we don't know it, being in the booth that we're in right now, but there might be a headwind. You saw it seems like the drivers behind tend to be the faster ones, obviously, but it looked like, Gus was able with so much confidence to get up front there. Ooh, and there you go, Fianchi trying to do the courteous pass, but this is senior, buddy. You got to make sure they see you. Get it in there deep. You can't just
you can't give them the option to hang tight.
Yeah. Even your teammates aren't going to give you an inch. So, good try, good effort, but let's regroup and try to make that happen again. But here you go. You see these drivers are starting to space out a little bit. But yeah, maybe there's a headwind right now. You can't tell, obviously, because we're in here. But I was noticing when I was on my way over here that the wind was starting to pick up. So that might be why you saw Davin kind of slow out there in the front, and then when Gus got out front, it kind of the same situation.
Kudos to Diego Ramos. You saw it as well, top corner of the screen right before that move up in the pack that we've been following. He pointed Alexander Vanchev by. He knew how quick that rookie was, as we've got another rookie with a completely different ending to the day, unfortunately. Max Weiland into the scale line. His MPG, Kart Republic, will see no more laps going out here on lap 15. But Vanchev's going to get to this group. He is a rocket ship, faster than everyone by multiple tenths per lap. Last time by, a 52.8 flat. Leaders were 53 flats. This group in front of him here, at the best, they've been a flat, if not to 1s and 2s. So anywhere from 2 to 4 tenths a lap, and you can see he knows it.
He's digging. That's so unfortunate. It's one of those things. Sometimes it just triggers you. One of the drivers that I remember that was really good in those scenarios when they get knocked off, it's Kyle Kirkwood, a driver that when he was coming from the back and he had that little chip on his shoulder, just a rocket ship. And it looks like it's that same thing. Sometimes you get that knockoff on the start, and it's like, man, all you see is red. You're just driving hard as you can, and it's all a blur. But look at the gap he's closed already to his teammates. I mean, that's incredible. All the same equipment, and he's just closed it within 2 laps.
So the recovery drive, he was pointed backwards at the field, got spun from the second row on the opening couple of corners. Caleb, Alexander Vanchev knocking on the door of a top 5 and maybe more so here in the closing stages.
And also a big difference for Alex, right? You look back to the pre-final, making moves, kind of forcing him here and there, but just very relaxed, right? You see the moves that he's done, kept his head down, been patient, and like you said, recovering, just picking them off one by one as he gets another one there on Fianchi.
So he gets one teammate. The next one will be the vet here in Gus Lawrence up the road. Couple more car lengths to get there. 3 to go, and Oliver Hodgson, Blake Nash has given him the benefit of staying out front unchallenged, albeit pressured, but unchallenged. Hasn't been able to mount a counterattack since losing the lead, and now the gap is starting to slowly get drawn out by the 359. In fact, it's up to almost 3 to 4 car lengths, depending on where you look at him on the racetrack, up to nearly 4 tenths. This would be big. It would be the first Factory Karts win in the Pro Single Speed categories. First American chassis win in a long time in a 125 tag class. You have to probably go back to the iKart days.
AJ Myers iKart in Newcastle. That's what I would think. But I mean, I told you he's not going to make a mistake, and someone as experienced as Blake Nash knows that as well. So that the boot is. That's what makes this track hard. Is the boot you can come from 3 karts back. So as much as we want to say that gap to somebody who's driving perfectly right now is insurmountable. You can't make that back. There is a possibility. Now, does Blake want to risk it all? Go all in? I don't know. We got to watch and see. But he isn't far enough back that he can't make it happen. He's there. But look, we've got a battle right here for that 5th position. It looks like Vanchev has caught Gus Lawrence. It looks like he's trying to drive a little bit more of a defensive line. You got 3 RPG karts there battling it out for that final top 5 position. But all that's doing is letting Davin Roberts and Aiden Ingrata get away. Vanchev is a quick guy right now. He had the possibility of maybe sneaking into a podium if there was a penalty or something. There you see Oliver Hodgson going defensive in that last corner. That's why he blocked the boot. It's not off the table. It's never off the table. So if you got to block one corner on this whole track, that's the one.
Final time. White flag in the air. Through the S's. Hodgson. He was a little out of shape, it looked like, over the curb in 3. Had to counter steer for a minute. Can Blake Nash get enough of a run down the backstretch to force him low to cover? Not quite. Ollie will hold the inside normally through 6. Over to 7. Blake's going to look. He'll send it nearly with contact, and that's going to break momentum a little bit over to 8 and 9.
Closer in between Blake Nash there and Oliver Hodgson, looking to get the first win in single speed for American Made as Nash starts to close in into the buckle. Hodgson still holds on.
This is close. It's a nail biter. It'll still go down to the boot, as you mentioned, Ryan. But for the final time, can Blake Nash send a Hail Mary? Right here, he's going to try it. He'll get close and get into him, but it won't be enough to rattle him off the line. Oliver Hodgson wins round 1 in Houston.
What a great drive, man. I mean, just no mistakes the whole time. He covered the door when he needed to. He fell back early. You saw Gus telling him, let's work together. And he said, no, man, I got the kart. I'm the faster driver. We're going to just get this thing done, make the pass, and just work our way forward. Clean racing. That's what you like to see. Davin Roberts there was saying that, he needs to buckle in. This is going to get rough. And it seemed like about halfway through, he just turned it back up, went back through, got himself a nice podium to start the season.
Yeah, he was able to pull the gap out over Ingrata, and Alexander Vanchev able to put one over on the multi-time British champ, Gus Lawrence, and the Supernats champ as well. He snags that 5th spot on the final lap away from his teammate while we were keyed in on the fight for the lead and the win. Alexander Vanchev goes from hero starting on row 2 to 0, back to a hero drive again. Fast lap of the race, not even close. Nearly 3/10 better than anyone else. 2/10 over Nash, and then some to get to 5th. Lawrence, Ramos, Shee, Bonilla, and Jesus Vasquez Jr. as we take a listen down to the scales and check in. A debut win on the Factory Karts brand for Oliver Hodgson.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
Well, as we wait for Oliver Hodgson to come through the technical inspection, we're here with the 2nd place finisher, Blake Nash. And Blake, you threw everything at him. It just didn't quite work out. Kind of walk me through, especially that final corner there.
Yeah, I once I saw him first pass me in the beginning of the race, I kind of just waited, wanted to save my tire until the end of the race. And, for a moment, I thought I saw him start to fall off a bit in the middle. And I was just kind of planning out my move, and then he just had a second wind at the end that started to pull away from me a little bit, and it put me on the back foot going into those last couple laps. He did a good job blocking with 2 to go. I think he noticed there was a spot that I passed him in the heat race that kind of caught him off guard. and he covered it off this time, so good job to him. And then, yeah, the last corner, try to do a move, try to make something work, and, you know, he was already there, so I kind of went into his rear bumper, but wasn't intentional or anything like that. But, yeah, he drove a great race. I mean, when I look behind, there was no one else to be seen, so we definitely pulled away from everybody, and, yeah, we got some work to do tonight, and hopefully we can come back and get on the top step tomorrow.
Well, I know you were apprehensive about the cold weather. A second place today, and it's going to be a little bit colder tomorrow, but you have to feel a little bit confident.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, to start off the season like this is, you know, all you can ask for. So we have some momentum building up for not only next race tomorrow, but, you know, for the rest of the year. So this is obviously a great start.
That second place finisher, Blake Nash, and if you stay with me, I think we can go get our winner right now, as Oliver Hodgson is on his way up. You know, there's an old Dale Earnhardt saying that you know, he tried to rattle your cage a little bit. I know it wasn't intentional, but I think he got your cage rattled a little bit there in the last corner. Kind of talk me through that last lap and the battle with Blake.
Yeah, good. I think, like, to go back a little bit earlier in the race, he was going really well, and I was like, oh, he's just sitting in. We've got a big gap, so I tried to just manage my tires and then turn it on at the end. And you know, I was sitting there thinking, it felt a lot like being the prey for a long time. It was like, oh, any minute it's going to come. I'm not sure I'll have enough. So tried to save everything for the end, and yeah, kind of squeezed off a few better laps at the end there, and it kind of gave me enough room. And yeah, I didn't know whether he would kind of bait me into that last corner again, so I just went in tight, and I think, yeah, he had his game plan. Luckily, we got to race each other in the pre-final because that kind of covered off. So, yeah, I don't think, you have to ask him, I don't think intention. It was just more, he'd kind of really tailed back to dummy that setup, and I guess that's what he was doing, so it was where he wanted to be.
No, and he mentioned it was definitely not intentional whatsoever. Factory karts, not something we necessarily expect to see in a single-speed victory lane, but you've done it. So I'm guessing we're going to see a lot of this year, huh?
Yeah, no, I already believed in what was going to happen there with the people around the program. But God, it's like a dream scenario, right? To go to the first kind of national level race and have the American-made steel go P1.
And I think Oliver Hodgson's a pretty good bet to maybe make it to tomorrow. We'll see.
There you have it. Oliver Hodgson, victorious in Pro X30. Now K Master on tap, ready to go green. Our next main event on the day, number 6, ready to go. Mario Barrios has your field and gets a masterful launch into turn 6.
Couple of drivers collected there further back. Looked like Shane Burkett maybe in the SCR Kart Republic, as well as one more. Looked like Gershner got tripped up, and it might have also been Scott Cherry, I believe, another one that was just tripped up there in the back. But you focus up front. Brian Boley looked to go on Pergande. He was able to get clear and up front. Again, you talked about Barrios, right? What a jump for him at the start. Timed it perfectly, got away from Trevor McAllister there, who sits in second.
Yeah, but T-Mac got a good end to the outlap here, just as he was in the pre-final, able to keep it nice and close. Let's see if he can quickly get himself back into the lead like he did this morning and try to control the race from there. Further back, updates Miguel Mir, third at the end of the opening lap. Slade Miller fourth ahead of Paul Montopoli, although there's a lot of pressure there. And then here's Scott Falcone on the march forward already, halfway up the board. That was for 8th, I believe, to pick up another one, along with him trying to climb back to where they began the day. Carlos Calderon, 11th at the end of the opening lap. Janae Din, 14th. Longer fight ahead for him. But if they fight like this in the middle group, it'll make it easier to get to those next batch of spots. A little harder maybe as the gap opens up front.
Yeah, there you go. Trevor McAllister starting to close in on Mario Barrios. Then to Miguel Mir and Slade Miller, who sit inside of the top 4. Brian Boley now up to 5th as he was able to get ahead of Paul Montopoli to Falcone. Pergande, Calderon, and De La Garza Elizondo sits in 10th. So still a lot of work to do for these drivers, but again, for Trevor McAllister on his own stuff, even motor that he's built himself with T-built engines, now with his shop down in Dallas, starting to close in with Barrios early on in this race. So a good start, if you will, for McAllister with some good pace.
Yeah, great start. for the 4.46. However, equally good this lap around so far for Mario Barrios. That gap has not necessarily come down at all after they crossed the timing loop to officially count 1 lap completed. It was, again, truthfully half a lap there as we start the races down at turn 6. But nonetheless, it's been stable. If anything, it's opened up. Here's Falcone trying another move. This one on Montopoli. That would have been for 6th if he could have pulled it off. Can't quite do it. To the front stretch we go, 3 down.
And here we go. This time Boley starts to get close to Miguel Mir. So Boley's just been picking them off one by one since the start of it. Mir's the next one up, asking for a little bit of help as now you see McAllister starting to get busy on the needles once again. Starting the pre-final seat in the final as Brian Boley looks to go on Miguel Mir. Has to force him wide, and Boley gets through for the 3rd spot. And here comes Slade Miller for Kart CRG USA in the 5th spot, looking to get himself into the top 4.
So is Slade Miller now slipping back just a little bit out of the buckle, but closing up here through the boot. You can see Scott Falcone charging hard, trying to get up to the next couple. He's on the cusp of your top 5 now. Miguel Mir, sights locked on Brian Boley. Other lap times to note here. Boley, the most notable last time, about a 10th better than the leader, nearly 4 tenths better than McAllister. He's going to have the toe off the back of the 4.46 this time. And a mellow and mild-mannered pre-final for Brian Boley now is going to put him on the verge of a race win if he can continue this level of speed. Behind him there, you saw the pass from Mir on Miller. That was about a lap in the making. And now Scott Falcone will be the next green go-kart ready to challenge that CRG.
Yeah, Scott, like you said, right, just having to make up spots and make up positions here in this main event for that incident. You look back to Janae Din, who was the driver start on the pole in the pre-final. He's only 14th, hasn't been able to make up any moves at all in this main event. See Falcone just sitting down into the seat, trying to promote better aerodynamics, if you will, for Scott. And you see him starting to close in on Slade Miller. So this time by Miller, as we get to the back straightaway, going to have a good slipstream, look to try and get ahead. And same for Boley as he starts to close in on Trevor McAllister. So these gaps closing in, and like you said, right, only a lap. I think what we have to wait till we see maybe some moves inside of this top 5.
It shouldn't be long. Not too long at all before something happens. Maybe it'll be Boley versus T-Mac as the sun begins to go closer and closer to the tree line. And the shadows covering Speedsportz Racing Park. McAllister, again, right about lap 5 when everybody else is beginning to peak, as good as he's been on cold tires and low air in the opening few laps. It just hasn't been that same level above the field when the race has drug on and spread out. And now he'll have to deal with Boley just as much as Mir's going to have to deal with Miller. Falcone is already onto the bumper of both of them. Miguel really hasn't gotten away from Slade, and they both will have to deal with Falcone, who's got a monster run down the backstretch. I don't think he'll be able to do much with it, though, with Miller still in the toe of Mir. He's going to try something it looked like maybe into 7. Oh, got into the back of him a little bit at the end of the corner. Couldn't quite make too much go. 4-car pack behind's also having a nice little fight. Montopoli, Pergande, Shambo, and crew. But here's Boley's move for second. Inside, got him. Gets around McAllister there in the buckle. And still within shouting distance of his teammate Mario Barrios as we come to put 7 laps in the books. 13 laps to go. Big slider there for Falcone. He's lighting him up right now, trying to hunt forward.
Yeah, a lot of heat there into turn number 13 for Scott Falcone. You got to think, though, can't burn up your stuff too soon or too early into this race. Still got just a little bit more than halfway. More than half of this race still yet to come and yet to go. As Brian Boley going to return to RPG this weekend, spent some races over at Trackhouse Motorplex with them throughout the years, racing on the Pro X30 category. Now this weekend returns to them. But as a Masters driver, he looks to close in on Mario Barrios, a fellow teammate, under the tent here this weekend. Nonetheless, though, you look at at Miguel Mir, who's been able to hold Slade Miller at bay. The same for Slade Miller holding off Scott Falcone. But they're working their way through as they get ready to start lap number 9. 8 laps will be completed here at Speedsportz Racing Park, and Falcone in a turn 14 on Slade Miller going to get clear.
Move him into the top 5. 2 big OR logos on the pylon inside the Fast 5 karts here in KA Master. Their teammate Junaid Din hasn't had as great of a forward charge as his teammate Scott Falcone has had. He's only been able to march up to 12th. Carlos Calderon has climbed up a good amount there. He goes on by, getting up into 7th. Here's a look back to the end of the top 10. Todd Shambo in the middle in the 455. Paul Montopoli from battling for the top 5 in the opening couple laps, fading backwards. And then right behind him, the 457 of Eduardo de la Garza. In 11th, they're a second and a half up on Junaid Din. Last time by, Junaid, though, half a second better than that entire 3-pack.
As they work their way through, they're starting to open up the gap over Slade Miller, the Kart CRG USA machine. So we'll see what Falcone does. Teammate Miguel Mir just right ahead of him. And again, you got to argue, right? Falcone probably looking a little better at this stage of the race, still making moves and still showing good speed. The same for Brian Boley, starting to close in on his teammate and Mario Barrios. That gap was at half a second, now going to close out even more as Falcone in a turn 6. Going to go through on Miguel Mir. And in a 7, that's going to stick.
So Scott Falcone from way back. 14 karts passed already. Do you have anything more left to try and hunt towards the 3 leaders? T-Max all by himself. Here's a change in the lead for the first time in the main. Boley with the move done on Barrios. Brian Boley at the halfway mark takes over in the 425. And Mario Barrios, biggest challenge so far of the KA Master main event.
What a move there out of Brian Boley to get through on Mario Barrios. Trevor McAllister there in 3rd, and again, just not much pace out of him at this stage of the race. Still looks very, very busy there. Still adjusted on the needles, trying to find a little more here halfway through this race. But for Mario Barrios, he was quick early and just past the halfway point. Brian Boley's been able to get the better of him, and that gap going to extend now. So 2 teammate swaps. We saw Falcone and Mir change spots earlier on in the race, just a couple laps ago. And Falcone looking to make some headway and try and close down his gap to Trevor McAllister. They're about a second and a half away from each other. So some work to do for Scott Falcone to stand on the podium when it's all said and done.
Little mistake there from Miguel. Kind of hung the left rear off the edge of the track. Behind him, you can see Carlos Calderon working Slade Miller over for 6th, trying to get the move done. About a step or 2 behind Falcone's massive run to the front of the field is Carlos Calderon, and he's got that pass completed now. Top of the screen, the black and white SCR Carlos Sainz machine. No, he doesn't. Moved back to the inside by Miller. Although he was able to hang on tough there, so that was a nice move to stick it back. And look at Mario Barrios backing around Brian Boley as they begin the fight, and it continues.
Yeah, great move there out of Barrios to get back to the lead of this race. And you know, Mario Barrios, a driver who comes out here to win, no matter who's against them, whether it's the same go-kart. And Boley going to go right back. So a trade for the lead. Barrios not happy with it. Shake of the head there for Brian Boley as they work their way through. And Trevor McAllister now sits in 3rd. With some new life here, that gap drops down to less than a second. So again, after all the hard work that McAllister was doing on the straightaways to try and adjust the carburation, could he have found it here with just 7 laps to go?
And there's still a lot of racing to go. Trevor McAllister maybe right in the wrongs from earlier in the morning. Speed early, not enough late. Instead here in this main event, good start, then didn't look good in the opening couple laps. Now he's really hitting his stride. And right at the right time. Brian Boley last time by. Granted, he was battling with Mario Barrios, gave up quite a bit of real estate. Now Barrios has an issue. Mario Barrios off to the outside of the final 2 corners in turn 14. And after leading a good chunk of the main out of second. Mario Barrios' day comes to a slow and quiet halt with a chain popping right off as he clipped that inside curve at turn 13.
And that was just sudden there. That's probably exactly what transpired there for Mario Barrios into turn number 14. Just went straight, and again, yeah, unfortunate to say the least there for Mario Barrios. You look back to Scott Falcone, Miguel Mir, they're still going at it. And this is now for the edge of the podium to sit in third for Miguel Mir and Scott Falcone.
So now, Scott Falcone only 2.5 seconds back from the lead. He's had enough speed to get all the way up to third from the back. However, still with a big margin. Now Boley all by himself able to run uncontested. Does he have enough pace to close back up to him? It's going to be a tall order. In fact, Miguel Mir's even starting to roll back up to the back of the 499. They're working together, and he's probably going to stay with him for a couple more laps and see how it goes, because they might be able to get to Trevor McAllister. Last time by, T-Mac a 56.8. These two at a 7 and an 8 themselves. So they were inching closer, but nobody right now in the same ballpark, the same league as Brian Boley. He was 0.3 clear of them all. And Falcone a little wide there in the buckle. Lost a little bit of speed that time by. Let's see if Mir continues to hold the faith, or does he go? He's going to go right here. And they're going to race wheel to wheel through the corner. Falcone didn't make it easy, but he had to give it up. Miguel Mir back on the box.
And we'll see still 5 laps to go to decide who's going to stand on the podium with provisionally. Brian Boley was able to hold on. The same for Trevor McAllister. As again, McAllister looked like he was making headway, and now it's back to about 1.9, the gap just under 2 seconds. Boley been able to put in some great lap times. A 56.6 last time for Boley, a 57.3 from McAllister. So 0.5, half a second that last time around in between McAllister and Brian Boley, the difference in lap time. Miguel Mir and Scott Falcone, they're running in the 56.7s. So, again, Mir just showing that little bit of an upper hand over Scott Falcone pace-wise at this stage of the race. And it looks like he's closing in as well to Trevor McAllister this time around. So that could even be a second-place finish for Miguel Mir.
Yeah, I mean, they were tracking better for sure the last couple of laps. Even with that pass, it was only a one-corner burn. They're not terribly far away. And then further back, this is 6th onwards. David Brigande and Slade Miller already have traded this spot in just the last lap since they hit the timing loop. And while Miller ran in the top 5 early, he's faded back a little bit. A few drivers in this group have caught up to him, like top qualifier Junaid Din. He's there. Esteban Roach Sr. is there. Todd Shambo in the middle there in the blue and yellow BJR machine. Of course, David Brigande on the AR Academy Tony Kart, second in line in the bright white and red. 6 of them, all single file, having a good scrap. And here's Mir pointing to signaling to Falcone, pointing forward into the heavens, saying, hey, we got him. We can get to him. We're there on Trevor McAllister, and T-Mac knows it as well. He's fighting for everything he's got to hang on at this point in the race. The speed's not going to be there to get to the lead. So trying to manage and get the best available result. It's going to be a 3-way dogfight by the way it's shaping up for second here with 3 laps to go as they roll through the S's.
And this is going to be great on the back straightaway for Falcone and for Miguel Mir. Both of them could ultimately get by on Trevor McAllister if they work together here. Miguel Mir now goes to the bottom of the racetrack. Falcone looking to follow. Mir still looking at the bottom, gets sideways, and Falcone going to go through and through for third. McAllister holds on for now, but Mir had a whole lot more pace as McAllister closed the door. Now back to the drawing board for Miguel, and for Falcone, provisionally stands on the podium.
Wow. Scott Falcone now back in the 3rd spot. What kind of shot does he have? What kind of play can he throw at Trevor McAllister? Oh, no! He was setting up for the last turn, gets into the back of him and loops it. Scott Falcone. Oh, man, all the hard work to charge through the entire K Master field. And now as he rejoins in front of everybody, it throws a huge wrench in the middle of that second group. Junaid Din, the ultimate benefactor, he's up to 5th. Out of all that.
Absolutely wild for Janae Din to get himself up to 5th. Just taking advantage of those moves, and now Trevor McAllister again to the low side with Mir. Looking to set up the crossovers this time around. 2 laps ago, whenever they cross the stripe, white flag will fly when they cross the stripe this time by. And again, they're 4 seconds back from Brian Boley, who's again had to work his way through this field. And in the main event, he's been untouchable. Really, nobody's been able to go faster than he has. As Miguel Mir now still sitting behind Trevor McAllister, as the white flag will fly this time by for the 2.
Well, again, he's seen what has happened if the pass goes wrong. He knows how crucial this is right here to pick the spot perfectly where T-Mac can't answer and can't really even fight it. What do you got? Final time down the backstretch. McAllister's going to cover it off on the inside. He left a lane down low. Mir didn't want that. He wants to set him up for some crossovers. Trevor McAllister has coached a number of drivers under his arcane camp of how to master this section. Can he put it on display? That was a good run through turn 8 to open up just enough. Takes that crossover out of the equation through 9. And they'll run to the buckle here. He'll cover low again. 2 more turns to go. Meanwhile, final corner for Brian Boley. Picture perfect Saturday afternoon for the North Carolina transplant from the Pacific Northwest. He will win it in convincing fashion in KA Master. And behind him in the fight for second to the line, McAllister hangs on by a thread, but by an inch or a mile. Racing's racing. It'll be a P2 run for T-Mac, 3rd for Mir to get onto the box. Calderon recovers to 4th, Janae Din to 5th. Almost all of our drivers involved in the chaos from the pre-final able to recover to about the front half of the field, unfortunately with one exception, and that being Scott Falcone for the chaos there that transpired at the end of this one. So, Brian Boley, your main event winner in KA Master over McAllister, Mir, Calderon, and Din. De La Garza, Pergande, Brent Harper, Falcone, provisionally 9th. I don't know if he'll get an unsafe re-entry. I would be surprised, or wouldn't be surprised if he did. But across the line in 9th, Todd Shambo rounding your top 10.
And not bad for Brian Boley, who now resides in Austin, Texas, just 2 hours away. So a great drive for the newly, I guess, found Texas driver to win a quote-unquote home race for him. Brian Boley, first winner of the year in Masters.
Two main events remain on the day. Mini Swift coming up next here, 18 laps for them. Pro Shifter will follow to conclude the on-track activity. But first, let's go down in here and check in with your main event winner in K Master. Brian Boley's through the scales.
We'll let him get his helmet off. Come on, get your helmet off, Brian. We got to talk to you. As Caleb mentioned, I think I should be welcoming you to Texas in more ways than one. Apparently, you're now residing here as well in the state. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, yes, sir. I just moved to Austin in October, so proud to call Texas my new home state.
Well, it's been pretty good to you, I would say, so far. Talk me through the race.
Yeah, in the beginning, I knew I was really fast in the pre-final, and we just had a little issue in quali, and so I knew the speed was there, and I just told myself I just need to make sure I'm really aggressive and run these guys down and just go and not lose any time on every position. So that was my focus. And then when I got by Mario, we went back and forth a couple times, and then after that I was just waiting for the double sticks to come out. How long is this race? Can this please be over now? I was just pushing as hard as I can, quali lap, and then yeah, I looked back with 2 to go, and I was oh, where'd everybody go? So I was happy about that. Just got to soak it in the last 2 laps.
So much of the talk has been how difficult these conditions are, how abrasive the track surface even is.
Yeah.
How do you repeat this tomorrow?
I think we just execute, right? Just do a little bit better with our track position in quali and just go out there and do it again.
Well, the Texan, I guess we'll call him now, wins in Texas.
Mini Swift remains ready to go as Brian Boley can begin the celebrations for his K Master main event win. We'll be right back with more.
you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Attention Superkarts USA drivers. Be sure to order your complete photo package from On Track Promotions. All drivers receive a minimum of 40 photos from throughout Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with instant access from our automated delivery system. Visit otp.ca right now to get instant access to your photos.
Well, on to the next one. Mini Swift ready to go. Presented by Perezzino Chassis Jig. Jake Manalio on the inside of row 1, and a barn burner pre-final has set high expectations here for the main. One spinner over there in turn 7, it looked like, but the leaders, I think, were safe at least. Win Godshock joins Manalio on the front row. Lorenzo Lopez and Brody Stoffel on row 2. Hudson Howard and Nico Salazar make up row 3. Leo Tavares and Lucas Tarango on row 4. Tyler Blackwood and Tyler Morovich on row number 5. Thomas Pertelt and Liam Astalis make up row 6. Forrest Blair and Liam Francisco, row 7. Kimo Ahmad, Yusuf Adi, row number 8. Marcelo Flores back on the inside of row 9 alongside Mace Leszek. Leone Chavo and Mason Brody rounding out your top 20 starters. And the list continues. Nathan Ramirez to the inside of row 11 alongside Flynn Fallon's Velocity Sodi, Iker Alvarez, and Dutch Westbrook. Keep an eye on the 133, one of many big names that got wiped out in the chaos from the pre-final start. He rolls from 24th. Connor Lipka, Marshall Steves on row 13, Brody Brown and Emilio Damian Shot Sanchez on row 14, Grayson Drazik and Andrew Anastasio on row 15. And your final few starters for your Mini Swift main event are ready to go. So not much time left here, folks, as we continue to roll through the day here with the main events. 18 laps on top for Mini Swift, ready for action. And we're green.
And already a couple of drivers getting collected. Dutch Westbrook, one of the ones in the mix as well. Mason Brody is in that group, as well as a couple more. Like Leone Schiavo was one of the ones that got bogged down, but a hectic start, chaotic. Kimo Ahmad finds himself buried in the field as well. He's down in the 20s here to start this one out. But up front, Jake Manalio, your pre-final winner, picks up where he left off and is going to lead the opening lap here.
Big move off the bat. Hudson Howard going to work here in the final turn. He'll go all the way up to second here at the end of the opening lap from 5th. And Manalio leads him by about 4 car lengths. Then it's Lopez. Then the number 3 play to win Godshock. A little ways from your top 3, along with Salazar and Tarango. Great start for Forrest Blair on the Norberg Academy GFC to 7th. Then it's Alvarez, Stoffel, Ramirez, your top 10. Single file down the backstretch, and they'll start to pop out right here at the break zone. Lorenzo Lopez 1 second back. He'll take it and nearly get the lead. A little deep as he and Hudson Howard drag raced in a game of chicken, and Hudson will win back out in turn 7.
And Godshock starting to close in there in the 4th spot, as well as Salazar, Tarango, Blair, not too far back, and Alvarez starting to work their way forward. Brody Stoffel in that mix as well, 9th. Back to Ramirez inside of the top 10. They're looking to make some good headway. And they change again. Lopez going to be ahead of Howard now to complete lap number 2. But again, just depending on how much these drivers fight up front, this gap could close way on down inside of the top 10, just like what we saw in the pre-final. As we're going to look back at the start of the race later on.
Rolling good with 2 laps in the books. 16 laps to go. Rolling down the back straightaway. Jake Manalio under fire to the inside. Lorenzo Lopez wants the lead. He'll get it with a deep run on the brakes there. And the now fully under the shadowed brake zone at turn 6. That entire back straightaway. The surface temp is going to drop very quickly here in a matter of moments. And by the time the pro shifters get out there for their standing start, it'll feel like ice skates trying to launch up the gearbox into the hairpin. But look at this train here in Mini Swift. Dust kicked up onto the tires. Watch for anyone to really get out of shape right here in the kink into the boot. There you can see, taking advantage of everyone out of shape, even himself a little sideways was Brody Stoffel trying to make up for lost time. He'll drag race alongside Blair to the front stretch and have to give it back up.
Yeah, that just a little bit too deep there in turn 14 for Stoffel to make it stick. Luckily for him, Marcelo Flores right behind him. Now with what could serve as a push on this back straightaway to try and get clear. Stoffel goes to the bottom. The same for Salazar there as Howard looks to go low on Manalio. So a good number of moves on that backstretch. Is Howard going to go to the lead of the race? And Lopez just gets into the back of him, moves him to the high side. Lopez now stuck on the outside with Manalio looking to go through. Only going to be good for third. Salazar to fourth. So Gottschalk lost the spot as everybody goes to the low side, Howard included in the lead.
What a start to this main event in a day that has seen probably a lot more strung out mano-a-mano fights. This is a brawl at the front of the field. Howard trying to hang on. Lopez with an over-under will go back to the front in the 140. He'll lead again. 4 down. Lots of racing left, boys and girls. Take it easy, but that's easier said than done when everybody around you is playing into the chaos. I mean, this is basically the entirety of the top 10 all lined up behind Lorenzo Lopez, and now they're going to scatter amongst themselves. Here's a look to the inside for second from Manalio, the same from Gottschalk with a long train of karts trying to follow him. Marcelo Flores, one of them, he'll go a little wide.
And again, you talk about drivers who were buried in this field who just saw on the edge of the shot. Kimo Amato was one of those who's down in 12th. The same for Alvarez, 13th. Ramirez down in 14th. You saw all of them just on the edge of the shot in the background starting to close in. But Lopez going to lead them all as Gottschalk now looks to go on. Flores side by side. There's Ahmad with what looks to be Lipka and Alvarez right behind him. Everybody going for moves at the same time, which then turns into 3 wide into the buckle. That won't work as they're all pushing and shoving Ahmad into the back of Lipka. And more contact with Ramirez and Alvarez involved. Francisco's right there. Zev Gottschalk, as well, who was 23rd at the start of that lap and still there, is in this group now.
That's big time moves now for Zev Gottschalk. On opportunity, on the table if he can get a few more spots, 1 or 2 at a time, to try and get closer to his brother, who unfortunately is slipping backwards the wrong direction. Nico Salazar making a spot up there to go into the top 5. But realistically, it won't stay that way for long. There's Zev getting shuffled to the wayside a little bit.
It's actually Alvarez there. That was my mistake.
That was Alvarez. Yeah, you're right. The 144. He was up to the front of the group, side by side there with Connor Lipka, as well as the MPG entry of Ty Morowicz. And now he finds himself 4th in the line. Morowicz still right there on Lipka. If they push away, they might be able to get some separation. And look at the parity through the field. I mean, Brody Stoffel, front row sitter from the pre-final, struggling to get away from this massive group. And unfortunately, just enough battlings occurred that they're losing significant touch with the karts in front.
And again, the pylon on our screen right now continues to change lap after lap with drivers shuffling up and down the field with movers all over the place here. But again, for Lopez, who's found himself up at the top of it pretty much for the entirety of the day. The same for Jake Manalio as Ahmad now looking for a move on Liam Francisco. He's clear in a turn number 6 as Lipka leads this group with Moraviec, Stoffel, as well as Alvarez right behind him, and Leonardo Tavares as well, who sits there in 13th. But, man, this race, again, a lot like what we saw in the pre-final, right? It was this stage of the race where we saw it kind of get chaotic, get hectic. But, you know, in contrast, this time around, we're only in lap number 7. We're not even halfway through this race here, Xander, and you already start to see this level of action early on.
Yeah, this is actually probably the calmest part we've seen thus far, and still it would be a very exciting high point of some of the mains we've covered thus far. This is main event number 7 of 8 for those of you just joining us now. One more remains. Pro Shifter on deck and ready to roll when this one concludes. Down the backstretch, the smallest elite group you could slice it is maybe after third. It'll be a little bigger from the main contingent of them. Back to this pack, though, as the fighting continues just at the edge of the top 10. Lipka losing a spot there to Morowicz. Stoffel following, and they're just watching the 8 cars in front get further and further out of reach. There you saw Brody tapping the helmet saying, dude, we got to work together. Connor Lipka covering low a little bit, trying to not lose any more spots as he was willing to concede that position at least to Brody. But they're already 4 seconds, nearly 5 seconds back from the leader. They're plus or minus 2 seconds away from the next car, and that's the Norberg Academy GFC of Forrest Blair. Lucas Tarango next, then Win Gottschalk, then this trio who are digging. Gottschalk making a spot up, going by Nico Salazar. Enough can't be said as well for Marcelo Flores' solid Mini Swift main event weekend in the works here. The 112 was sensational in Micro Swift at the Winter Series last year, now finds himself quickly jumping in easily to the front of the Mini Swift contingent. Jake Manolio, Hudson Howard as well, another micro move up to the mini category towards the end of last year. Yellow flags flying. What do we got over here at the end of the hairpins? One of the Velocity Sodis going for a ride. That's the 195 of Flynn Fallon. At the line though, halfway in, halfway home. And as wild as the opening few laps were, there's a reason why these three were fighting as hard as they were even at the front of that pack. It's because once it was going to split, they needed to be in the main group, and they are. About a second and a quarter back to Flores from the top three.
Getting in Howard that last lap made a move to get ahead of Jake Manolio. So Hudson Howard now going to be the driver up there as Win Gottschalk looks to go on Marcelo Flores on the back straightaway. And again, the TB kart just looking to hold them off as Gottschalk deep into the brakes. What a late send out of Win Gottschalk at a turn 6 to make it stick on Marcelo Flores. Gottschalk's up to 4th, Flores back to 5th. But for Win, what a move in a turn 6.
Yeah, that was sweet. The 3-plate. Now, at the front of this group, can he lead them forward? He got a little out of shape there, albeit with some help. But maybe he'll get some help in the form of a fight for the lead. Lorenzo Lopez had a little cushion earlier on. That's evaporated. Hudson Howard is right there knocking on the door. It's just a matter of when he wants to go for it. Flores racing hard with Win Gottschalk coming out of the last turn. Nearly broke his momentum enough to allow Nico Salazar to slip by around the outside into turn 1. Not quite, though, and Nico ends up back in line. Lucas Tarango having a solid day still on the Ruthless branded and RPM Nitro card entry for the weekend. Here's Hudson. I said it was up to him when he wanted to go. He wants to go now. New leader.
Yeah, great move there on Hudson Howard to get through, and Lopez again back on the attack. This time Manolio looking to catch him by surprise into the double rights. They're still side by side as Lopez still holds on to the inside. Looks to hold on, and he is able to hold on to the second spot now. And again, you know what that means, right? Whenever you're a driver in second, falling back to third, you're one spot away, one more spot away from fighting for the win here in this race. So Lopez is trying to hold on, trying to be in second to be in prime position to attack for a race win here.
Just a matter of picking the right moves that maybe get you back to the lead or maybe get you back to second if that's where you want to start the final laps when the battle really begins. But not having, unfortunately, this happen. Marcelo Flores with a problem in the final turn. Got collected with somebody, evidently. Hard to say who, but the TB kart for Pinnacle Racing Development now going to drop all the way off the leaderboard, essentially, down to 23rd. We're getting reports that maybe he just went a little wide on his own, got caught out by the lack of grip just as the racing groove starts to lighten and you get into the dirty part of the racetrack and you're just going to slide right off. You can see how dirty it is in just that dogleg lead into the buckle, turn 10. Go a little wide there, go maybe a little wide here in the last corner, and boom, you're in the grass. You can see how tight the groove is, how narrow that path is in just the kink of turn 13 even, to be able to stay away from how dirty the offline sections are. In the morning, it was the puddles, the standing water you had to avoid and be mindful of. Here in the afternoon, after a full day of laying down some Avinco rubber, it's about staying where the extra rubber bits are not. And the dirt, of course, that comes with being brushed off the natural line and natural groove. But in terms of the main group, 2 seconds from Howard back to Win Gottschalk. Lap time-wise, head-to-head, they're even or a little bit of a nod to the top three. But the fact there's 3 of them and not just 2 in the fight for the lead and the win, easily they could find themselves backed up into that second pack if they're not careful at only a 2-second buffer to win Gottschalk, Nico Salazar, Lucas Tarango. And how about the charge as well for Brody Stoffel? I mean, it wasn't long ago we mentioned that 129 was well back in the midfield. He has been exceptional here in the midsection of this main. He's already picked off Tarango. Next up are these 2, Salazar and Gottschalk. In the process, he set a heater down, a 10th quicker than the race leader's best time of Lorenzo Lopez. And that pace is still showing good as he's carving up the field. Here's another run for him down the backstretch to the inside of the Orsolano Machine. Salazar gives him a little fade into the corner. Won't matter. He's going to go through and bring Lucas with him.
Yeah, a little bit of hope there from Tarango, right, to use him as a pusher to get through on Salazar there on the back straightaway. So nice little teamwork in between both of the RPM Nitro karts, and looking to get up with Win Gottschalk and close down a gap that is currently quite significant here, about 3 seconds, or 2.5 really, from Win Gottschalk up to Hudson Howard. And again, you know, right, whenever those leaders start to fight, they're going to fight pretty hard. So it could be a good result for Win Gottschalk still if he can get himself hooked up with Brody Stoffel here in the closing stages of this race, Xander.
It's not over. Certainly not over for these 2. They need to be perfect. They can't make any mistakes, can't get caught up too much battling each other. If you're Win Gottschalk and you see Brody Stoffel, a different go-kart that wasn't anywhere near you 4 laps ago or 5 laps ago, you take that into account if he passes you and say, you know what, he got to me for a reason. Maybe the speed will be enough to lead us both to the promised land, to the fight for the lead and the win. And if you're Brody and you get to Win Gottschalk and he's hitting his marks good enough that you're not really on top of him, maybe it's worth it to just ride for a lap or 2, see if you get there. Because we're just waiting really on the cue of Jake Manolio or maybe on Hudson Howard for when the battle up front's going to open up. That move there puts the 149 back in control of it to a degree. Move him to second. 3 to go. The gap is still 3 seconds back to Gottschalk. He still lost a 10th to Lopez last time. It's going to take a lot, and it's only going to get tougher the longer this goes before they challenge Lorenzo Lopez. Hudson Howard is probably going to be too far back for something in turn 6 this time, but he could go probably within 2 corners if he really wanted to. Let's see if he decides to force it. He had a look there into 7, didn't go.
Yeah, Gottschalk and company need a move from Hudson Howard now, either now or just relatively soon, to try and get themselves close enough whenever that white flag flies. 2-6 will fly next time around, and Hudson Howard still chasing down the Kart CRG USA machine of Lorenzo Lopez, who's led the most laps so far in the Mini Swift main event. He's held everybody up, but here comes Hudson Howard into turn 14. Looks to get clear. Lopez looks to cross him up. That's not going to be enough, and now Hudson Howard going to lead this race with 2 laps to go as Brody Stoffel able to get ahead of Win Gottschalk this time around. So now they're going to have to get on their horse and try and get up to the top 3 fast, as Howard most likely will take them all to the low side. As we hit the back straightaway, Lopez looking to follow him low, with Manolio going to be the first one to open up.
Down the back straightaway. Big wide arc here for Jake Manolio. What can he do with it? He'll pull alongside Lopez into 7, then crank it back down, try to do it again into 8. And now as they're way low into 8 and 9, can he get underneath anyone through the double rights? Not quite. They're all going to stay well off the runoff. Well within track limits. Howard low. Lopez following. Manolio again seeing if there's anything he can do to get back into the fray. Meanwhile, that second pack, they are loving it. They are hunting as hard as they can right now towards the top 3. Big moment for Hudson. He got really out of shape trying to pinch off the exit. Lopez is there. He'll get the lead, but here comes Manolio side by side across the line. 1 to go.
White flag in the air. Manolio gets himself up in a second. Here comes the rest of the group. Stoffel, Gottschalk, Salazar, and more are on their way to the front. Manolio now going to challenge on Lorenzo Lopez, who takes him out of the low side. Manolio follows him to the bottom. Howard to the top of the racetrack. Manolio going to open up. Here we go into turn 6 around the outside. Manolio clears him before the corner.
Incredible. Jake Manolio really pulling out all the stops here. And just like that, his teammates arrived. Win Gottschalk as well. So has Salazar and Tarango. 5 deep, altogether 7, truthfully, to the buckle for the final time.
Here we go, Lopez looking on the high side, around the outside on Hudson Howard. It's not going to be enough. Manolio has space. Manolio has a good bit of track space as Howard goes through for second. Gottschalk going to push him through.
Oh, he'll get into him. Moves him wide. Gottschalk to second. Howard drops way back. And Jake Manolio wins round 1 in Mini Swift.
What a move from Jake Manolio in turn 6 around the outside to get the first win in 2026. What a drive out of the 191.
Oh, that was beautiful to watch. What a day for the Mini Swift drivers. What a full stop, back-to-back, pre-final and final, action-packed set of races we just got to witness. And Jake Manolio caps it off with an around-the-outside move for the lead and the win here on the final lap. Incredible stuff. Here's a look at the unofficial results as they cross the line. Gottschalk, Tarango, Salazar, Lopez, your top 5. How about that for that young kid?
Let's go! Balls to the wall.
Wait, here, take this. Good job, Jake.
Jake Manolio has just had one heck of a day at the racetrack. He's going to get hydrated. He's going to get his helmet off. He's just getting all the congratulations and adulations. What a fantastic move around the outside. Such an exciting race and a pretty exciting driver and great big hugs. That's everything that you could want at the end of a race. Very slow process here, as it usually is with a racing driver. All right, Jake, talk me through that outside move to win this race. That was unbelievable.
I just thought Hudson was coming and the group behind was coming, so I had to try something.
So, you know, that was wild. I mean, there was so much passing. You guys were running into each other. You guys were side by side through all sorts of different corners. You know, when you're in a race like that, how do you keep your cool and know when to make the right move?
I just took deep breaths and tried to stay cool and tried to stay up the front.
One more tomorrow. Can you repeat?
I think I can.
I love the confidence. Back up to you guys.
One more race remains on the day. Pro Shifter ready to go for our final main event. We'll take a quick break. We return. 6 gears, 45 plus horsepower. And the top stars from North America are ready to do battle. Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula 1 to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
IAMI USA West is the official West Coast importer for IAMI engines and parts. Our dedicated and knowledgeable staff have a combined 50+ years experience in the sport and can help you with all of your needs. Call us today or visit our website to find your local dealer to shop.
One more class remains. PSL Karting Pro Shifter ready for action here from Speedsportz. Let's go through the starting lineup for the final time today, our final main event from opening day of the 2026 national season. Jay Irwin with the whole shot from the pre-final, starting on the outside in the morning. He'll start on the inside in the dirty and cooler part of the racetrack for the main, alongside top qualifier Justin White. Those two have been the class of the field today. Class of the field from a year ago was row number 2, Gavin Bailiff and Billy Musgrave, who still need a little more if they want to back up their performances from March of 2025.
Vincent Cassard making his first main event start since Supernats back in 2024. Starts alongside familiar face teammate Noah Zars on row number 3. Cooper Becklin and Nicholas Bull on row number 4 with John Paul Melcori and Charles Gauthier on row number 5.
15 total pro shifters ready to go. Alejandro Herrera and Ashton Hankel make up row 6. Diego Ardiles and Kyle Drysdale on row 7. And starting tail end Charlie after an unfortunate DNF, an early exit from the pre-final, will be the number 21 of Lucas de Longchamps. A cold and windy afternoon. It's been just an overcast morning turned into a sunny afternoon, but still the temps have stayed on the cooler side. It will be that way probably tomorrow as well, if not even more so. But we haven't really seen a start with probably the temps this low on the inside as they line up. Who gets the whole shot? As we take you down nice and close for your pro shifter field getting ready. And here we go. The command set. Jay Irwin, Justin White, first Pro Shifter main of 2026 is green. Big moment there for Justin White. Noah Zarsk able to slip by to get to second for a moment. It ends up going the way of Billy Musgrave, who slips on by to P2. White back to third. Jay Irwin with the early lead to the boot for the first time.
Yeah, Noah was out for Billy Musgrave there. He was able to get ahead of Gavin Bailiff. The same for Vincent Cassard, who's the one that was through for, I believe, 4th now. But he was up there. Looked like he was side by side with Justin White, with Billy Musgrave there for a second, and Cassard just had to make way. He slots back in a 5th. Gavin Bailiff now back to the 5th spot as we work our way through. First lap completed, and Jay Irwin going to be the one to lead them away to Musgrave, to White, then back to Vincent Cassard.
4/10 the gap early, but Musgrave looks really good. What were they able to learn with Oliver Hodgson over the long run, as well as maybe cooler temps? You got to think the pro shifters were back on track right in the heat of the afternoon, the warmest part of the day earlier with their pre-final at 1:15. Now in the evening, kind of sunset hour, if you will, at 4:30. 3 hours later, trying to guess, whereas the teammates of those that had drivers in the earlier divisions might have had a little more intel to make those last-second adjustments for the final. Musgrave didn't get the best exit out of the last turn that time. Irwin able to open his hands and bring the momentum up. He pulls that gap just a little bit. Up until that point, it looked like Billy might have had the edge to close in on him on that first full lap around. But by the end, Jay Irwin's exit out of the boot, more than enough to hold him at bay. White 3rd, Bailiff 4th, Zarsk and Kassard back here in 5th and 6th. And a big slide from Ashton Henkel. He locked up them rears, left, right, and back centered it before the corner. He makes the pass stick.
Yeah, good move there out of Ashton Henkel, and it's, again, just a group of Brell Arts right behind him. Charles Gauthier, Diego Ardiles, Lucas de Longchamp, to Macori, to Herrera, and then Drysdale back in 15th. So everybody just single foul line as it stands. There's your top 4. There's Kassard, Zarsk, who was getting close to his teammate towards the start of this race, and just a lap ago, and now it's open back up. Cooper Becklin now hot on the heels of the 57.
The Nelliton Race Concepts LN Kart closing in. Remember, Cooper Becklin had to start tail end after an issue in qualifying. Drove halfway up the pack in the pre-final, off the racetrack for one of the PSL Barrel Arts right there.
Gauthier.
Charles Gauthier with a big moment out of turn 5. It goes all the way to the tail. Meanwhile, another Barrel Arts starting to roll. Gavin Bailiff finding some speed here towards the latter half of the day. Turning up in the main just like he did a year ago. Closing in on White now for 3rd. This lap looking really good. Let's see if he sets him up. Last corner, had a thought about it. Covered nicely by the 32. Can't make it work there. He'll stay tucked in. 4 down, 16 to go. Jay Irwin that time by added another 2/10 to the gap back to Musgrave and crew.
Yeah, Jay Irwin definitely starting to push early on, and you see him just kind of moving to the wayside. A lot of dirt on the racetrack, leaves that look like Charles Gauthier brought on after going off the racetrack with side-by-side action with John Paul Melchiori in the 60 for the 12th spot. And again, Irwin just taking evasive action there on the back straightaway as soon as they get onto it. So far, so good. And like you said, his gap extending as one driver's off, and that's Lucas de Longchamp again.
Top of turn 7, went up and over the berm almost.
Yeah. Looks like this time he just backed in there. It could have been an incident.
Looked like he was right near Nicolas Boulet in the CRG. So obviously something happening in the midfield scrum that's taken apart what was a pretty clean, but albeit good battle for the entirety of the 10-lap pre-final they ran this morning, or this earlier today. And as we check in now with the lap times again on the head-to-head, no one in the ballpark right now with Jay Irwin, but Billy Musgrave is the worst of these 3, and he knows it. He's trying to do what he can to hold on. Oh, and Bailiff really out of shape there. Heck of a save by the number 7. He didn't anticipate Justin White having to jam on the brakes as much as he did, and Justin only did because Musgrave really had to back the corner up, and that huge mistake is going to cost him not just tenths but seconds on the inroads. The hopes of being able to get to Irwin now are going to be a whole lot tougher. He might even be out of range to catch these 2 over the course of the next 15 laps. 14 laps make that, because that was a 2-second mistake right there for Gavin Bailiff.
Yeah, it was definitely a huge chunk there for Gavin, and they were all just stacked up there and just got out of shape. You see him shaking his head as he gets onto the backstretch. Not all too happy with himself. And again, how could he be, right? Won here last year. Expecting to do the same here this weekend, but Irwin just has that upper hand over the rest of the field. A 1.5 seconds to Musgrave now in 2nd, still falling under fire to Justin White, who's looking to go by for the 2nd spot. And again, it just looks like Musgrave just doesn't have the grip that White and Irwin have at this stage of the race.
Again, the line's definitely different. Let's take a look bottom corner of the screen here for the moment with Gavin. You can see Justin. Oh, Gavin had to look even further low, and as Justin went in deep enough and Gavin couldn't go any deeper to really get position, he tried to bail out last second, and to his credit, kind of sacrificed himself without jeopardizing Justin. What's insane is that he's gone even faster than the entirety of the top 3 last time by after the spin. How quick he is, and how quick he was probably at the time. He might have been able to, if he could have gotten past these 2, not giving up that extra 2 seconds to the race leader, Jay Irwin, driven up to his fellow Barrel Art. But now it'll just be probably a valiant effort to get back onto the podium or in contention for it if that speed is going to continue. And partly as well because Musgrave's having to be a bit defensive with Justin White putting the heat on. But Billy is doing everything perfect in terms of keeping a driver away and bringing home the best result he's got within his reach, and it doesn't look like the win is within that reach right now. partly having to defend from White, but even when he's gotten clean air, Jay Irwin's had him covered. The Kiwi kid's just been sensational. He was great here in Texas last year too. Mind you, he was right there with Mateus Morgado in the fight for third all the way to the end of the final. Had he and Mateus even been able to get away a little bit better, but for himself especially, the way that Billy and Gavin were able to have a gap early on and run clean laps for the duration of that 25-lapper, he might have been able to be a third option fighting for the win. Here's an option, though, for Justin White, an option line that'll pay off. Move him to second.
There you go, Justin White, nice and easy in a turn 14 to get himself up to the second spot. Now going to have the room to stretch his legs, looking to maybe make a little dent in the gap that Jay Irwin has, 2.9 with 10 laps to go for Justin White. And again, Gavin Bailiff looking to join him on the podium here as this one gets ready to close out. Again, this time last year was Gavin's first race on the Burrell Art chassis after they made the switch over from Kart Republic. So, again, a year now under the chassis, and you see him starting to get comfortable right now, starting to close in on Billy Musgrave. So, a part length even less than that to get to Billy. Turn 14, maybe?
Yeah, there were shades of the speed at the Winter Series for sure. Had the luck gone better, he might have been able to make more of it, but he was fully tuned up by the time we got to Pro Tour season. As for Billy, he hasn't really gotten the chance to do this, to run the Skusa Winter Series in full. He's spotted a couple of events over the years, but of course the Southern California native now residing over in Arizona at the home of the Factory Karts headquarters, and now he's hoping to bring them a podium, but his rival from this race last year fighting with him. Tooth and nail, Billy's trying to hang on, but he just doesn't have it. And Bailiff will complete that move for third. And now he sets his sights onto Justin White for second.
And there's a lot of pace in that number 7, right? For him to kind of close down that gap back to Justin White. Into,
it made it look easy.
Yeah, but to Billy Musgrave, you got to think, right? He's probably one of the ones, if not the one, to be able to close up the gap to Jay Irwin maybe at this stage of the race. But that mistake put him back, and, you know, who knows what would have happened there. Again, he still had to get by Justin White and Billy Musgrave just a little bit earlier. But that being said, it's going to be a fight for second as Gavin's going to look to close in on Justin White on the backstretch. Cooper Becklin looked like he was able to get released through for fifth. Noah Zars leading a young group of drivers. Ashton Henkel, John Paul Milcori as Ardiles looks to the bottom. Going to muscle his way through, contact in between Zars and Ardiles. And both of them go around. And Ardiles is beached in turn number 6.
Yeah, and I think Zars gave up once he got turned. Ardiles was trying to keep the motor going. Eventually he's given up as well. And Diego might get penalized here for not helping get that kart off the circuit before the leaders get back around. As the flaggers quickly go over to retrieve the wreckage. Justin White now fading even further. Jay Irwin trying to turn the heat up a little bit late in the going. Gavin Bailiff matching him stride for stride. If this were a lengthier main, or if this were a Pro Tour main here, even a gap this big, you would see the leader probably try to manage a little bit more. But this is a full-on test race, truthfully, preseason for the regular championships in Pro Shifter. And so for Jay Irwin, pushing maybe a bit over the limit isn't a bad thing right now when you got that kind of cushioning back to this looming fight for second to get every bit of data that you can, every bit of intel that you can to set up for the rest of the year. Mind you, we haven't seen a Jay Irwin victory in nearly 2 seasons. There's not a lot of opportunities like here, not a ton to get by, but Gavin Bailiff makes it work in the final turn to get around Justin White and move himself up to second. Abir Alart 1-2 as the Maranello drops to the final spot on the podium. But Jay Irwin's maiden victory at the Stars Championship Series in Charlotte. He's had podiums since. He's had phenomenal pace and a lot of other spotlight moments, but just as much heartbreak. Again, he was one of 6 drivers, along with Bailiff, that were challenging Billy Musgrave and that at one point held the points lead. In fact, Irwin had it all the way going into that main event last year at Newcastle until the mechanical, the engine failure for him, running 11th at the time, took away, dashed those championship hopes and a prize package that would have been huge to the progression and the continuation of his budding driving career.
Not only there, but at the Super Nationals as well. Again, the pace that he had against some of the world's best, ended in heartbreak for Jay, but he made himself known for sure, right? Being at the event where, you know, the best in the world are racing at, with all the big team owners are there, and, you know, you have results like you had at the Super Nationals, and you race against the guys like you race at the Super Nationals. This is definitely, I think, a driver that's going to come into the spotlight a whole lot in 2026.
Yeah, as if he wasn't already. Led the Pro Tour points, was on the box at a number of events over the last 2 seasons. This year, there's probably an extra bit of determination, but at the same point, a calmness about Jay Irwin with another year under his belt, not having been in some of these high-pressure spots up before. But now with that year out of the way, you know, they say you have to lose them once or lose one to win one. Well, he's had some of the most tremendous heartbreaks that I think we've seen, all just under him. And at the same point, so many highlights. This one will be another one to go on the reel. The New Zealander working his way through the switchbacks with 5 laps to go and has everybody covered. Gavin Bailiff, now having gotten by Justin White, hasn't necessarily opened the gap up a ton. Those two are only about a half second apart. They've put the gap on Musgrave. He's kind of been no man's land there in the 4th spot. Same for Cooper Becklin, and now Billy with an issue. Musgrave to the scale line early. Billy Musgrave off the podium. And had he been hurt further up, maybe he would have tried to salvage the finish, but something amiss on the number 1 plate. Has an early exit stage left.
I got to tell you what, better now than later on in the year for Billy Musgrave to kind of figure it out. Even though, you know, that guy's a race winner, wants to have his product up front. But when you look at, you know, what's at stake later on this year, looking at, you know, hold on to that number 1 plate, looking to grow the brand with factory karts, you know, better here at the preseason, if you will. Nonetheless, though, for Gavin Bailiff, talking to him earlier on in the weekend, only really completed 2 of the practice sessions yesterday, Xander. Motor issues for him almost all day yesterday plagued him. And, again, for him to now finally get into the main event and finally get into Saturday with a clean slate and, again, a fresh motor from Pre-Sl to finally be able to put in some laps and finally be able to learn a little bit more is better for Gavin now, finally starting to find it, if you will.
3 laps to go. And David Land, what do you have for us on the reigning Pro Tour champ?
Hey, Billy, what happened? It looks like something at the front end of the kart.
Yeah, I think we lost bottom of our kingpin. Felt it start to get loose a couple laps into the race. Unfortunately, we made a bunch of changes for that main from the heat race. Just still playing with stuff, just kind of making big swings, trying to see what we can get the car to do out there. Yeah, and it was actually pretty quick for a couple laps. Then I started trying to manage it, stay off the curbs a little bit more. So a couple guys got by, but I clipped 1 curb there at the end, and it finally let go. So
this was a persistent problem through the race, because we noticed you kind of falling through the field.
Yeah, I think after I don't even remember, lap 6 or 7 or something like that, a little bit before halfway, I felt something going wrong. Didn't really pick up on what it was, but I felt the vibration. So backed it off a little bit, tried to bring it home, but wasn't meant to be.
Good news is he gets a second chance tomorrow. A disappointing start to 2026 for the Pro Tour champion.
Musgrave off, a lap and a half to go. Fighting is on back a little ways. Granted, second here is still a game of inches back and forth between Gavin Bailiff and Justin White, and equally about another 8 seconds away finds Ashton Hankel and John Melchiori. Melchiori from qualifying on the front row, an impressive day for John. Or qualifying on the second row, I should say, front couple of rows for the number 60. He's on the cusp of a top 5. Ashton Hankel would be his best career Winter Series result as well. They've got a healthy gap to Vincent Cassard, Herrera, Boulay, and crew. And while they're a little ways away from the number 6 plate, they're still looking at a heck of a finish here from opening day to the 2026 season. Jay Irwin, half a lap to go, an impressive feat, and a big boost of confidence as he kicks off the new year.
And again, this drive reminds me of when Danny Formal started a race, or started with the Barilla Art team last year, and put on an absolute clinic one of the days. Jay Irwin just kind of doing just that, right? In Winter Series fashion. See a driver have a highlight reel of a weekend, and Jay Irwin's done just that. Saturday's been perfect for the number 6.
So I'm pointing to the mechanics on the fence line, taking care of the equipment, taking it all in on this cool-down lap. This will be a breath of fresh air and a heck of a way to kick off 2026. Jay Irwin dominates round 1 in Pro Shifter. And in the fight for second behind him, give it the way, a Gavin Bailiff to Justin White. In third to complete the podium. Hardware for the second year in a row for both of those drivers here at the Winter Series. Cooper Becklin with a respectable fourth after starting the day from the tail end of the grid. And Ashton Hankel hangs on by just 0.2 of a second over John Melchiori as he begins, both of them I believe beginning their sophomore season.
I'll tell you what here, no Mateus Morgado with Varela Ardor PSL in 2026, but Jay Irwin now becomes a household name to start off the year. Definitely want to keep an eye on once we get into the regular season here, Xander.
Final results here will quickly flash as we get ready to head you down to the scale line area. Already, I believe, maybe moving on from it with how quick the series officials are ready to put a cap on round number 1. But nonetheless, Jay Irwin over Gavin Bailiff, Justin White, Cooper Becklin, Ashton Hankel, your top 5. And you may not see a ton of emotion at the same point. We did see the celebration across the line, and it was well-deserved. Jay Irwin, first Pro Shifter win in Superkarts USA sanctioned competition. 1 for 1 so far at the Skusa Winter Series.
Thank you.
All right, Jay Irwin has just exited the scales here. Victorious in the first round of the Winter Series here in Texas. Pretty good, I would say pretty good start to the weekend. You've been fairly dominant, but how was that from the cockpit?
Yeah, no, that was a really good race. Yeah, it's like you said, it's a great start to win round 1. So it's my first ever Winter Tour. So I think that's pretty cool. So yeah, just gotta be ready for tomorrow as well.
We've talked so much about the conditions. How have you mastered this track? Because it's not been easy. We saw Billy Musgrave have a mechanical issue for so it seems to affect everybody, not you so far.
Yeah, this track, it's I think it's a bit different from some others. So yeah, I think, yeah, I don't know, it was good.
How do you do it tomorrow?
Just try and do the same. Yeah.
There you go. That's a very easy answer from Jay Irwin. Just do the same as yesterday. It's a win. Let's see if we can't find some other folks to talk to. I see Justin White down there, so we'll go talk to our third place finisher here, if we can. Hey, Justin, we're live. You finished on the podium. I know it's probably not the result you exactly wanted. Kind of talk me through this one and what you kind of learned for tomorrow.
Nothing really. I mean, like going into turn 1, I was getting shoved from behind, and then I lost a couple positions and lost Jay on the start because of that, and he got away from me, and then just had to make my way up, and it was just a bit rough.
So if you think, do you think if you can keep him in your sights tomorrow, do you think you've got something for him?
I definitely think that there's a chance. Yeah, I definitely do. Like. He got away really early, and then we were battling with Gavin and Billy a little bit here and there. But, I think if we hunker down a little bit and work on the setup a little bit, we're still working on, we'll have the pace for it tomorrow.
Pretty cool conditions here for the final. We're kind of expecting it to be pretty cold tomorrow. You mentioned working on the setup. How much are you going to throw at it tonight?
I don't really know quite yet. We'll discuss it when we get back to the trailer, But probably quite a bit.
Well, that was a very PR-trained answer from Justin White there. Let's talk to Gavin Bailiff. Second place, Kart 6 from Kart 7. I don't know, someone will be excited about that. He did it, not me. But kind of talk me through that race because you were kind of moving up through the field.
Yeah, obviously not the best start. The flagman's a little bit more unpredictable than usual, so I just got caught sleeping, and then Billy was able to close the door on me. But yeah, I had to work for that one. I went for a pass in the middle of the race in the first right of the double rights, and the curb caught me and nearly spun me out. So I had to fight back up. They probably had a 3-second gap that I closed in.
That was a heck of a save. I mean, you don't get much more sideways than that without considering it a spin. Maybe we'll just call it a spin and a spin to second place. But, you know, these conditions are super challenging. We've talked about it all day. Kind of talk about how you've experienced it from the cockpit and kind of what you may change tomorrow to be even better when it's even colder.
Yeah, that final was more of a test for what we have going tomorrow. Obviously, the kart setup was really good. We were able to set some really good laps during that race. But yeah, those later in the night conditions, they're tricky. That front straight is it's a little bit shaded, so you cool down the tires a lot. So you have to really still have confidence to go deep into that corner, even though that the track is really low grip, which I was able to make a couple passes in that corner because that extra confidence knowing that the kart's going to be underneath me in those corners.
Jay Irwin seems extremely strong. What do you have to do to beat him tomorrow?
I got to get a little bit of a target off my back, I think. But no, I think me and Jay are going to be super close tomorrow. Obviously, I think a better qualifying would set me up better for these heats, and then just a couple less mistakes on the starts. I think me and Jay are going to be fighting to the finish tomorrow.
There you go. The 6 and the 7, we'll be having the battle tomorrow for the win, guaranteed by Gavin Bailiff. That's the whole podium. We'll send it back up to you guys. I hope I didn't get fired for the jokes.
Grow up, Dave. Grow up.
Oh, man. You can't tell him that. He's going to be crotching it in here tomorrow. He can't grow up anymore. He's not going to be able to make it out of the car. No, in all seriousness, David Land's done a phenomenal job today, as had our exceptional production crew. It's not done yet. Podium ceremonies will be rolling from the Speedsportz Racing Park here shortly, but for our entire broadcast team, our camera ops who have weathered the cold and windy conditions, some of them up well in the air to get you all the angles and all the coverage of the action. They'll be at it again tomorrow, but they're going to get some well-deserved rest tonight. Kudos as well to our production team and the rest of the crew from Superkarts USA and ourselves and Speedsportz Racing Park that's made opening day a success for the 2026 Superkarts USA Winter Series. For myself, Xander Clements, along with Caleb Vieska and David Land and the rest of the KC crew. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning if you'll be leaving us. If not, you'll get to see us again here in just a little bit when podiums get underway for round 1 of 2026's Skusa Winter Series.